Introduction to the Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536, translated by Fanny Bandelier. Introduction. This volume offers the original narrative of the first white man to cross North America, the remarkable journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca, Andres Dorantes, Alonso del Castillo Maldonado, and the Moor Estevanico from Florida to northwestern Mexico, Sonora, and Sinaloa near the Pacific coast, antedates the expeditions of Coronado and de Soto, whose histories have already been published in The Trailmakers. Nevertheless, it is proper to publish his narrative later. Compared with either of them, the journey of Cabeza de Vaca and his companions is an episode, important, but an incident brought about by a disastrous failure. This history describes the only and comparatively meager results of the expedition undertaken by Pánfilo de Narváez in 1527, and an outcome which had nothing more to do with Narváez and his ill-conducted scheme. Yet it is certain that the appearance of Cabeza de Vaca and his fellow sufferers at Culiacan and their statements directed the attention of the Spanish authorities at the young city of Mexico to the north, more than the reports about the 7 cities and the raids which Nuño de Guzman had made in that direction. Nevertheless, the importance of the story of Cabeza de Vaca must not be overestimated. A perusal of the narrative shows that the forlorn wanderers were not, as it has long been admitted, the discoverers of New Mexico. They never saw, nor do they claim to have seen, any of the so-called pueblos. They only heard of them in a more or less confused manner. On the other hand, more precise than their information on this point is what they said about the plains, their Indians, and it seems above all doubt that the first knowledge of the American bison or buffalo is due to their descriptions. On the minds of the Spanish occupants of Mexico, especially on what may be called the floating population, proportionately large at the time as everywhere in newly occupied countries, the impression of the feat performed by the travelers and the tale of their unequaled sufferings produced a much greater effect than on the authorities. The people saw in their reports an outline for a possible advance into the unknown beyond. The picture of the country traversed was, in the main, not enticing, but the allusion to permanent settlements beyond the unprepossessing plains was looked upon as full of promise. The outcome was a moderate excitement among the adventurous and the idle, and this excitement was ably taken advantage of by the Viceroy of New Spain, Don Antonio de Mendoza. This high functionary, as sagacious as he was cautious, regarded the real merits of Cabeza de Vaca, who is the representative figure in the whole episode, with reserve. On February 11th, Old Style, 1537, he wrote to the Empress recommending Cabeza de Vaca and Dorantes. The letter mentions Dorantes, but it was Castillo who went to Spain with Cabeza de Vaca, recommending Cabeza de Vaca and Dorantes to the benevolence of the monarch, in consideration of what they have done in it, this country, and suffered, and their disposition to continue there and here, wherever they may be sent. He does not seem to attach more than a modest importance to the practical results of their adventures. In that same letter, he states that the wanderers had already made a report to him on their journey, which report he had sent to the Empress previously. It cannot be the one contained in Oviedo's Historia General y Natural de Indias, edition of 1850, volume 3, book 1535, since the latter was directed to the Audiencia of Santo Domingo. There is a fragment of a relación attributed to Cabeza de Vaca alone, without date, in volume 14 of the Documentos Inéditos de Indias. It reads like a resume or condensation of the narrative presented in this volume. This fragment terminates abruptly at the time when a meeting of Cabeza de Vaca and Dorantes was being prepared. It is entitled Relación de Cabeza de Vaca, tesorero que fue en la conquista, and preceded by a truncated copy of the directions which the king issued to Cabeza de Vaca as factor of the expedition. Whether this document, noticed in the index under a very misleading title, is perhaps the first report mentioned in the letter of Mendoza from February 1537, I am unable to decide thus far, but there are some indications favoring the supposition. The influence which the return and reports of Cabeza de Vaca and companions may have had upon the subsequent enterprise of Hernando de Soto was, if any, but slight. The contract made with the latter by the crown on April 20th, 1537, Documentos de Indias, volume 22, pages 534 to 546, capitulación que se tomó con Hernando de Soto para conquistar y poblar desde el Río de las Palmas hasta la Florida, does not permit any conclusion on this point. The first report of the outcasts had probably reached Spain before that time, but on August 15th of the same year, Cabeza de Vaca was still at Lisbon. The statements of other survivors of the expedition of Narvaez, mentioned at the close of our narrative as having been met by Cabeza de Vaca in Mexico and in Spain, cannot have been very encouraging to a fresh attempt at penetrating Florida. Still, Soto tried to enlist the services of Cabeza de Vaca, but failed. Of the biography of Cabeza de Vaca, only such portions are well known as relate to his career in America. It is also known that he was born in Jerez de la Frontera in Spain, and hence was an Andalusian. His father, according to Oviedo, was Francisco de Vera, son of the Spanish conqueror of the Canaries, Pedro de Vera. His mother was Teresa Cabeza de Vaca, a native of Jerez. Why he assumed the name of his mother in place of his paternal appellative, I am unable to state. The family of Cabeza de Vaca bore originally the name Alaja. They were simple peasants until after the Battle of Las Navas de Tolosa on July 11th, 1212, which the kings of Castile, Aragon, and Navarra gained over the Moors. A few days before the battle, a shepherd by the name of Alaja offered to show the Christian forces a path by which they might circumvent the mountain passes held by the Moors in strong force. To indicate it, he placed at the entrance of the defile the skull of a cow. In recompense for this eminent service, Martin Alaja, until then a humble shepherd, was ennobled, and he changed his name into that of Cabeza de Vaca, head of a cow, literally, in memory of the origin of his improved social condition. Several of his descendants held comparatively high positions, among them Don Pedro Fernandez Cabeza de Vaca, elected Grand Master of the Order of Knights of St. James in 1383. The career of Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca in America was particularly unfortunate. After the disastrous termination of Narvaez's expedition and his almost miraculous return to Spain, he obtained, as a reward for his sufferings, the position of governor of the settlements on the La Plata River, vacant since the death of Pedro de Mendoza. Reaching his post in 1541, he soon became the object of sinister intrigues on the part of his subordinates. The animosity against him broke out in 1543 in open revolt. He was seized and sent to Spain as a prisoner. His mild captivity there lasted 8 years. It is asserted that he lived in Seville to an advanced age and occupied, up to his demise, the date of which I have not yet been able to find, an honorable and fairly lucrative position. Concerning the conduct of Cabeza de Vaca as governor on the La Plata, or Paraná, the opinions of eyewitnesses are divided. Some speak in his favor. Others, like the German Ulrich or Huldrych Schmiedel of Straubing, accused him of haughty demeanor towards his men and cruelty. Oviedo, who knew him personally and conversed with him on the matter, is noncommittal. It seems likely that Cabeza de Vaca was an honest and well-intentioned man, and he may have been a good subaltern, but unfit for superior command. Hence, he proved a failure as soon as raised to a position beyond the scope of his abilities. Of the three companions of Cabeza de Vaca, little is known. Andres Dorantes, who had been a captain with Narvaez, was the son of Pablo Dorantes, a native of Gibraleon, Castilla. Maldonado was from Salamanca, and the son of Doctor Castillo y Aldonza Maldonado. He is said to have remained in Spain, whereas Dorantes stayed in Mexico and entered in 1538 into an agreement with the viceroy for a journey of exploration to the north or Sinaloa. It was never carried out. Lastly, the Negro Estebanico was an Arab Moor from the town of Azamor on the Atlantic coast of Morocco. It is therefore not unlikely that he was not a Negro proper, but from one or other of the tribes of the desert. His subsequent fate is well known. As guide and advance scout of Father Marcos of Niza, he became the victim of his own imprudence, or lack of understanding of the differences in customs and beliefs between Indian tribes far distant from each other. It is well known that Cabeza de Vaca wrote two principal works, both of which were published at Valladolid in 1555 by Francisco Fernandez de Cordova. The first one of these two books is a second issue of the one translated here. The other gives an account of his vicissitudes in Paraguay and what is now the Argentine Republic, and bears the title of Comentarios de Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, Adelantado y Gobernador del Río de la Plata. The print from 1555 is the earliest known of the Comentarios. Of the Naufragios, here translated, an earlier issue has been found. Only two copies of it are known. One, which is perfect, is at the Lenox branch of the Public Library of New York. The other, somewhat damaged, at the British Museum. This oldest print of the Naufragios is from 1542 and was published at Zamora. Its text has been followed exclusively in this translation. The reduced photographic reproductions of the title pages of both editions and of the colophon of the first edition give an idea of the appearance of both of these books, the extreme rarity of which makes it difficult for the general reader to see them. Both are small quartos. The 1542 edition has no headings for the chapters, and this has been followed here. Oviedo, who gives the text in full of the letter handed to the Audiencia of Santo Domingo by Cabeza de Vaca and Castillo when they touched that port on their return to Spain in 1537, has used the 1542 print for comparison with that letter. The second edition appeared 2 years before his death, which occurred in 1557, but it is manifest that he did not use it. Comparing the letter to the Audiencia with the book of Cabeza de Vaca, Oviedo inclines in favor of the former. He remarks, "But in a certain way I hold the report of the three to be good and more clear than the other one, which a single man made and has had printed, etc." But Cabeza de Vaca was one of the three who framed the letter to the Audiencia, and this document is merely a more concise narration than his book, and does not, on important points, conflict with it. The latter was written in Spain when the author had leisure to recollect and to write. In a footnote, I have alluded to the statement made in the book about little bags filled with silver, which Oviedo says contained only mica. This, however, he distinctly attributes to a misprint, not to a misstatement by the author. On the whole, the difference between the two documents is so slight that there has been no occasion to publish the letter to the Audiencia also. Oviedo mentions Andres Dorantes among the signers of the letter, which was, as he states, sent to the Audiencia at Santo Domingo from Havana. Cabeza de Vaca affirms Dorantes remained at Veracruz and thence went back to Mexico. This is fully established by the communications of the Viceroy Mendoza. Notwithstanding, Herrera says he returned to Spain with his companions. The objection may be removed, however, by supposing, as is very likely, that the letter was written in Mexico when the three were still together. A very serious objection to the credibility of the three narratives, however, arises from the fact that all are based upon recollections only and not upon journals or field notes of any kind. It was, of course, impossible for the outcasts, shifted and shifting from tribe to tribe, to keep any written record of their trip. Many of their descriptions are not, therefore, expected to be fully accurate. At the end of the 8 years of constant misfortune and suffering, memory clings most to personal vicissitudes, and the narrative of these does not appear exaggerated. The descriptions of the countries traversed, superficial as they must be, still leave some recognizable data, and so do the descriptions of plants and animals. It is acknowledged that, through Cabeza de Vaca, the first knowledge of the buffalo reached Europe, and his description of the hunchbacked cows, while very brief, is quite accurate. Descriptions of customs and habits of Indian tribes or bands, especially of such as lived east of the Rio Grande, must of course be accepted with proper reserve. Still, many may yet prove to be of ethnologic value. The general picture of the condition of these tribes is very likely to be exact, while, on the other hand, many details are probably misstated through having been misunderstood or superficially observed. It might be worthwhile to make a special study of these ethnographic data and compare them with whatever material of the kind has been placed on record by subsequent explorers and narrators. In the statements regarding the faith cures which the travelers claim to have performed, and to which they attribute the success of their desperate attempt to cross the continent, there is truth as well as honest delusion. Indian medicine itself bases largely upon conceptions of the kind, and empirical hypnotism plays a part in the performances of their medicine men. Cabeza de Vaca unconsciously and by distinct methods imitated the Indian shamans and probably succeeded in at least many cases, since the procedure was new and striking. That they attributed their success to the direct aid of divine power was in strict accordance with the spirit of the times, and by no means to their discredit. On the contrary, there is a commendable modesty in their disclaimer of merits of their own. It should also not be forgotten that men in their exceptional situation, without reasonable hope of salvation, relentlessly persecuted by misfortune and the worst hardships for many years, have their imagination finally raised to the highest pitch, and exaggerations and misconceptions become therefore excusable. There is no doubt that they sincerely believe their own statements. Not only the times must be taken into account when judgment is passed, but also the violent strain under which they labored for such a long period. In regard to the route followed by the outcasts, there are but few ascertained points. Opinions vary so much that I shall not attempt to trace the course of their wanderings, except by referring to the sketch map appended. The route traced is a mere suggestion of possible approximations, as stated on it. It will certainly be modified by the results of investigations in the countries themselves, which I have not been and am not able to carry on myself. It seems, however, that the overland journey of the four began at some point west of the Mississippi, and that they successively traversed the state of Texas and the northern part of the Mexican Republic into central Sonora. It is not likely they touched New Mexico, and they certainly never saw the New Mexican pueblos, but heard of them in Sonora. Cabeza de Vaca, therefore, but confirmed the few vague notions extant at his time about the sedentary Indians of New Mexico, but was not the real discoverer of that country. The bibliography of the book of Cabeza de Vaca is soon told. In addition to the two issues often mentioned, the first edition from 1542 and the second of 1555, there are two more Spanish publications of it known. The earliest is in volume 2 of the collection by Andrés González Barcia, Historiades Primitivos de Indias, 1749. Its title is Naufragios y relación de la jornada que hizo a la Florida con Pánfilo de Narváez. The other is found in volume 2 of the Historiadores Primitivos de Indias by Enrique de Vedía. The title of this, the text of which was taken from the edition of 1555, reads Naufragios de Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca y relación de la jornada que hizo a la Florida con el adelantado Pánfilo de Narváez. It is well known that the two volumes of Vedía's reprints of older narratives and histories touching upon America form a part of the voluminous collection entitled Biblioteca de Autores Españoles, published at Madrid, and that the two volumes of Vedía were printed in 1852. An Italian version is contained in volume 2 of the celebrated collection of travels and voyages by Gian Battista Ramuzio delle Navigazioni e Viaggi, 1556, Venice. Of English translations, there have appeared thus far 3. In Samuel Purkis, His Pilgrimage, London, 1625-1626, volume 9, Relation of the Fleet in India, whereof Pamphilus Narvaez was governor. The narrative of Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, translated by Buckingham Smith, Washington, 1851. This translation is justly prized. A second edition of it appeared in New York in 1871, edited by the late John Gilmary Shea. Finally, there is a paraphrase of the book in Tales of Old Travels, narrated by H. Kingsley, London, 1869. In the French language, there is the well-known translation by Henri Ternaux-Compin, date of publication 1837. A word yet touching the translation here given. The narrative of Cabeza de Vaca is very difficult to translate for the reason that the criticism by Oviedo about its lack of clearness is too well-founded. Many parts of chapters and also whole chapters are so confused that it is impossible to follow the original more than remotely, and paraphrasing had to be resorted to. Even then, in several instances, the meaning remains possibly somewhat obscure. It is as if the author, in consequence of long isolation and constant intercourse with people of another speech, had lost touch with his native tongue. There is less of this in his later work, the Comentarios, written after a number of years of uninterrupted intercourse with his countrymen. Signed, Adolph F. Bandelier, New York City, March 28, 1905. End of introduction. Section 1 of the Journey of Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Journey of Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. Translated by Fanny Bandelier. Section 1. On the 27th day of the month of June, 1527, the governor Pánfilo de Narváez departed from the port of Sanlúcar de Barrameda with authority and orders from your majesty to conquer and govern the provinces that extend from the River of the Palms to the Cape of the Florida, these provinces being on the mainland. The fleet he took along consisted of 5 vessels, in which went about 600 men. The officials he had with him, since they must be mentioned, were those here named: Cabeza de Vaca, treasurer and alguacil mayor; Alonso Enriquez, purser; Alonso de Solis, factor of your majesty and inspector; a friar of the order of St. Francis, called Fray Juan Suarez, went as commissary, with 4 other monks of the same order. We arrived at the island of Santo Domingo, where we remained nearly 45 days, supplying ourselves with necessary things, especially horses. Here more than 140 men of our army forsook us, who wished to remain on account of the proposals and promises made them by the people of the country. From there we started and arrived at Santiago, a port in the island of Cuba, where in the few days that we remained, the governor supplied himself again with people, arms, and horses. It happened there that a gentleman called Vasco Porcayo, a resident of La Trinidad, which is on the same island, offered to give the governor certain stores he had at a distance of 100 leagues from the said harbor of Santiago. The governor with the whole fleet sailed for that place, but midways at a port called Cape Santa Cruz, he thought best to stop and send a single vessel to load and bring these stores. Therefore he ordered a certain Captain Pantoja to go thither with his craft, and directed me to accompany him for the sake of control, while he remained with 4 ships, having purchased one on the island of Santo Domingo. Arrived at the port of Trinidad with these 2 vessels, Captain Pantoja went with Vasco Porcayo to the town, which is 1 league from there, in order to take possession of the supplies. I remained on board with the pilots, who told us that we should leave as soon as possible, since the harbor was very unsafe and many vessels had been lost in it. Now, since what happened to us there was very remarkable, it appears to me not unsuitable for the aims and ends of this, my narrative, to tell it here. The next morning the weather looked ominous. It began to rain, and the sea roughened, so that, although I allowed the men to land, when they saw the weather and that the town was 1 league away, many came back to the ship so as not to be out in the wet and cold. At the same time there came a canoe from the town, conveying a letter from a person residing there, begging me to come, and they would give me the stores and whatever else might be necessary. But I excused myself, stating that I could not leave the ships. At noon the canoe came again with another letter, repeating the request with much insistency, and there was also a horse for me to go on. I gave the same reply as the first time, saying that I could not leave the vessels. But the pilots and the people begged me so much to leave and hasten the transportation of the stores to the ships, in order to be able to sail soon from a place where they were in great fear the ships would be lost in case they had to remain long. So I determined upon going, although before I went I left the pilots well instructed, and with orders in case the south wind, which often wrecked the shipping, should rise, and they found themselves in great danger, to run the vessels ashore where men and horses might be saved. So I left, wishing for some of them to accompany me, but they refused, alleging the hard rain, the cold, and that the town was far away. On the next day, which was Sunday, they promised to come, God helping, to hear Mass. 1 hour after my departure the sea became very rough, and the north wind blew so fiercely that neither did the boats dare to land, nor could they beach the vessels, since the wind was blowing from the shore. They spent that day and Sunday greatly distressed by 2 contrary storms and much rain until nightfall. Then the rain and storm increased in violence at the village as well as on the sea, and all the houses and churches fell down, and we had to go about 7 or 8 men, locking arms at a time to prevent the wind from carrying us off. And under the trees it was not less dangerous than among the houses, for as they also were blown down, we were in danger of being killed beneath them. In this tempest and peril we wandered about all night, without finding any part or place where we might feel safe for half an hour. In this plight we heard all night long, and especially after midnight, a great uproar, the sound of many voices, the tinkling of little bells, also flutes and tambourines and other instruments, the most of which noise lasted until morning, when the storm ceased. Never has such a fearful thing been witnessed in those parts. I took testimony concerning it, and sent it certified to your Majesty. On Monday morning we went down to the harbor, but did not find the vessels. We saw the buoys in the water, and from this knew that the ships were lost. So we followed the shore looking for wreckage, and not finding any, turned into the forest. Walking through it, we saw 1/4 of a league from water the little boat of one of the vessels on the top of trees, and 10 leagues further on the coast were 2 men of my crew, and certain covers of boxes. The bodies were so disfigured by striking against the rocks as to be unrecognizable. There were also found a cape and a tattered quilt, nothing else. 60 people and 20 horses perished on the ships. Those who went on land the day we arrived, some 30 men, were all who survived of the crews of both vessels. We remained thus for several days in great need and distress, for the food and stores at the village had been ruined also, as well as some cattle. The country was pitiable to look at. The trees had fallen and the woods were blighted, and there was neither foliage nor grass. In this condition we were until the 5th day of the month of November, when the governor with his 4 vessels arrived. They also had weathered a great storm, and had escaped by betaking themselves to a safe place in time. The people on board of the ships, and those he found, were so terrified by what had happened that they were afraid to set to sea again in winter, and begged the governor to remain there for that season. And he, seeing their good will and that of the inhabitants, wintered at that place. He put into my charge the vessels and their crews, and I was to go with them to the port of Jagua, 12 leagues distant, where I remained until the 20th day of February. At that time the governor came with a brig he had bought at Trinidad, and with him a pilot called Miruelo. That man he had taken because he said he knew the way, and had been on the River of the Palms, and was a very good pilot for the whole northern coast. The governor left on the coast of Havana another vessel that he had bought there, on which there remained as captain Alvaro de Cerda, with 40 people and 12 horsemen. 2 days after the governor arrived, he went aboard. The people he took along were 400 men and 80 horses, on 4 vessels and 1 brigantine. The pilot we had taken ran the vessels aground on the sands called of Canareo, so that the next day we were stranded, and remained stranded for 15 days, the keels often touching bottom. Then a storm from the south drove so much water on the shoals that we could get off, though not without much danger. Departing from there and arrived at Guanaguanico, another tempest came up in which we nearly perished. At Cape Corrientes we had another, which lasted 3 days. Afterward we doubled the Cape of San Anton, and sailed with contrary winds as far as 12 leagues off Havana, and when on the following day we attempted to enter, a southerly storm drove us away. so that we crossed to the coast of Florida, sighting land on Tuesday, the 12th day of the month of April. We coasted the way of Florida, and on Holy Thursday cast anchor at the mouth of a bay, at the head of which we saw certain houses and habitations of Indians. On that same day, the clerk Alonso Enriquez left and went to an island in the bay and called the Indians, who came and were with him a good while, and by way of exchange they gave him fish and some venison. The day following, which was Good Friday, the governor disembarked with as many men as his little boats would hold, and as we arrived at the huts or houses of the Indians we had seen, we found them abandoned and deserted, the people having left that same night in their canoes. One of the houses was so large that it could hold more than 300 people. The others were smaller, and we found a golden rattle among the nets. The next day the governor hoisted flags in behalf of your majesty, and took possession of the country in your royal name, exhibited his credentials, and was acknowledged as governor according to your majesty's commands. We likewise presented our titles to him, and he complied as they required. He then ordered the remainder of the men to disembark, also the 42 horses left, the others having perished on account of the great storms and the long time they had been on sea, and these few that remained were so thin and weak that they could be of little use for the time. The next day the Indians of that village came, and although they spoke to us, as we had no interpreters, we did not understand them. But they made many gestures and threats, and it seemed as if they beckoned to us to leave the country. Afterward, without offering any molestation, they went away. After another day, the governor resolved to penetrate inland, to explore the country and see what it contained. We went with him, the commissary, the inspector, and myself, with 40 men, among them 6 horsemen, who seemed likely to be of but little use. We took the direction of the north, and at the hour of vespers reached a very large bay, which appeared to sweep far inland. After remaining there that night and the next day, we returned to the place where the vessels and the men were. The governor ordered the brigantine to coast towards Florida in search of the port, which Miruelo, the pilot, had said he knew, but he had missed it and did not know where we were, nor where the port was. So word was sent to the brigantine, in case it were not found, to cross over to Havana in quest of the vessel of Alvaro de la Cerda, and after taking in some supplies, to come after us again. After the brigantine had left, we again penetrated inland, the same persons as before, with some more men. We followed the shore of the bay, and after a march of 4 leagues, captured 4 Indians, to whom we showed maize in order to find out if they knew it, for until then we had seen no trace of it. They told us that they would take us to a place where there was maize, and they led us to their village, at the end of the bay near by, and there they showed us some that was not yet fit to be gathered. There we found many boxes for merchandise from Castilla, and every one of them was a corpse covered with painted deer hides. The commissary thought this to be some idolatrous practice, so he burnt the boxes with the corpses. We also found pieces of linen and cloth, and feather headdresses that seemed to be from New Spain, and samples of gold. We inquired of the Indians by signs whence they had obtained these things, and they gave us to understand that very far from there was a province called Appalachian, in which there was much gold. They also signified to us that in that province we would find everything we held in esteem. They said that in Appalachian there was plenty. So, taking them as guides, we started, and after walking 10 or 12 leagues, came to another village of 15 houses, where there was a large cultivated patch of corn nearly ready for harvest, and also some that was already ripe. After staying there 2 days, we returned to the place where we had left the purser, the men, and the vessels, and told the purser and pilots what we saw and the news the Indians had given us. The next day, which was the 1st of May, the governor took aside the commissary, the purser, the inspector, myself, a sailor called Bartolome Fernandez, and a notary by the name of Geronimo de Albanis, and told us that he had in mind to penetrate inland, while the vessel should follow the coast as far as the harbor, since the pilots said and believed that, if they went in the direction of the palms, they would reach it soon. On this he asked us to give our opinions. I replied that it seemed to me in no manner advisable to forsake the ships until they were in a safe port, held and occupied by us. I told him to consider that the pilots were at a loss, disagreeing among themselves, undecided as to what course to pursue. Moreover, the horses would not be with us in case we needed them, and furthermore, we had no interpreter to make ourselves understood by the natives, hence we could have no parley with them. Neither did we know what to expect from the land we were entering, having no knowledge of what it was, what it might contain, and by what kind of people it was inhabited, nor in what part of it we were. Finally, that we had not the supplies required for penetrating into an unknown country, for of the stores left in the ships, not more than 1 pound of biscuit and 1 of bacon could be given as rations to each man for the journey, so that, in my opinion, we should re-embark and sail in quest of a land and harbor better adapted to settlement, since the country which we had seen was the most deserted and the poorest ever found in those parts. The commissary was of the contrary opinion, saying that we should not embark, but follow the coast in search of a harbor, as the pilots asserted that the way to Panuco was not more than 10 or 15 leagues distant, and that by following along the coast it was impossible to miss it, since the coast bent inland for 12 leagues. The first ones who came there should wait for the others. As to embarking, he said it would be to tempt God after all the vicissitudes of storms, losses of men and vessels, and hardships we had suffered since leaving Spain and until we came to that place. So his advice would be to move along the coast as far as the harbor, while the vessels with the other men should follow to the same port. To all the others, this seemed to be the best, except to the notary, who said that before leaving the ships they should be put into a harbor well known, safe, and in a settled country, after which we might go inland and do as we liked. The governor clung to his own idea and to the suggestions of the others. Seeing his determination, I required him on the part of your majesty not to forsake the vessels until they were in a secure port, and I asked the notary present to testify to what I said. The governor replied that he approved the opinion of the other officials and of the commissary, that I had no authority for making such demands, and he asked the notary to give him a certified statement as to how, there not being in the country the means for supporting a settlement, nor any harbor for the ships, he broke up the village he had founded and went in search of the port and of a better land. So he forthwith ordered the people who were to go with him to get ready, providing themselves with what was necessary for the journey. After this, he turned to me and told me in the presence of all who were there that, since I so much opposed the expedition into the interior and was afraid of it, I should take charge of the vessels and men remaining, and in case I reached the port before him, I should settle there. This I declined. After the meeting was over, he, on that same evening, saying that it seemed to him as if he could not trust anybody, sent me word that he begged me to take charge of that part of the expedition, and as, in spite of his insistency, I declined, he asked for the reasons of my refusal. I then told him that I refused to accept because I felt sure he would never see the ships again or be seen by their crews any more, that, seeing how utterly unprepared he was for moving inland, I preferred to share the risk with him and his people and suffer what they would have to suffer, rather than take charge of the vessels and thus give occasion for saying that I opposed the journey and remained out of fear, which would place my honor in jeopardy, so that I would much rather expose my life than, under these circumstances, my good name. Seeing that he could not change my determination, he had others approach me about it with entreaties, but I gave the same answer to them as to him, and he finally provided for his lieutenant to take command of the vessels, an alcalde named Caravaggio. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. Translated by Fanny Bandelier. Section 2. On Saturday, the 1st of May, the day on which all this had happened, he ordered that they should give to each one of those who had to go with him 2 pounds of ship biscuit and 1/2 pound of bacon, and thus we set out upon our journey inland. The number of people we took along was 300, among them the commissary, Father Juan Suarez, another friar called Father Juan de Palos, and 3 priests, the officers, and 40 horsemen. We marched for 15 days, living on the supplies we had taken with us, without finding anything else to eat but palmeros, like those of Andalusia. In all this time we did not meet a soul, nor did we see a house or village, and finally reached a river which we crossed with much trouble by swimming and on rafts. It took us a day to ford the river on account of the swiftness of its current. When we got across, there came towards us some 200 Indians, more or less. The governor went to meet them, and after he talked to them by signs, they acted in such a manner that we were obliged to set upon them and seize 5 or 6, who took us to their houses about half a league from there, where we found a large quantity of corn ready for harvest. We gave infinite thanks to our Lord for having helped us in such great need, for as we were not used to such exposures, we felt greatly exhausted and were very much weakened by hunger. On the 3rd day that we were at this place, the purser, the inspector, the commissary, and myself jointly begged the governor to send out in search of a harbor, as the Indians told us the sea was not very far away. He forbade us to speak of it, saying it was at a great distance, and I, being the one who most insisted, he bade me to go on a journey of discovery and search of a port, and said I should go on foot with 40 people. So the next day I started with the Captain Alonso del Castillo and 40 men of his company. At noon we reached sandy patches that seemed to extend far inland. For about 1½ leagues we walked with the water up to the knee and stepping on shells that cut our feet badly. All this gave us much trouble until we reached the river which we had crossed first and which emptied through the same inlet, and then, as we were too ill provided for crossing it, we turned back to camp and told the governor what we had found and how it was necessary to ford the river again at our first crossing in order to explore the inlet thoroughly and find out if there was a harbor. The next day he sent a captain called Valenzuela with 60 footmen and 6 horsemen to cross the river and follow its course to the sea in search of a port. After 2 days he came back, reporting that he had discovered the inlet which was a shallow bay with water to the knees, but it had there no harbor. He saw 5 or 6 canoes crossing from one side to the other, with Indians who wore many feather bushes. Hearing this, we left the next day, always in quest of the province called Appalachian by the Indians, taking as guides those whom we had captured, and marched until the 17th of June without finding an Indian who would dare to wait for us. Finally, there came to us a chief, whom an Indian carried on his shoulders. He wore a painted deerskin, and many people followed him, and he was preceded by many players on flutes made of reeds. He came to the place where the governor was and stayed an hour. We gave him to understand by signs that our aim was to reach Appalachian, but from his gestures it seemed to us that he was an enemy of the Appalachian people, and that he would go and help us against them. We gave him beads and little bells and other trinkets, while he presented the governor with the hide he wore. Then he turned back, and we followed him. That night we reached a broad and deep river, the current of which was very strong, and as we did not dare to cross it, we built a canoe out of rafts and were a whole day in getting across. If the Indians had wished to oppose us, they could have easily impeded our passage, for even with their help we had much trouble. One horseman, whose name was Juan Velasquez, a native of Cuellar, not willing to wait, rode into the stream, and the strong current swept him from the horse, and he took hold of the reins and was drowned with the animal. The Indians of that chief, whose name was Dulcachellan, discovered the horse and told us that we would find him lower down the stream. So they went after the man, and his death caused us much grief, since until then we had not lost anybody. The horse made a supper for many on that night. Beyond there, and on the following day, we reached the chief's village, whither he sent us corn. That same night, as they went for water, an arrow was shot at one of the Christians, but God willed that he was not hurt. The day after, we left this place, without any of the natives having appeared, because all had fled. But further on, some Indians were seen who showed signs of hostility, and although we called them, they would neither come back nor wait, but withdrew and followed in our rear. The governor placed a few horsemen in ambush near the trail, who, as they, the Indians, passed, surprised them and took 3 or 4 Indians, whom we kept as guides thereafter. They led us into a country difficult to traverse and strange to look at, for it had very great forests, the trees being wonderfully tall, and so many of them fallen that they obstructed our way, so that we had to make long detours and with great trouble. Of the trees standing, many were rent from top to bottom by thunderbolts, which strike very often in that country, where storms and tempests are always frequent. With such efforts we traveled until the day after St. John's Day, when we came in sight of Appalachian, without having been noticed by the Indians of the land. We gave many thanks to God for being so near it, believing what we had been told about the country to be true, and that now our sufferings would come to an end after the long and weary march over bad trails. We had also suffered greatly from hunger, for although we found corn occasionally, most of the time we marched 7 or 8 leagues without any, and many there were among us who, besides suffering great fatigue and hunger, had their backs covered with wounds from the weight of the armor and other things they had to carry as occasion required. But to find ourselves at last where we wished to be, and where we had been assured so much food and gold would be had, made us forget a great deal of our hardships and weariness. Once inside of Appalachian, the governor commanded me to enter the village with 9 horsemen and 50 foot. So the inspector and I undertook this. Upon penetrating into the village, we found only women and boys. The men were not there at the time, but soon, while we were walking about, they came and began to fight, shooting arrows at us. They killed the inspector's horse, but finally fled and left us. We found there plenty of ripe maize ready to be gathered and much dry corn already housed. We also found many deerskins, and among them mantles made of thread and of poor quality, with which the women cover parts of their bodies. They had many vessels for grinding maize. The village contained 40 small and low houses, reared in sheltered places, out of fear of the great storms that continuously occur in the country. The buildings are of straw, and they are surrounded by dense timber, tall trees, and numerous water pools, where there are so many fallen trees and of such size as to greatly obstruct and impede circulation. The country between our landing place and the village and country of Appalachian is mostly level. The soil is sand and earth. All throughout it there are very large trees and open forests containing nut trees, laurels, and others of the kind called resinous, cedar, juniper, water oak, pines, oak, and low palmetto like those of Castilla. Everywhere there are many lagoons, large and small, some very difficult to cross, partly because they are so deep, partly because they are covered with fallen trees. Their bottom is sandy, and in the province of Appalachian, the lagoons are much larger than those we found previously. There is much maize in this province, and the houses are scattered all over the country, as much as those of the Helves. The animals we saw there were 3 kinds of deer, rabbits and hares, bears and lions, and other wild beasts. Among them, one that carries its young in a pouch on its belly as long as the young are small, until they are able to look for their sustenance. And even then, when they are out after food and people come, the mother does not move until her little ones are in the pouch again. The country is very cold. It has good pasture for cattle. There are birds of many kinds in large numbers: geese, ducks, wild ducks, muscovy ducks, ibis, small white herons, egrets, herons, and partridges. We saw many falcons, marsh hawks, sparrow hawks, pigeon hawks, and many other birds. 2 hours after we arrived at Appalachian, the Indians that had fled came back peaceably, begging us to give back to them their women and children, which we did. The governor, however, kept with him one of their caciques, at which they became so angry as to attack us the following day. They did it so swiftly and with so much audacity as to set fire to the lodges we occupied. But when we sallied forth, they fled to the lagoons nearby, on account of which and of the big corn patches, we could not do them any harm beyond killing one Indian. The day after, Indians from a village on the other side came and attacked us in the same manner, escaping in the same way, with the loss of a single man. We remained at this village for 25 days, making 3 excursions during the time. We found the country very thinly inhabited and difficult to march through, owing to bad places, timber, and lagoons. We inquired of the cacique whom we had retained, and of the other Indians with us, who were neighbors and enemies of them, about the condition and settlements of the land, the quality of its people, about supplies and everything else. They answered, each one for himself, that Appalachian was the largest town of all, that further in less people were met with, who were very much poorer than those here, and that the country was thinly settled, the inhabitants greatly scattered, and also that further inland, big lakes, dense forests, great deserts, and wastes were met with. Then we asked about the land to the south, its villages and resources. They said that in that direction, and 9 days' march towards the sea, was a village called Aute, where the Indians had plenty of corn and also beans and melons, and that, being so near the sea, they obtained fish, and that those were their friends. Seeing how poor the country was, taking into account the unfavorable reports about its population and everything else, and that the Indians made constant war upon us, wounding men and horses whenever they went for water by shooting arrows at us, which they could do from the lagoons where we could not reach them, and that they had killed a chief of Texcoco called Don Pedro, whom the commissary had taken along with him, we agreed to depart and go in search of the sea and of the village of Aute, which they had mentioned. And so we left, arriving there 5 days after. The first day we traveled across lagoons and trails without seeing a single Indian. On the second day, however, we reached a lake very difficult to cross, the water reaching to the chest, and there were a great many fallen trees. Once in the middle of it, a number of Indians assailed us from behind trees that concealed them from our sight, while others were on fallen trees, and they began to shower arrows upon us, so that many men and horses were wounded, and before we could get out of the lagoon, our guide was captured by them. After we had got out, they pressed us very hard, intending to cut us off, and it was useless to turn upon them, for they would hide in the lake, and from there wound both men and horses. So the governor ordered the horsemen to dismount and attack them on foot. The purser dismounted also, and our people attacked them. Again they fled to a lagoon, and we succeeded in holding the trail. In this fight, some of our people were wounded in spite of their good armor. There were men that day who swore they had seen 2 oak trees, each as thick as the calf of a leg, shot through and through by arrows, which is not surprising if we consider the force and dexterity with which they shoot. I myself saw an arrow that had penetrated the base of a poplar tree for half a foot in length. All the many Indians from Florida we saw were archers, and being very tall and naked, at a distance they appeared giants. Those people are wonderfully built, very gaunt and of great strength and agility. Their bows are as thick as an arm, from 11 to 12 spans long, shooting an arrow at 200 paces with unerring aim. From that crossing we went to another similar one, a league away, but while it was half a league in length, it was also much more difficult. There we crossed without opposition, for the Indians, having spent all their arrows at the first place, had nothing wherewith they would dare attack us. The next day, while crossing a similar place, I saw the tracks of people who went ahead of us, and I notified the governor, who was in the rear, so that although the Indians turned upon us as we were on our guard, they could do us no harm. Once on open ground, they pursued us still. We attacked them twice, killing 2, while they wounded me and 2 or 3 other Christians, and entered the forest again, where we could no longer injure them. In this manner we marched for 8 days without meeting any more natives, until 1 league from the site to which I said we were going. There, as we were marching along, Indians crept up unseen and fell upon our rear. A boy belonging to a nobleman called Avellaneda, who was in the rear guard, gave the alarm. Avellaneda turned back to assist, and the Indians hit him with an arrow on the edge of the cuirass, piercing his neck nearly through and through, so that he died on the spot, and we carried him to Aute. It took us 9 days from Appalachian to the place where we stopped, and then we found that all the people had left, and the lodges were burnt. But there was plenty of maize, squash, and beans, all nearly ripe and ready for harvest. We rested there for 2 days. After this, the governor entreated me to go in search of the sea, as the Indians said it was so near by, and we had, on this march, already suspected its proximity from a great river to which we had given the name of the Rio de la Magdalena. I left on the following day in search of it, accompanied by the commissary, the Captain Castillo, Andres Dorantes, 7 horsemen, and 50 foot. We marched until sunset, reaching an inlet or arm of the sea, where we found plenty of oysters on which the people feasted, and we gave many thanks to God for bringing us there. The next day, I sent 20 men to reconnoiter the coast and explore it, who returned on the day following at nightfall, saying that these inlets and bays were very large and went so far inland as greatly to impede our investigations, and that the coast was still at a great distance. Hearing this, and considering how ill prepared we were for the task, I returned to where the governor was. We found him sick, together with many others. The night before, Indians had made an attack, putting them in great stress, owing to their enfeebled condition. The Indians had also killed one of their horses. I reported upon my journey and on the bad condition of the country. That day we remained there. On the next day we left Aute and marched all day to the spot I had visited on my last exploration. Our march was extremely difficult, for neither had we horses enough to carry the sick, nor did we know how to relieve them. They became worse every day, and our sufferings were afflicting. There it became manifest how few resources we had for going further, and even in case we had been provided, we did not know where to go. Our men were mostly sick and too much out of condition to be of any use whatever. I refrain from making a long story of it. Anyone can imagine what might be experienced in a land so strange and so utterly without resources of any kind, either for stay or for an escape. Nevertheless, since the surest aid was God our Lord, and since we never doubted of it, something happened that put us in a worse plight yet. Most of the horsemen began to leave in secret, hoping thus to save themselves, forsaking the governor and the sick who were helpless. Still, as among them were many of good families and of rank, they would not suffer this to happen unbeknown to the governor and your majesty's officials, so that, when we remonstrated, showing at what an unseasonable time they were leaving their captain and the sick, and above all forsaking your majesty's service, they concluded to stay and share the fate of all, without abandoning one another. The governor thereupon called them to his presence all together, and each one in particular, asking their opinion about this dismal country, so as to be able to get out of it and seek relief, for in that land there was none. 1/3 of our people were dangerously ill, getting worse hourly, and we felt sure of meeting the same fate, with death as our only prospect, which in such a country was much worse yet. And considering these and many other inconveniences, and that we had tried many expedients, we finally resorted to a very difficult one, which was to build some craft in which to leave the land. It seemed impossible, as none of us knew how to construct ships. We had no tools, no iron, no smithery, no oakum, no pitch, no tackling, finally nothing of what was indispensable. Neither was there anybody to instruct us in shipbuilding, and above all, there was nothing to eat while the work was going on for those who would have to perform the task. Considering all this, we agreed to think it over. Our parley ceased for that day, and everyone went off, leaving it to God our Lord to put him on the right road according to his pleasure. The next day God provided that one of the men should come, saying that he would make wooden flues and bellows of deerskin, and as we were in such a state that anything appearing like relief seemed acceptable, we told him to go to work, and agreed to make of our stirrups, spurs, crossbows, and other iron implements, the nails, saws, and hatchets, and other tools we so greatly needed for our purpose. In order to obtain food while the work proposed was in progress, we determined upon 4 successive raids into Aute, with all the horses and men that were fit for service, and that on every 3rd day a horse should be killed and the meat distributed among those who worked at the barges and among the sick. The raids were executed with such people and horses as were able, and they brought as many as 400 fanegas of maize, although not without armed opposition from the Indians. We gathered plenty of palmettos, using their fiber and husk, twisting and preparing it in place of oakum for the barges. The work on these was done by the only carpenter we had, and progressed so rapidly that, beginning on the 4th day of August, on the 20th day of the month of September, 5 barges of 22 elbow lengths each were ready, caulked with palmetto oakum and tarred with pitch, which a Greek called Don Teodoro made from certain pines. Of the husk of palmettos and of the tails and manes of the horses, we made ropes and tackles. Of our shirts, sails, and of the junipers that grew there, we made the oars, which we thought were necessary, and such was the stress in which our sins had placed us, that only with very great trouble could we find stones for ballast and anchors of the barges, for we had not seen a stone in the whole country. We flayed the legs of the horses and tanned the skin to make leather pouches for carrying water. During that time, some of the party went to the coves and inlets for seafood, and the Indians surprised them twice, killing 10 of our men in plain view of the camp, without our being able to prevent it. We found them shot through and through with arrows, for although several wore good armor, it was not sufficient to protect them, since, as I said before, they shot their arrows with such force and precision. According to the sworn statements of our pilots, we had traveled from the bay to which we gave the name of the Cross to this place 280 leagues, more or less. In all these parts we saw no mountains, nor heard of any, and before embarking we had lost over 40 men through sickness and hunger, besides those killed by the Indians. On the 22nd day of the month of September, we had eaten up all the horses but one. We embarked in the following order. In the barge of the governor there were 49 men, and as many in the one entrusted to the purser and the commissary. The third barge he placed in charge of Captain Alonso del Castillo and of Andres Dorantes, with 48 men. In another he placed 2 captains named Teles and Peñalosa, with 47 men. The last one he gave to the inspector and to me, with 49 men, and after clothing and supplies were put on board, the sides of the barges only rose half a foot above the water. Besides, we were so crowded as to be unable to stir. So great is the power of need that it brought us to venture out into a troublesome sea in this manner, and without any one among us having the least knowledge of the art of navigation. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. Translated by Fanny Bandelier. Section 3. That bay from which we started is called the Bay of the Horses. We sailed 7 days among those inlets in the water waist deep, without signs of anything like the coast. At the end of this time, we reached an island near the shore. My barge went ahead, and from it we saw 5 Indian canoes coming. The Indians abandoned them and left them in our hands when they saw that we approached. The other barges went on and saw some lodges on the same island, where we found plenty of ruffs, fish, and their eggs dried, and that was a very great relief in our needy condition. Having taken them, we went further, and 2 leagues beyond found a strait between the island and the coast, which strait we christened San Miguel, it being the day of that saint. Issuing from it, we reached the coast, where by means of the 5 canoes I had taken from the Indians, we mended somewhat the barges, making washboards and adding to them and raising the sides 2 hands above water. Then we set out to sea again, coasting toward the River of Palms. Every day our thirst and hunger increased because our supplies were giving out, as well as the water supply, for the pouches we had made from the legs of our horses soon became rotten and useless. From time to time we would enter some inlet or cove that reached very far inland, but we found them all shallow and dangerous, and so we navigated through them for 30 days, meeting sometimes Indians who fished and were very poor and wretched people. At the end of these 30 days, and when we were in extreme need of water and hugging the coast, we heard one night a canoe approaching. When we saw it, we stopped and waited, but it would not come to us. And although we called out, it would neither turn back nor wait. It being night, we did not follow the canoe, but proceeded. At dawn, we saw a small island where we touched to search for water, but in vain, as there was none. While at anchor, a great storm overtook us. We remained there 6 days without venturing to leave, and it being 5 days since we had drank anything, our thirst was so great as to compel us to drink salt water, and several of us took such an excess of it that we lost suddenly 5 men. I tell this briefly, not thinking it necessary to relate in particular all the distress and hardships we bore. Moreover, if one takes into account the place we were in and the slight chances of relief, he may imagine what we suffered. Seeing that our thirst was increasing and the water was killing us, while the storm did not abate, we agreed to trust to God our Lord, and rather risk the perils of the sea than wait there for certain death from thirst. So we left in the direction we had seen the canoe going on the night we came here. During this day we found ourselves often on the verge of drowning, and so forlorn that there was none in our company who did not expect to die at any moment. It was our Lord's pleasure, who many a time shows his favor in the hour of greatest distress, that at sunset we turned a point of land and found there shelter and much improvement. Many canoes came, and the Indians in them spoke to us, but turned back without waiting. They were tall and well built, and carried neither bows nor arrows. We followed them to their lodges, which were nearly along the inlet, and landed, and in front of the lodges we saw many jars with water and great quantities of cooked fish. The chief of that land offered all to the governor and led him to his abode. The dwellings were of matting and seemed to be permanent. When we entered the home of the chief, he gave us plenty of fish, while we gave him of our maize, which they ate in our presence, asking for more. So we gave more to them, and the governor presented him with some trinkets. While with the cacique at his lodge, half an hour after sunset, the Indians suddenly fell upon us and upon our sick people on the beach. They also attacked the house of the cacique where the governor was, wounding him in the face with a stone. Those who were with him seized the cacique, but as his people were so near, he escaped, leaving in our hands a robe of marten ermine skin, which I believe are the finest in the world and give out an odor like amber and musk. A single one can be smelt so far off that it seems as if there were a great many. We saw more of that kind, but none like these. Those of us who were there, seeing the governor hurt, placed him aboard the barge, and provided that most of the men should follow him to the boats. Some 50 of us remained on land to face the Indians, who attacked thrice that night, and so furiously as to drive us back every time further than a stone's throw. Not one of us escaped unhurt. I was wounded in the face, and if they had had more arrows, for only a few were found, Without any doubt, they would have done us great harm. At the last onset, the captains Dorantes, Peñalosa, and Teles, with 15 men, placed themselves in ambush and attacked them from the rear, causing them to flee and leave us. The next morning, I destroyed more than 30 of their canoes, which served to protect us against a northern wind then blowing, on account of which we had to stay there in the severe cold, not venturing out to sea on account of the heavy storm. After this, we again embarked and navigated for 3 days, having taken along but a small supply of water, the vessels we had for it being few. So we found ourselves in the same plight as before. Continuing onward, we entered a firth, an estuary, and there saw a canoe with Indians approaching. As we hailed them, they came, and the governor, whose barge they neared first, asked them for water. They offered to get some, provided we gave them something in which to carry it, and a Christian Greek called Doroteo Teodoro, who has already been mentioned, said he would go with them. The governor and others vainly tried to dissuade him, but he insisted upon going, and went, taking along a Negro, while the Indians left 2 of their numbers as hostages. At night the Indians returned and brought back our vessels, but without water. Neither did the Christians return with them. Those that had remained as hostages, when their people spoke to them, attempted to throw themselves into the water, but our men on the barge held them back, and so the other Indians forsook their canoe, leaving us very despondent and sad for the loss of those 2 Christians. In the morning, many canoes of Indians came, demanding their 2 companions, who had remained in the barge as hostages. The governor answered that he would give them up, provided they returned the 2 Christians. With those people there came 5 or 6 chiefs, who seemed to us to be of better appearance, greater authority, and manner of composure than any we had yet seen, although not as tall as those of whom we have before spoken. They wore their hair loose and very long, and were clothed in robes of marten, of the kind we had obtained previously, some of them done up in very strange fashion, because they showed patterns of fawn-colored furs that looked very well. They entreated us to go with them, and said they would give us the Christians, water, and many other things, and more canoes kept coming toward us, trying to block the mouth of that inlet. And for this reason, as well as because the land appeared very dangerous to remain in, we took again to sea, where we stayed with them till noon. And as they would not return the Christians, and for that reason neither would we give up the Indians, they began to throw stones at us with slings and darts, threatening to shoot arrows, although we did not see more than 3 or 4 bows. While thus engaged, the wind freshened, and they turned about and left us. We navigated that day until nightfall, when my bark, which was the foremost, discovered a promontory made by the coast. At the other end was a very large river, and at a small island on the point I anchored to wait for the other barges. The governor did not want to touch land, but entered a bay close by, where there were many small islands. There we got together and took fresh water out of the sea, because the river emptied into it like a torrent. For 2 days we had eaten the corn raw, and now, in order to toast it, we went ashore on that island, but not finding any firewood, agreed to go to the river, which was 1 league from there behind the point. However, the current was so strong that it in no way allowed us to land, but rather carried us away from the shore against all our efforts. The north wind that blew offshore freshened so much that it drove us back to the high sea, without our being able to do anything against it. And at about 1/2 league from shore, we sounded and found no bottom, even at 30 fathoms. Without being able to understand it, it was the current that disturbed our soundings. We navigated 2 days yet, trying hard to reach the shore. On the 3rd day, a little before sunrise, we saw many columns of smoke rising on the coast. Working towards these, we found ourselves in 3 fathoms of water, but it being night, did not dare to land because, as we had seen so much smoke, we believed that greater danger might be in wait for us there. We were unable to see, owing to the darkness, what we should do, so we determined to wait until morning. When it dawned, the barges had been driven apart from each other. I found myself in 30 fathoms, and drifting along at the hour of vespers, I descried 2 barges, and as I approached, saw that the first one was that of the governor, who asked me what I thought we should do. I told him that we ought to rejoin the other barge, which was ahead of us, and in no manner forsake her, and the 3 together should continue our way whither God might take us. He replied it was impossible, since the barge was drifting far away into the sea, whereas he wanted to land, but that if I wished to follow, I should put the people of my barge at the oars and work hard, as only by the strength of our arms the land could be reached. In this way he had been advised by a captain he had along, whose name was Pantoja, who told him that if he did not land that day, he would not in 6 days more, during which time we should of necessity starve. Seeing his determination, I took to my own oar, and the other oarsmen in my craft did the same, and thus we rowed until nearly sunset. But as the governor had with him the healthiest and strongest men, in no way could we follow or keep up with him. Seeing this, I asked him to give me a rope from his barge to be able to follow, but he answered that it was no small effort on their part alone to reach the shore on that night. I told him that since it was barely possible for us to follow and do what he had ordained, he should tell me what he commanded me to do. He answered that this was no time for orders, that each one should do the best he could to save himself, and that he intended to do it that way. And with this, he went on with his craft. As I could not follow him, I went after the other barge, which was out at sea, and waited for me, and reaching it, I found it was the one of the captains Peñalosa and Teles. We traveled together for 4 days, our daily ration being half a handful of raw maize. At the end of these 4 days, a storm overtook us, in which the other barge was lost. God's great mercy preserved us from being drowned in that weather. It being winter and the cold very great, and as we had been suffering so many days from hunger and from the injuries we received from the waves, that the next day people began to break down, so that when the sun set, all those aboard of my barge had fallen in a heap, and were so near dying that few remained conscious, and not 5 men kept on their feet. When night came, the skipper and I were the only ones able to manage the barge. 2 hours after nightfall, the skipper told me to steer the craft alone, since he felt that he would die that same night. Thereupon I stood at the helm, and after midnight went to see if the skipper was dead. But he said that, on the contrary, he felt better and would steer until daybreak. On that occasion, I would have hailed death with delight, rather than to see so many people around me in such a condition. After the skipper had taken the barge under his control, I went to rest, very much without resting, for I thought of anything else but sleep. Near daybreak, I fancied to hear the sound of breakers, for as the coast was low, their noise was greater. Surprised at it, I called the skipper, who said he thought we were near the shore. Sounding, we found 7 fathoms, and he was of the opinion that we should keep offshore till dawn. So I took the oar and rowed along the coast, from which we were 1 league away, and turned the stern to seaward. Close to shore a wave took us, and hurled the barge a horse's length out of water. With the violent shock, nearly all the people who lay in the boat like dead came to themselves, and seeing we were close to land, began to crawl out on all fours. As they took to some rocks, we built a fire and toasted some of our maize. We found rainwater, and with the warmth of the fire, people revived and began to cheer up. The day we arrived there was the 6th of the month of November. After the people had eaten, I sent Lope de Oviedo, who was the strongest and hardiest of all, to go to some trees nearby and climb to the top of one, examine the surroundings and the country in which we were. He did so, and found we were on an island, and that the ground was hollowed out as if cattle had gone over it, from which it seemed to him that the land belonged to Christians, and so he told us. I sent him again to look and examine more closely if there were any worn trails, and not to go too far as not to run into danger. He went, found a footpath, followed it for about 1/2 league, and saw several Indian huts which stood empty because the Indians had gone out into the countryside. He took away a cooking pot, a little dog, and a few fish and turned back. But as he seemed to delay, I sent 2 other Christians to look for him and find out what had happened. They met him nearby and saw that 3 Indians with bows and arrows were following and calling to him, while he did the same to them by signs. So he came to where we were, the Indians remaining behind, seated on the beach. Half an hour after, 100 Indian archers joined them, and our fright was such that, whether tall or little, it made them appear giants to us. They stood still close to the first ones, near where we were. We could not defend ourselves, as there were scarcely 3 of us who could stand on their feet. The inspector and I stepped forward and called them. They came, and we tried to quiet them the best we could and save ourselves, giving them beads and bells. Each one of them gave me an arrow in token of friendship, and by signs they gave us to understand that on the following morning they would come back with food, as then they had none. The next day at sunrise, which was the hour the Indians had given us to understand, they came as promised and brought us plenty of fish and some roots which they eat that taste like nuts, some bigger, some smaller, most of which are taken out of the water with much trouble. In the evening they returned and brought us more fish and some of the same roots, and they brought their women and children to look at us. They thought themselves very rich with the little bells and beads we gave them, and thereafter visited us daily with the same things as before. As we saw ourselves provided with fish, roots, water, and the other things we had asked for, we concluded to embark again and continue our voyage. We lifted the barge out of the sand into which it had sunk, for which purpose we all had to take off our clothes, and had great work to set her afloat, as our condition was such that much lighter things would have given us trouble. Then we embarked. 2 crossbow shots from shore, a wave swept over us. We all got wet, and being naked and the cold very great, the oars dropped out of our hands. The next wave overturned the barge. The inspector and 2 others clung to her to save themselves, but the contrary happened. They got underneath the barge and were drowned. The shore being very rough, the sea took the others and thrust them half dead on the beach of the same island again, less the 3 that had perished underneath the barge. The rest of us, as naked as we had been born, had lost everything, and while it was not worth much, to us it meant a great deal. It was in November, bitterly cold, and we in such a state that every bone could easily be counted, and we looked like death itself. Of myself, I can say that since the month of May, I had not tasted anything but toasted maize, and even sometimes had been obliged to eat it raw. Although the horses were killed during the time the barges were built, I never could eat of them, and not 10 times did I taste fish. This I say in order to explain, and that any one might guess how we were off. On top of all this, a north wind arose, so that we were nearer death than life. It pleased our Lord that, searching for the remnants of our former fire, we found wood with which we built big fires, and then with many tears begged our Lord for mercy and forgiveness of our sins. Every one of us pitied not only himself, but all the others whom he saw in the same condition. At sunset, the Indians, thinking we had not left, came to bring us food. But when they saw us in such a different attire from before, and so strange looking, they were so frightened as to turn back. I went to call them, and in great fear they came. I then gave them to understand by signs how we had lost a barge and 3 of our men had been drowned, while before them there lay 2 of our men dead, with the others about to go the same way. Upon seeing the disaster we had suffered, our misery and distress, the Indians sat down with us, and all began to weep out of compassion for our misfortune. And for more than half an hour they wept so loud and so sincerely that it could be heard far away. Verily, to see beings so devoid of reason, untutored, so like unto brutes, yet so deeply moved by pity for us, it increased my feelings and those of others in my company for our own misfortune. When the lament was over, I spoke to the Christians and asked them if they would like me to beg the Indians to take us to their homes. Some of the men who had been to New Spain answered that it would be unwise, as once at their abode, they might sacrifice us to their idols. Still, seeing there was no remedy, and that in any other way death was surer and nearer, I did not mind what they said, but begged the Indians to take us to their dwellings, at which they showed great pleasure, telling us to tarry yet a little, but that they would do what we wished. Soon 30 of them loaded themselves with firewood and went to their lodges, which were far away, while we stayed with the others until it was almost dark. Then they took hold of us and carried us along hurriedly to where they lived. Against the cold, and lest on the way some one of us might faint or die, they had provided 4 or 5 big fires on the road, at each one of which they warmed us. As soon as they saw we had regained a little warmth and strength, they would carry us to the next fire with such haste that our feet barely touched the ground. So we got to their dwellings, where we saw they had built a hut for us with many fires in it. About 1 hour after our arrival, they began to dance and to make a great celebration, which lasted the whole night, although there was neither pleasure, feast, nor sleep in it for us, since we expected to be sacrificed. In the morning, they again gave us fish and roots, and treated us so well that we became reassured, losing somewhat our apprehension of being butchered. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. Translated by Fanny Bandelier. Section 4. That same day I saw on one of the Indians a trinket he had not gotten from us, and asking from where they had obtained it, they answered by signs that other men like ourselves, and who were still in our rear, had given it to them. Hearing this, I sent 2 Christians with 2 Indians to guide them to those people. Very nearby they met them, and they also were looking for us, as the Indians had told them of our presence in the neighborhood. These were the captains Andres Dorantes and Alonso del Castillo, with all of their crew. When they came near us, they were much frightened at our appearance, and grieved at being unable to give us anything, since they had nothing but their clothes. And they stayed with us there, telling how on the 5th of that same month their barge stranded a league and a half from there, and they escaped without anything being lost. Altogether, we agreed upon repairing their barge, and that those who had strength and inclination should proceed in it, while the others should remain until completely restored, and then go as best they could along the coast, following it till God would be pleased to get us all together to a land of Christians. So we set to work, but ere the barge was afloat, Tavera, a gentleman in our company, died, while the barge proved not to be seaworthy and soon sank. Now, being in the condition which I have stated, that is, most of us naked, and the weather so unfavorable for walking and for swimming across rivers and coves, and we had neither food nor any way to carry it, we determined upon submitting to necessity and upon wintering there, and we also agreed that 4 men who were the most able-bodied should go to Panuco, which we believed to be nearby, and that if it was God our Lord's will to take them there, they should tell of our remaining on the island and of our distress. One of them was a Portuguese called Alvaro Fernandez, a carpenter and sailor. The second was Mendez. The third, Figueroa, a native of Toledo. The fourth, Astudillo from Zafra. They were all good swimmers, and took with them an Indian from the island. A few days after these 4 Christians had left, the weather became so cold and tempestuous that the Indians could no longer pull roots, and the canebrake in which they used to fish yielded nothing more. As the lodges afforded so little shelter, people began to die, and 5 Christians quartered on the coast were driven to such an extremity that they ate each other up until but one remained, who, being left alone, there was nobody to eat him. Their names are Sierra, Diego Lopez, Corral, Palacios, and Gonzalo Ruiz. At this, the Indians were so startled, and there was such an uproar among them, that I verily believe if they had seen this at the beginning, they would have killed them, and we all would have been in great danger. After a very short time, out of 80 men who had come there in our 2 parties, only 15 remained alive. Then the natives fell sick from the stomach, so that 1/2 of them died also, and they, believing we had killed them, and holding it to be certain, they agreed among themselves to kill those of us who survived. But when they came to execute it, an Indian who kept me told them not to believe we were the cause of their dying, for if we had so much power, we would not have suffered so many of our own people to perish, without being able to remedy it ourselves. He also told them there remained but very few of us, and none of them did any harm or injury, so that the best was to let us alone. It pleased our Lord they should listen to his advice and counsel, and give up their idea. To this island we gave the name of the Island of Ill Fate. The people on it are tall and well formed. They have no other weapons than bows and arrows, with which they are most dexterous. The men have one of their nipples perforated from side to side, and sometimes both. Through this hole is thrust a reed as long as 2½ hands, and as thick as 2 fingers. They also have the under lip perforated, and a piece of cane in it as thin as the half of a finger. The women do the hard work. People stay on this island from October till the end of February, feeding on the roots I have mentioned, taken from under the water in November and December. They have channels made of reeds, and get fish only during that time. Afterwards they subsist on roots. At the end of February they remove to other parts in search of food, because the roots begin to sprout, and are not good any more. Of all the people in the world, they are those who most love their children, and treat them best. And should the child of one of them happen to die, parents and relatives bewail it, and the whole settlement. the lament lasting a full year, day after day. Before sunrise, the parents begin to weep. After them, the tribe, and the same they do at noon and at dawn. At the end of the year of mourning, they celebrate the anniversary and wash and cleanse themselves of all their paint. They mourn all their dead in this manner, old people excepted, to whom they do not pay any attention, saying that these have had their time and are no longer of any use, but only take space and food from the children. Their custom is to bury the dead, except those who are medicine men among them, whom they burn. And while the fire is burning, all dance and make a big festival, grinding the bones to powder. At the end of the year, when they celebrate the anniversary, they scarify themselves and give to the relatives the pulverized bones to drink in water. Every man has a recognized wife, but the medicine men enjoy greater privileges, since they may have two or three, and among these wives there is great friendship and harmony. When one takes a woman for his wife, from the day he marries her, whatever he may hunt or fish, she has to fetch it to the home of her father, without daring to touch or eat of it. And from the home of the father-in-law they bring the food to the husband. All the while neither the wife's father nor her mother enter his abode, nor is he allowed to go to theirs, or to the homes of his brothers-in-law. And should they happen to meet, they go out of each other's way a crossbow shot or so, with bowed heads and eyes cast to the ground, holding it to be an evil thing to look at each other or speak. The women are free to communicate with their parents-in-law or relatives and speak to them. This custom prevails from that island as far as about 50 leagues inland. There is another custom, that when a son or brother dies, no food is gathered by those of his household for 3 months, preferring rather to starve, but the relatives and neighbors provide them with victuals. Now, as during the time we were there, so many of them died, that there was great starvation in most of the lodges, due to their customs and ceremonials, as well as to the weather, which was so rough that such as could go out after food brought in but very little, withal working hard for it. Therefore the Indians by whom I was kept forsook the island, and in several canoes went over to the mainland, to some bays where there were a great many oysters, and during 3 months of the year they do not eat anything else and drink very bad water. There is lack of firewood, but great abundance of mosquitoes. Their lodges are made of matting and built on oyster shells, upon which they sleep in hides, which they only get by chance. There we remained to the end of April, when we went to the seashore, where we ate blackberries for a whole month, during which time they danced and celebrated incessantly. On the island I have spoken of, they wanted to make medicine men of us, without any examination or asking for our diplomas, because they cure disease by breathing on the sick, and with that breath and their hands they drive the ailment away. So they summoned us to do the same, in order to be at least of some use. We laughed, taking it for a jest, and said that we did not understand how to cure. Thereupon they withheld our food to compel us to do what they wanted. Seeing our obstinacy, an Indian told me that I did not know what I said by claiming that what he knew was useless, because stones and things growing out in the field have their virtues, and he, with a heated stone, placing it on the stomach, could cure and take away pain, so that we, who were wiser men, surely had greater power and virtue. At last we found ourselves in such stress as to have to do it, without risking any punishment. Their manner of curing is as follows. When one is ill, they call in a medicine man, and after they are well again, not only do they give him all they have, but even things they strive to obtain from their relatives. All the medicine man does is to make a few cuts where the pain is located, and then suck the skin around the incisions. They cauterize with fire, thinking it very effective, and I found it to be so by my own experience. Then they breathe on the spot where the pain is, and believe that with this, the disease goes away. The way we treated the sick was to make over them the sign of the cross while breathing on them, recite a Pater Noster and Ave Maria, and pray to God our Lord as best we could to give them good health and inspire them to do us some favors. Thanks to His will and the mercy He had upon us, all those for whom we prayed, as soon as we crossed them, told the others that they were cured and felt well again. For this they gave us good cheer and would rather be without food themselves so as to give it to us, and they gave us hides and other small things. So great was the lack of food then that I often remained without eating anything whatsoever for 3 days, and they were in the same plight, so that it seemed to me impossible for life to last, although I afterwards suffered still greater privations and much more distress, as I shall tell further on. The Indians that kept Alonso del Castillo, Andres Dorantes, and the others who were still alive, being of another language and stock, had gone to feed on oysters at another point on the mainland, where they remained until the first day of the month of April. Then they came back to the island, which was from there nearly 2 leagues off, where the channel is broadest. The island is half a league wide and 5 long. All the people of this country go naked. Only the women cover part of their bodies with a kind of wool that grows on trees. The girls go about in deerskins. They are very liberal towards each other with what they have. There is no ruler among them. All who are of the same descendancy cluster together. There are 2 distinct languages spoken on the island. Those of one language are called Capoques, those of the other Han. They have the custom, when they know each other and meet from time to time, before they speak, to weep for half an hour. After they have wept, the one who receives the visit rises and gives to the other all he has. The other takes it, and in a little while goes away with everything. Even sometimes, after having given and obtained all, they part without having uttered a word. There are other very queer customs, but having told the principal ones and the most striking, I must now proceed to relate what further happened to us. After Dorantes and Castillo had come back to the island, they gathered together all the Christians who were somewhat scattered, and there were in all 14. I, as told, was in another place on the mainland, whither my Indians had taken me, and where I suffered from such a severe illness that, although I might otherwise have entertained some hope for life, this was enough to take it away from me completely. When the Christians learned of it, they gave an Indian the robe of marten we had taken from the cacique, as stated, in order that he should guide them to where I was to see me. And so 12 of them came, 2 having become so feeble that they did not dare to take them along. The names of those who came are Alonso del Castillo, Andres Dorantes, and Diego Dorantes, Valdivieso, Estrada, Tostado, Chavez, Gutierrez, an Asturian priest, Diego de Huelva, Estevanico the Negro, and Benitez. And as they reached the mainland, they found still another of our men named Francisco de Leon, and the 13 went along the coast. After they had gone by, the Indians with whom I was told me of it, and how Hieronimo de Alanis and Lope de Oviedo had been left on the island. My sickness prevented me from following or seeing them. I had to remain with those same Indians of the island for more than 1 year, and as they made me work so much and treated me so badly, I determined to flee and go to those who lived in the woods on the mainland, and who are called those of Charuco. I could no longer stand the life I was compelled to lead. Among many other troubles, I had to pull the eatable roots out of the water and from among the canes where they were buried in the ground. And from this, my fingers had become so tender that the mere touch of a straw caused them to bleed. The reeds would cut me in many places, because many were broken, and I had to go in among them with the clothing I had on, of which I have told. This is why I went to work and joined the other Indians. Among these, I improved my condition a little by becoming a trader, doing the best in it I could, and they gave me food and treated me well. They entreated me to go about from one part to another to get the things they needed, as on account of constant warfare there is neither travel nor barter in the land. So, trading along with my wares, I penetrated inland as far as I cared to go, and along the coast as much as 40 or 50 leagues. My stock consisted mainly of pieces of seashells and cockles, and shells with which they cut a fruit which is like a bean, used by them for healing and in their dances and feasts. This is of greatest value among them, besides shell beads and other objects. These things I carried inland, and in exchange brought back hides and red ochre with which they rub and dye their faces and hair, flint for arrow points, glue and hard canes wherewith to make them, and tassels made of the hair of deer which they dye red. This trade suited me well, because it gave me liberty to go wherever I pleased. I was not bound to do anything, and no longer a slave. Wherever I went, they treated me well, and gave me to eat for the sake of my wares. My principal object in doing it, however, was to find out in what manner I might get further away. I became well known among them. They rejoiced greatly when seeing me, and I would bring them what they needed, and those who did not know me would desire and endeavor to meet me for the sake of my fame. My sufferings while trading thus it would take long to tell. Danger, hunger, storms and frost overtaking me often in the open field and alone, and from which, through the mercy of God our Lord, I escaped. For this reason I did not go out trading in winter, it being the time when the Indians themselves remain in their huts and abodes, unable to go out or assist each other. Nearly 6 years I spent thus in the country, alone among them and naked, as they all were themselves. The reason for remaining so long was that I wished to take with me a Christian called Lope de Oviedo, who still lingered on the island. The other companion, Alanis, who remained with him after Alonso del Castillo and Andres Dorantes and all the others had gone, soon died. And in order to get him, Oviedo, out of there, I went over to the island every year, entreating him to leave with me and go, as well as we could, in search of Christians. But year after year he put it off to the year that was to follow. In the end I got him to come, took him away, and carried him across the inlets and through 4 rivers on the coast, since he could not swim. Thence we proceeded, together with several Indians, to an inlet 1 league wide, very deep everywhere, and which seemed to us, from what we saw, to be the one called of the Holy Ghost. On the opposite shore we saw Indians who had come to meet those in our company. They informed us that further on there were 3 men like ourselves, and told us their names. Upon being asked about the rest of the party, they answered that all had died from cold and hunger, and that the Indians beyond had killed Diego Dorantes, Valdivieso, and Diego de Huelva willfully, only because these had gone from one house to another, and their neighbors, with whom was now the Captain Dorantes, had, in consequence of some dream dreamt by these Indians, killed Esquivel and Mendez also. We asked them about those who remained alive, and they said they were in a very sorry condition, as the boys and other Indians, idlers and roughs, kicked them, slapped their faces, and beat them with sticks, and such was the life they had to lead. We inquired about the country further on and the sustenance that might be found in it. They said it was very thinly settled, with nothing to eat, and the people dying from cold, as they had neither hides nor anything else to protect their bodies. They also told us that, if we wished to meet the 3 Christians about 2 days hence, the Indians would come to a place about 1 league from there on the shore of that river to feed on nuts, and to show us that what they said of the ill treatment of our people was true. The Indians with whom we were kicked and beat my companion. Neither did I remain without my share of it. They threw mud at us and put arrows to our chests every day, saying they would kill us in the same way as our other companions. And fearing this, Lope de Oviedo, my companion, said he preferred to go back with some women of the Indians in whose company he had forded the cove and who had remained behind. I insisted he should not go and did all I could to prevail upon him to remain, but it was in vain. He went back, and I remained alone among these Indians, who are called Quevenes, whereas those with whom he went away were called de Aguanes. 2 days after Lope de Oviedo had gone, the Indians who kept Alonso del Castillo and Andres Dorantes came to the very spot we had been told of to eat the nuts upon which they subsist for 2 months in the year, grinding certain small grains with them, without eating anything else. Even of that they do not always have, since one year there may be some and the next year not. The nuts, are of the size of those of Galicia, and the trees are very big and numerous. An Indian told me that the Christians had come, and that if I wished to see them, I should run away to hide on the edge of a grove to which he pointed, as he and some of his relatives were to visit these Indians, and would take me along to the Christians. I confided in them and determined to do it, because they spoke a different language from that of my Indians. So the next day they took me along. When I got near the site where they had their lodges, Andres Dorantes came out to look who it was, because the Indians had informed him also that a Christian was coming. And when he saw me, he was much frightened, as for many days they believed me to be dead, the Indians having told them so. We gave many thanks to God for being together again, and that day was one of the happiest we enjoyed in our time. And going to where was Castillo, they asked me whither I went. I told him my purpose was to go to a country of Christians, and that I followed this direction and trail. Andres Dorantes said that for many days he had been urging Castillo and Estevanico to go further on, but they did not risk it, being unable to swim and afraid of the rivers and inlets that had to be crossed so often in that country. Still, as it pleased God our Lord to spare me after all my sufferings and sickness, and finally let me rejoin them, they at last determined upon fleeing, as I would take them safely across the rivers and bays we might meet. But they advised me to keep it secret from the Indians, as well as my own departure, lest they would kill me forthwith, and that to avoid this it was necessary to remain with them for 6 months longer, after which time they would remove to another section in order to eat prickly pears. These are fruit of the size of eggs, red and black, and taste very good. For 3 months they subsist upon them exclusively, eating nothing else. Now at the time they pluck this fruit, other Indians from beyond come to them with bows for barter and exchange, and when those turn back, we thought of joining them and escaping in this way. With this understanding I remained, and they gave me as a slave to an Indian with whom Dorantes stayed. This Indian, his wife, their son, and another Indian who was with them were all cross-eyed. These are called Mariames, and Castillo was with others who were their neighbors, called Iguaces. And so, being here with them, they told me that after leaving the island of ill fate, they met on the coast the boat in which the purser and the monks were going adrift, and that, crossing the rivers, of which there were 4, all very large and very swift, the barges in which they crossed were swept out into the sea, where 4 of their number were drowned. Thus they went ahead until they had crossed the inlet, which they did by dint of great efforts. 15 leagues from there they met another of our parties, and when they reached there, already 2 of their companions had died in 60 leagues of travel. The survivors also were very near death. On the whole trip they ate nothing but crawfish and yerba pedrera. At this, the last cove, They said they saw Indians eating blackberries, who, upon perceiving the Christians, went away to another promontory. While seeking a way to cross the cove, an Indian and a Christian came towards them, and they recognized Figueroa, one of the 4 we had sent ahead from the island of Ill Fate, who there told them how he and his companions had gotten to that place, where 2 of their number and 1 Indian had died from cold and hunger, because they had come and remained in the worst weather known. He also said that the Indians took him and Mendez. While with them, Mendez fled, going in the direction of Panuco as best he might, but the Indians pursued and killed him. So as he, Figueroa, was with these same Indians, he learned from them that with the Mariames there was a Christian who had come over from the other side and had met him with those called Quevenes, and that this Christian was Hernando de Esquivel from Badajoz, a companion of the commissary. From Esquivel he learned how the governor, the purser, and the others had ended. The purser with the friars had stranded with their barge among the rivers, and while they were proceeding along the coast, the barge of the governor and his men came to land also. He, the governor, then went with his barge as far as the big cove, whence he returned and took his men across to the other side, then came back for the purser, the monks, and the rest. He further told him that after disembarking, the governor revoked the powers he had given to the purser as his lieutenant, giving the office to a captain that was with him called Pantoja. The governor did not land that night, but remained on his barge with a pilot and a page who was sick. They had neither water nor anything to eat aboard, and at midnight a northerner set in with such violence that it carried the barge out into the sea without anybody noticing it. They had for an anchor only a stone, and never more did they hear of him. Thereupon the people who had remained on land proceeded along the coast, and being much impeded by water, built rafts with great trouble, in which they passed to the other side. Going ahead, they reached a point of timber on the beach, where they found Indians who, upon seeing them approach, placed their lodges on the canoes and crossed over to the other side of the coast. And the Christians, in view of the season and weather, since it was in the month of November, remained in this timber, because they found water and firewood, some crawfish and other seafood, but from cold and hunger they began to die. Moreover, Pantoja, who remained as lieutenant, ill-treated them. On this, Sotomayor, brother of Vasco Porcayo, the one from the island of Cuba who had come in the fleet as maestro de campo, unable to stand it longer, quarreled with Pantoja and struck him a blow with a stick, of which he died. Thus they perished one after another, the survivors slicing the dead for meat. The last one to die was Sotomayor, and Esquivel cut him up and fed on his body until the 1st of March, when an Indian of those who had taken to flight previously came to look if they were dead, and took Esquivel along with him. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. Translated by Fanny Bandelier. Section 5. Once in the hands of this Indian, Figueroa spoke to Esquivel, learning from him what we have told here, and he entreated him to go in his company towards Panuco. But Esquivel refused, saying he had heard from the monks that Panuco was in their rear, And so he remained while Figueroa went back to the coast where he formerly had been. All this account Figueroa gave after Esquivel's narrative, and thus from one to the other it came to me. Through it the fate of the whole fleet will be learned and known, and what happened to everyone in particular. And he said furthermore that if the Christians would go about there for some time, they might possibly meet Esquivel, because he knew that he had run away from the Indian with whom he was, and gone to others called Mariames, who were their neighbors. And as I have just said, he and the Asturian wished to go to other Indians further on, but when those with whom they were found it out, they beat them severely, undressed the Asturian, and pierced one of his arms with an arrow. At last the Christians escaped through flight, and remained with the other Indians, whose slaves they agreed to become. But although serving them, they were so ill treated that no slaves nor men in any condition of life were ever so abused. Not content with cuffing and beating them, and pulling out their beards for mere pastime, they killed 3 out of the 6, only because they went from one lodge to another. These were Diego Dorantes, Valdivieso, and Diego de Huelva. The 3 remaining ones expected to meet the same fate in the end. To escape from that life, Andres Dorantes fled to the Mariames, and they were the ones with whom Esquivel had been. They told him how Esquivel stayed with them, and how he fled because a woman dreamt he would kill her son, and the Indians pursued and killed him. They also showed Andres Dorantes his sword, his rosary, his prayer book, and other things of his. It is a custom of theirs to kill even their own children for the sake of dreams, and the girls, when newly born, they throw away to be eaten by dogs. The reason why they do it is, as they say, that all the others of that country are their enemies, with whom they are always at war, and should they marry their daughters, they might multiply so much as to be able to overcome them and reduce them to slavery. Hence, they prefer to kill the girls rather than see them give birth to children who would become their foes. We asked them why they did not wed the girls among themselves. They replied it was bad to marry them to their own kin, and much better to do away with their daughters than to leave them to relatives or to enemies. This custom they have in common with their neighbors, the Iguaces, and no other tribe of that country has it. When they want to get married, they buy their wives from their enemies. The price paid for a woman is a bow, the best to be had, with 2 arrows, and if he has no bow, he gives a net as much as a fathom in width and 1 in length. They kill their own children and buy those of strangers. Marriage only lasts as long as they please. For a mere nothing they break up wedlock. Dorantes remained only a few days with those Indians and then escaped. Castillo and Estevanico went inland to the Iguaces. All those people are archers and well built, although not as tall as those we had left behind us, and they have the nipple and lip perforated. Their principal food are 2 or 3 kinds of roots, which they hunt for all over the land. They are very unhealthy, inflating, and it takes 2 days to roast them. Many are very bitter, and with all that, they are gathered with difficulty. But those people are so much exposed to starvation that these roots are to them indispensable, and they walk 2 and 3 leagues to obtain them. Now and then they kill deer, and at times get a fish, but this is so little, and their hunger so great, that they eat spiders and ant eggs, worms, lizards, and salamanders and serpents, also vipers, the bite of which is deadly. They swallow earth and wood, and all they can get, the dung of deer, and more things I do not mention. And I verily believe from what I saw, that if there were any stones in the country, they would eat them also. They preserve the bones of the fish they eat, of snakes and other animals, to pulverize them and eat the powder. The men do not carry burdens or loads. The women and old men have to do it, for those are the people they least esteem. They have not as much love for their children as those spoken of before. Some among them are given to unnatural vices. The women are compelled to do very hard work, and in a great many ways, for out of 24 hours of day and night, they get only 6 hours rest. They spend most of the night in stirring the fire to dry those roots which they eat, and at daybreak they begin to dig and carry firewood and water to their houses and attend to other necessary matters. Most of these Indians are great thieves, for although very liberal towards each other, as soon as one turns his head, his own son or the father grabs what he can. They are great liars and drunkards, and take something in order to become intoxicated. They are so accustomed to running that, without resting or getting tired, they run from morning till night in pursuit of a deer, and kill a great many, because they follow until the game is worn out, sometimes catching it alive. Their huts are of matting placed over 4 arches. They carry them on their back and move every 2 or 3 days in quest of food. They plant nothing that could be of any use. They are a very merry people, and even when famished, do not cease to dance and celebrate their feasts and ceremonials. Their best times are when the tunas, prickly pears, are ripe, because then they have plenty to eat and spend the time in dancing and eating day and night. As long as these tunas last, they squeeze and open them and set them to dry. When dried, they are put in baskets, like figs, and kept to be eaten on the way. The peelings they grind and pulverize. While with them, it happened many times that we were 3 or 4 days without food. Then, in order to cheer us, they would tell us not to despair, since we would have tunas very soon, and eat much, and drink their juice, and get big stomachs, and be merry, contented, and without hunger. But from the day they set it to the season of the tunas, there would still elapse 5 or 6 months, and we had to wait that long. When the time came and we went to eat tunas, there were a great many mosquitoes of 3 kinds, all very bad and troublesome, which during most of the summer persecuted us. In order to protect ourselves, we built all around our camps big fires of damp and rotten wood that gave no flame but much smoke, and this was the cause of further trouble to us, for the whole night we did not do anything but weep from the smoke that went to our eyes, and the heat from the fires was so insufferable that we would go to the shore for rest. And when sometimes we were able to sleep, the Indians roused us again with blows to go and kindle the fires. Those from further inland have another remedy just as bad and even worse, which is to go about with a firebrand, setting fire to the plains and timber so as to drive off the mosquitoes, and also to get lizards and similar things which they eat to come out of the soil. In the same manner they kill deer, encircling them with fires, and they do it also to deprive the animals of pasture, compelling them to go for food where the Indians want. For never they build their abodes except where there are wood and water, and sometimes load themselves with the requisites, and go in quest of deer, which are found mostly where there is neither water nor wood. On the very day they arrive, they kill deer and whatever else can be had, and use all the water and wood to cook their food with, and build fires against the mosquitoes. They wait for another day to get something to take along on the road, and when they leave, they are so badly bitten by mosquitoes as to appear like lepers. In this manner, they satisfy their hunger twice or thrice a year, and at such great sacrifice as I have told. Having been with them, I can say that no toil or suffering in this world comes near it. All over this country there are a great many deer, fowl, and other animals which I have before enumerated. Here also they come up with cows. I have seen them thrice and have eaten their meat. They appear to me the size of those in Spain. Their horns are small, like those of the Moorish cattle. The hair is very long, like fine wool, and like a pea jacket. Some are brownish and others black, and to my taste they have better and more meat than those from here. Of the small hides, the Indians make blankets to cover themselves with, and of the taller ones they make shoes and targets. These cows come from the north, across the country further on to the coast of Florida, and are found all over the land for over 400 leagues. On this whole stretch through the valleys by which they come, people who live there descend to subsist upon their flesh, and a great quantity of hides are met with inland. When I had been with the Christians for 6 months, waiting to execute our plans, the Indians went for Tunis, at a distance of 30 leagues from there, and as we were about to flee, the Indians began fighting among themselves over a woman, and cuffed and struck and hurt each other, and in great rage each one took his lodge and went his own way. So we Christians had to part, and in no manner could we get together again until the year following. During that time I fared very badly, as well from lack of food as from the abuse the Indians gave me. So badly was I treated that I had to flee 3 times from my masters, and they all went in my pursuit, ready to kill me. But God our Lord, in his infinite goodness, protected and saved my life. When the time for the Tunas came, we found each other again on the same spot. We had already agreed to escape and appointed a day for it, when on that very day the Indians separated us, sending each one to a different place, and I told my companions that I would wait for them at the Tunas until full moon. It was the 1st of September, and the first day of the new moon, and I told them that if at the time set they did not appear, I would go on alone without them. We parted, each one going off with his Indians. I remained with mine until the 13th of the moon, determined to escape to other Indians as soon as the moon would be full. And on that day there came to where I was Andres Dorantes and Estevanico. They told me they had left Castillo with other people nearby called Anagados, and how they had suffered many hardships and been lost. On the following day, our Indians moved towards where Castillo was, and were going to join those who kept him, making friends with them, as until then they had been at war. So we got Castillo also. During all the time we ate tunas, we felt thirsty. To allay our thirst, we drank the juice of the fruit, pouring it first into a pit which we dug in the soil, and when that was full, we drank to satisfaction. The Indians do it that way, out of lack of vessels. The juice is sweet and has the color of must. There are many kinds of tunas, and some very good ones, although to me all tasted well alike, hunger never leaving me time to select or stop to think which ones were better. Most of the people drink rainwater that collects here and there, for as they never have a fixed abode, they know no springs nor established watering places, although there are rivers. All over the land are vast and handsome pastures, with good grass for cattle, and it strikes me the soil would be very fertile were the country inhabited and improved by reasonable people. We saw no mountains as long as we were in this country. These Indians told us that further on there were others called Camones, who live nearer the coast, and that they were those who killed all the people that came in the barge of Peñalosa and Teles. They had been so emaciated and feeble that, when being killed, they offered no resistance. So the Indians finished with all of them, and showed us some of their clothes and weapons, and said the barge was still there, stranded. This is the 5th of the missing ones. That of the governor, we already said, had been swept out into the sea. The one of the purser and the monks was seen stranded on the beach, and Esquivel told us of their end. Of the 2 in which Castillo, I, and Dorantes were, I have told how they sank close to the Isle of Ill Fate. 2 days after moving, we recommended ourselves to God our Lord, and fled, hoping that, although it was late in the season, and the fruits of the tunas were giving out, by remaining in the field we might still get over a good portion of the land. As we proceeded that day, in great fear lest the Indians would follow us, we descried smoke, and going towards it, reached the place after sundown, where we found an Indian who, when he saw us coming, did not wait, but ran away. We sent the negro after him, and as the Indian saw him approach alone, he waited. The negro told him that we were going in search of the people that had raised the smoke. He answered that the dwellings were nearby, and that he would guide us, and we followed. He hurried ahead to tell of our coming. At sunset we came in sight of the lodges, and 2 crossbow shots before reaching them, we met 4 Indians waiting for us, and they received us well. We told them in the language of the Mariames that we had come to see them. They appeared to be pleased with our company, and took us to their homes. They lodged Dorantes and the negro at the house of a medicine man, and me and Castillo at that of another. These Indians speak another language and are called Avavares. They were those who used to fetch bows to ours and barter with them, and although of another nation and speech, they understand the idiom of those with whom we formerly were, and had arrived there on that very day with their lodges. Forthwith they offered us many tunas, because they had heard of us and of how we cured and of the miracles our Lord worked through us. And surely, even if there had been no other tokens, it was wonderful how he prepared the way for us through a country so scantily inhabited, causing us to meet people where for a long time there had been none, saving us from so many dangers, not permitting us to be killed, maintaining us through starvation and distress, and moving the hearts of the people to treat us well, as we shall tell further on. On the night we arrived there, some Indians came to Castillo complaining that their heads felt very sore and begging him for relief. As soon as he had made the sign of the cross over them and recommended them to God, at that very moment the Indians said that all the pain was gone. They went back to their abodes and brought us many tunas and a piece of venison, something we did not know any more what it was, and as the news spread, that same night there came many other sick people for him to cure, and each brought a piece of venison. And so many there were that we did not know where to store the meat. We thanked God for his daily increasing mercy and kindness, and after they were all well, they began to dance and celebrate and feast until sunrise of the day following. They celebrated our coming for 3 days, at the end of which we asked them about the land further on, the people, and the food that there might be obtained. They replied there was plenty of tunas all through that country, but that the season was over and nobody there, because all had gone to their abodes after gathering tunas. Also that the country was very cold and very few hides in it. Hearing this, and as winter and cold weather were setting in, we determined to spend it with those Indians. 5 days after our arrival, they left to get more tunas at a place where people of a different nation and language lived. And having traveled 5 days, suffering greatly from hunger, as on the way there were neither tunas nor any kind of fruit, we came to a river where we pitched our lodges. As soon as we were settled, we went out to hunt for the fruit of certain trees, which are like spring bittervetch, orobus, and as through all that country there are no trails, I lost too much time in hunting for them. The people returned without me, and starting to rejoin them that night, I went astray and got lost. It pleased God to let me find a burning tree, by the fire of which I spent that very cold night, and in the morning loaded myself with wood, took 2 burning sticks, and continued my journey. Thus I went on for 5 days, always with my firebrands and load of wood, so that in case the fire went out where there was no timber, as in many parts there is none, I always would have wherewith to make other torches and not be without firewood. It was my only protection against the cold, for I went as naked as a newborn child. For the night I used the following artifice. I went to the brush in the timber near the rivers and stopped in it every evening before sunset. Then I scratched a hole in the ground and threw in it much firewood from the numerous trees. I also picked up dry wood that had fallen and built around the hole 4 fires crosswise, being very careful to stir them from time to time. Of the long grass that grows there, I made bundles, with which I covered myself in that hole, and so was protected from the night cold. But one night fire fell on the straw with which I was covered, and while I was asleep in the hole, it began to burn so rapidly that, although I hurried out as quick as possible, I still have marks on my hair from this dangerous accident. During all that time I did not eat a mouthful, nor could I find anything to eat, and my feet, being bare, bled a great deal. God had mercy upon me that in all this time there was no norther, otherwise I could not have survived. At the end of 5 days I reached the shores of a river, and there met my Indians. They, as well as the Christians, had given me up for dead, thinking that perhaps some snake had bitten me. They all were greatly pleased to see me, the Christians especially, and told me that thus far they had wandered about famishing, and therefore had not hunted for me, and that night they gave me of their tunas. On the next day we left and went where we found a great many of that fruit, with which all appeased their hunger, and we gave many thanks to our Lord, whose help to us never failed. Early the next day many Indians came and brought 5 people who were paralyzed and very ill, and they came for Castillo to cure them. Every one of the patients offered him his bow and arrows, which he accepted, and by sunset he made the sign of the cross over each of the sick, recommending them to God our Lord, and we all prayed to him as well as we could to restore them to health. And he, seeing there was no other way of getting those people to help us so that we might be saved from our miserable existence, had mercy upon us, and in the morning all woke up well and hearty, and went away in such good health as if they never had had any ailment whatever. This caused them great admiration, and moved us to thanks to our Lord and to greater faith in his goodness, and the hope that he would save us, guiding us to where we could serve him. For myself, I may say that I always had full faith in his mercy, and that he would liberate me from captivity, and always told my companions so. When the Indians had gone and taken along those recently cured, we removed to others that were eating tunas also, called Cultalchuches and Malacones, which speak a different language, and with them were others called Coayos and Susolas, and on another side those called Atayos, who were at war with the Susolas, and exchanging arrow shots with them every day. Nothing was talked about in this whole country but the wonderful cures which God our Lord performed through us, and so they came from many places to be cured. And after having been with us 2 days, some Indians of the Susolas begged Castillo to go and attend to a man who had been wounded, as well as to others that were sick, and among whom, they said, was one on the point of death. Castillo was very timid, especially in difficult and dangerous cases, and always afraid that his sins might interfere and prevent the cures from being effective. Therefore the Indians told me to go and perform the cure. They liked me, remembering that I had relieved them while they were out gathering nuts, for which they had given us nuts and hides. This had happened at the time I was coming to join the Christians. So I had to go, and Dorantes and Estevanico went with me. When I came close to their ranches, I saw that the dying man we had been called to cure was dead, for there were many people around him weeping, and his lodge was torn down, which is a sign that the owner has died. I found the Indian with eyes upturned, without pulse, and with all the marks of lifelessness. At least so it seemed to me, and Dorantes said the same. I removed a mat with which he was covered, and as best I could, prayed to our Lord to restore his health, as well as that of all the others who might be in need of it. And after having made the sign of the cross and breathed on him many times, they brought his bow and presented it to me, and a basket of ground tunas, and took me to many others who were suffering from vertigo. They gave me 2 more baskets of tunas, which I left to the Indians that had come with us. Then we returned to our quarters. Our Indians, to whom I had given the tunas, remained there, and at night returned, telling that the dead man, whom I attended to in their presence, had resuscitated, rising from his bed, had walked about, eaten, and talked to them, and that all those treated by me were well and in very good spirits. This caused great surprise and awe, and all over the land nothing else was spoken of. All who heard it came to us that we might cure them and bless their children. And when the Indians in our company, who were the Quitalchulches, had to return to their country, before parting they offered us all the tunas they had for their journey, not keeping a single one, and gave us flintstones as long as 1½ palms, with which they cut, and that are greatly prized among them. They begged us to remember them and pray to God to keep them always healthy, which we promised to do, and so they left, the happiest people upon earth, having given us the very best they had. We remained with the Avavares Indians for 8 months, according to our reckoning of the moons. During that time they came for us from many places, and said that verily we were children of the sun. Until then, Dorantes and the Negro had not made any cures, but we found ourselves so pressed by the Indians coming from all sides that all of us had to become medicine men. I was the most daring and reckless of all in undertaking cures. We never treated anyone that did not afterwards say he was well, and they had such confidence in our skill as to believe that none of them would die as long as we were among them. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. Translated by Fanny Bandelier. Section 6. These Indians and the ones we left behind told us a very strange tale. From their account, it may have occurred 15 or 16 years ago. They said there wandered then about the country a man whom they called Bad Thing, of small stature and with a beard, although they never could see his features clearly, and whenever he would approach their dwellings, their hair would stand on end, and they began to tremble. In the doorway of the lodge there would then appear a firebrand. That man thereupon came in, and took hold of anyone he chose, and with a sharp knife of flint, as broad as a hand and 2 palms in length, he cut their side, and thrusting his hand through the gash, took out the entrails, cutting off a piece 1 palm long, which he threw into the fire. Afterwards he made 3 cuts in one of the arms, the second one at the place where people are usually bled, and twisted the arm, but reset it soon afterwards. Then he placed his hands on the wounds, and they told us they closed at once. Many times he appeared among them while they were dancing, sometimes in the dress of a woman, and again as a man, and whenever he took a notion to do it, he would seize the hut or lodge, take it up into the air, and come down with it again with a great crash. They also told us how, many a time, they set food before him, but he never would partake of it, and when they asked him where he came from, and where he had his home, he pointed to a rent in the earth, and said his house was down below. We laughed very much at those stories, making fun of them, and then, seeing our incredulity, they brought to us many of those whom they said he had taken, and we saw the scars of his slashes in the places as they told. We told them he was a demon, and explained as best we could that, if they would believe in God our Lord, and be Christians like ourselves, they would not have to fear that man, nor would he come and do such things unto them. And they might be sure that as long as we were in this country, he would not dare to appear again. At this they were greatly pleased, and lost much of their apprehension. The same Indians told us they had seen the Asturian and Figueroa with other Indians further along on the coast, which we had named for the figs. All those people had no reckoning by either sun or moon, nor do they count by months and years. They judge of the seasons by the ripening of fruits, by the time when fish die, and by the appearance of the stars, in all of which they are very clever and expert. While with them we were always well treated, although our food was never too plentiful, and we had to carry our own water and wood. Their dwellings and their food are like those of the others, but they are much more exposed to starvation, having neither maize nor acorns or nuts. We always went about naked like they, and covered ourselves at night with deerskins. During 6 of the 18 months we were with them, we suffered much from hunger, because they do not have fish either. At the end of that time the tunas began to ripen, and without their noticing it, we left and went to other Indians further ahead, called Maliacones, at a distance of 1 day's travel. 3 days after I and the negro reached there, I sent him back to get Castillo and Dorantes, and after they rejoined me, we all departed in company of the Indians, who went to eat a small fruit of some trees. On this fruit they subsist for 10 or 12 days, until the tunas are fully ripe. There they joined other Indians called Arbadaos, whom we found to be so sick, emaciated, and swollen that we were greatly astonished. The Indians with whom we had come went back on the same trail, and we told them that we wished to remain with the others, at which they showed grief. So we remained with the others in the field near their dwellings. When the Indians saw us, they clustered together, after having talked among themselves, and each one of them took the one of us whom he claimed by the hand, and they led us to their homes. While with those we suffered more from hunger than among any of the others. In the course of a whole day we did not eat more than 2 handfuls of the fruit, which was green, and contained so much milky juice that our mouths were burnt by it. As water was very scarce, whoever ate of them became very thirsty, and we finally grew so hungry that we purchased 2 dogs in exchange for nets and other things, and a hide with which I used to cover myself. I have said already that through all that country we went naked, and not being accustomed to it, like snakes, we shed our skin twice a year. Exposure to the sun and air covered our chests and backs with big sores that made it very painful to carry the big and heavy loads, the ropes of which cut into the flesh of our arms. The country is so rough and overgrown that often, after we had gathered firewood in the timber and dragged it out, we would bleed freely from the thorns and spines which cut and slashed us wherever they touched. Sometimes it happened that I was unable to carry or drag out the firewood after I had gathered it, with much loss of blood. In all that trouble, my only relief or consolation was to remember the passion of our Savior, Jesus Christ, and the blood he shed for me, and to ponder how much greater his sufferings had been from the thorns than those I was then enduring. I made a contract with the Indians to make combs, arrows, bows, and nets for them. Also, we made matting, of which their lodges are constructed, and of which they are in very great need. For although they know how to make it, they do not like to do any work in order to be able to go in quest of food. Whenever they work, they suffer greatly from hunger. Again, they would make me scrape skins and tan them, and the greatest luxury I enjoyed was on the day they would give me a skin to scrape, because I scraped it very deep in order to eat the parings, which would last me 2 or 3 days. It also happened to us, while being with these Indians and those before mentioned, that we would eat a piece of meat which they gave us raw, because if we broiled it, The first Indian coming along would snatch and eat it. It seemed useless to take any pains in view of what we might expect. Neither were we particular to go to any trouble in order to have it broiled, and might just as well eat it raw. Such was the life we led there, and even that scanty maintenance we had to earn through the objects made by our own hands for barter. After we had eaten the dogs, it seemed to us that we had enough strength to go further on, so we commended ourselves to the guidance of God our Lord, took leave of these Indians, and they put us on the track of others of their language who were nearby. While on our way, it began to rain, and rained the whole day. We lost the trail and found ourselves in a big forest, where we gathered plenty of leaves of tunas, which we roasted that same night in an oven made by ourselves, and so much heat did we give them that in the morning they were fit to be eaten. After eating them, we commended ourselves to God again, and left, and struck the trail we had lost. Issuing from the timber, we met other Indian dwellings, where we saw 2 women and some boys who were so frightened at the sight of us that they fled to the forest to call the men that were in the woods. When these came, they hid behind trees to peep at us. We called them, and they approached in great fear. After we addressed them, they told us they were very hungry, and that nearby were many of their own lodges, and they would take us to them. So that night we reached a site where there were 50 dwellings, and the people were stupefied at seeing us and showed much fear. After they had recovered from their astonishment, they approached and put their hands to our faces and bodies, and afterwards to their faces and bodies also. We stayed there that night, and in the morning they brought their sick people, begging us to cross them, and gave us what they had to eat, which were leaves of tunas and green tunas baked. For the sake of this good treatment, giving us all they had, content with being without anything for our sake, we remained with them several days, and during that time others came from further on. When those were about to leave, we told the first ones that we intended to accompany them. This made them very sad, and they begged us on their knees not to go, but we went and left them in tears at our departure, as it pained them greatly. From the island of Ill Fate on, all the Indians whom we met as far as to here have the custom of not cohabiting with their wives when these are pregnant, and until the child is 2 years old. Children are nursed to the age of 12 years, when they are old enough to gather their own food. We asked them why they brought their children up in that way, and they replied it was owing to the great scarcity of food all over that country, since it was common, as we saw, to be without it 2 or 3 days, and even 4, and for that reason they nursed the little ones so long to preserve them from perishing through hunger. And even if they should survive, they would be very delicate and weak. When one falls sick, he is left to die in the field, unless he be somebody's child. Other invalids, if unable to travel, are abandoned, but a son or brother is taken along. There is also a custom for husbands to leave their wives if they do not agree, and to remarry whom they please. This applies to the younger men, but after they have had children, they stay with their women and do not leave them. When in any village they quarrel among themselves, they strike and beat each other until worn out, and only then do they separate. Sometimes their women step in and separate them, but men never interfere in these brawls, nor do they ever use bow and arrow. And after they have fought and settled the question, they take their lodges and women and go out into the field to live apart from the others till their anger is over. And when they are no longer angry and their resentment has passed away, they return to the village and are as friendly again as if nothing had happened. There is no need of mediation. When the quarrel is between unmarried people, they go to some of the neighbors, who, even if they be enemies, will receive them well, with great festivities and gifts of what they have, so that, when pacified, they return to their village wealthy. They all are warriors and so astute in guarding themselves from an enemy as if trained in continuous wars and in Italy. When in places where their enemies can offend them, they set their lodges on the edge of the roughest and densest timber and dig a trench close to it in which they sleep. The men at arms are hidden by brushwood and have their loopholes, and are so well covered and concealed that even at close range they cannot be seen. To the densest part of the forest they open a very narrow trail, and there arrange a sleeping place for their women and children. As night sets in, they build fires in the lodges, so that if there should be spies about, these would think the people to sleep there. And before sunrise, they light the same fires again, now ditches without being seen or discovered. In case there are no forests wherein they can hide thus and prepare their ambushes, they settle on the plain wherever it appears most appropriate, surrounding the place with trenches protected by brushwood. In these they open loopholes through which they can reach the enemy with arrows, and whose parapets they build for the night. While I was with the Agüenes, and these not on their guard, their enemies surprised them at midnight, killing 3 and wounding a number, so that they fled from their houses to the forest. As soon, however, as they noticed that the others had gone, they went back, picked up all the arrows the others had spent and left, and followed them as stealthily as possible. That same night they reached the others' dwellings unnoticed, and at sunrise attacked, killing 5, besides wounding a great many. The rest made their escape, leaving homes and bows behind with all their other belongings. A short time after this, the women of those calling themselves Gibenes came, held a parley, and made them friends again. But sometimes women are also the cause of war. All those people, when they have personal questions and are not of one family, kill each other in a treacherous way and deal most cruelly with one another. Those Indians are the readiest people with their weapons of all I have seen in the world, for when they suspect the approach of an enemy, they lie awake all night with their bows within reach and a dozen of arrows. And before one goes to sleep, he tries his bow, and should the string not be to his liking, he arranges it until it suits him. Often they crawl out of their dwellings so as not to be seen, and look and spy in every direction after danger. And if they detect anything, in less than no time are they all out in the field with their bows and arrows. Thus they remain until daybreak, running hither and thither whenever they see danger or suspect their enemies might approach. When day comes, they unstring their bows until they go hunting. The strings of their bows are made of deer sinews. They fight in a crouching posture, and while shooting at each other, talk and dart from one side to the other to dodge the arrows of the foe. In this way, they receive little damage from our crossbows and muskets. On the contrary, the Indians laugh at those weapons because they are not dangerous to them on the plains over which they roam. They are only good in narrows and in swamps. Horses are what the Indians dread most, and by means of which they will be overcome. Whoever has to fight Indians must take great care not to let them think he is disheartened or that he covets what they own. In war, they must be treated very harshly, for should they notice either fear or greed, they are people who know how to abide their time for revenge and to take courage from the fears of their enemy. After spending all their arrows, they part, going each their own way, and without attempting pursuit, although one side might have more men than the other. Such is their custom. Many times they are shot through and through with arrows, but do not die from the wounds as long as the bowels or heart are not touched. On the contrary, they recover quickly. Their eyesight, hearing, and senses in general are better, I believe, than those of any other men upon earth. They can stand and have to stand much hunger, thirst, and cold, being more accustomed and used to it than others. This I wish to state here, since besides that all men are curious to know the habits and devices of others, such as might come in contact with those people should be informed of their customs and deeds, which will be of no small profit to them. I also do wish to tell of the nations and languages met with from the island of Ill Fate to the last ones, the Cuchendados. On the island of Ill Fate, two languages are spoken, the ones they call Capoques and the others Han. On the mainland, facing the island, are others called of Charuco, who take their name from the woods in which they live. Further on along the seashore are others who call themselves Degenes, and in front of them others named those of Mendica. Further on the coast, are the Quevenes. In front, further inland, the Mariames. And following the coast, we came to the Guacones, and in front of them, inland, the Iguaces. After those came the Atayos, and behind them others called Decubadaos, of whom there are a great many further on in this direction. On the coast live the Quitoles, and in front of them, inland, the Chavavares. These are joined by the Maleacones and the Quitalchuches, and others called Susolas and Comos. Ahead on the coast are the Camolas, and further on those whom we call the people of the figs. All those people have homes and villages and speak different languages. Among them is a language wherein they call men Miraaka, Araka, and dogs So. In this whole country they make themselves drunk by a certain smoke for which they give all they have. They also drink something which they extract from leaves of trees, like unto water oak, toasting them on the fire in a vessel like a low-necked bottle. When the leaves are toasted, they fill the vessel with water and hold it over the fire so long until it has thrice boiled. Then they pour the liquid into a bowl made of a gourd cut in twain. As soon as there is much foam on it, they drink it as hot as they can stand. And from the time they take it out of the first vessel until they drink, they shout, "Who wants to drink?" When the women hear this, they stand still at once, and although they carry a very heavy load, do not dare to move. Should one of them stir, she is dishonored and beaten. In a great rage, they spill the liquid they have prepared and spit out what they drank, easily and without pain. The reason for this custom, they say, is that when they want to drink that water and the women stir from the spot where they first hear the shouts, an evil substance gets into the liquid that penetrates their bodies, causing them to die before long. All the time the water boils, the vessel must be kept covered. Should it be uncovered while a woman comes along, they pour it out and do not drink of it. It is yellow, and they drink it for 3 days without partaking of any food, each consuming an arroba and a half every day. When the women are ill, they only seek food for themselves because nobody else eats of what they bring. During the time I was among them, I saw something very repulsive, namely a man married to another. Such are impotent and womanish beings, who dress like women and perform the office of women, but use the bow and carry big loads. Among these Indians we saw many of them. They are more robust than the other men, taller, and can bear heavy burdens. After parting from those we had left in tears, we went with the others to their homes and were very well received. They brought us their children to touch and gave us much mesquite meal. This mesquiques is a fruit which, while on the tree, is very bitter and like the carob bean. It is eaten with earth and then becomes sweet and very palatable. The way they prepare it is to dig a hole in the ground, of the depth it suits them, and after the fruit is put in that hole, with a piece of wood the thickness of a leg and 1.5 fathoms long, they pound it to a meal, and to the earth that mixes with it in the hole they add several handfuls and pound again for a while. After that they empty it into a vessel, like a small round basket, and pour in enough water to cover it fully, so that there is water on top. Then the one who has done the pounding tastes it, and if it appears to him not sweet enough, he calls for more earth to add, and this he does until it suits his taste. Then all squat around, and each one reaches out with his hand and takes as much as he can. The seeds and peelings they set apart on hides, and the one who has done the pounding throws them back into the vessel, pouring water over them again. They squeeze out the juice and water, and the husks and seeds they again put on hides, repeating the operation 3 or 4 times at every pounding. Those who take part in that banquet, which is for them a great occasion, get very big bellies from the earth and water they swallow. Now of this the Indians made a great feast in our behalf, and danced and celebrated all the time we were with them. And at night 6 Indians to each one of us kept watch at the entrance to the lodge we slept in, without allowing anybody to enter before sunrise. When we were about to leave, some women happened to come that belonged to Indians living further on, and informing ourselves where their abodes were, we left, although the Indians entreated us to remain a day longer, since the place we wanted to go to was very far away, and there was no trail to it. They showed us how the women who had just arrived were tired, but that if we would let them rest until the next day, they then would accompany and guide us. We left, nevertheless, and soon the women followed with others of the village. There being no trails in that country, we soon lost our way. At the end of 4 leagues we reached a spring, and there met the women who had followed us, and who told us of all they had gone through until they fell in with us again. We went on, taking them along as guides. In the afternoon we crossed a big river, the water being more than waist deep. It may have been as wide as the one of Sevilla, and had a swift current. At sunset we reached 100 Indian huts, and as we approached, the people came out to receive us, shouting frightfully and slapping their thighs. They carried perforated gourds filled with pebbles, which are ceremonial objects of great importance. They only use them at dances or as medicine to cure, and nobody dares touch them but themselves. They claim that those gourds have healing virtues, and that they come from heaven, not being found in that country, nor do they know where they come from, except that the rivers carry them down when they rise and overflow the land. So great was their excitement and eagerness to touch us, that every one wanting to be first, they nearly squeezed us to death, and without suffering our feet to touch the ground, carried us to their abodes. So many crowded down upon us that we took refuge in the lodges they had prepared for our accommodation, and in no manner consented to be feasted by them on that night. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. Translated by Fanny Bandelier. Section 7. The whole night they spent in celebration and dancing, and the next morning they brought us every living soul of that village to be touched by us, and to have the cross made over them, as with the others. Then they gave to the women of the other village who had come with their own a great many arrows. The next day we went on, and all the people of that village with us, and when we came to other Indians, were as well received as anywhere in the past. They also gave us of what they had, and the deer they had killed during the day. Among these we saw a new custom. Those who were with us took away from those people who came to get cured their bows and arrows, their shoes and beads if they wore any, and placed them before us to induce us to cure the sick. As soon as these had been treated, they went away contented and saying they felt well. So we left there also, going to others by whom we were also very well received, and they brought us their sick, who, after we had made the sign of the cross over them, would say they were healed, and he who did not get well still believed we might cure him. And at what the others whom we had treated told, they rejoiced and danced, so much as not to let us sleep. After we left those, we went to many other lodges, but thence on there prevailed a new custom. While we were received very well everywhere, those who came with us would treat those who received us badly, taking away their belongings and plundering their homes, without leaving them anything. It grieved us very much to see how those who were so good to us were abused. Besides, we dreaded lest this behavior might cause trouble and strife. But as we could not venture to interfere or punish the transgressors, we had to wait until we might have more authority over them. Furthermore, the sufferers themselves, noticing how we felt, comforted us by saying we should not worry, that they were so happy at seeing us as to gladly lose their own, considering it to be well employed, and besides that further on they would repay themselves from other Indians who were very rich. On that whole journey we were much worried by the number of people following us. We could not escape them, although we tried, because they were so anxious to touch us, and so obtrusive that in 3 hours we could not get through with them. The following day they brought us all the people of the village. Most of them had one eye clouded, while others were totally blind from the same cause, at which we were amazed. They are well built, of very good physique, and whiter than any we had met until then. There we began to see mountains, and it seemed as if they swept down from the direction of the North Sea, and so, from what the Indians told us, we believe they are 15 leagues from the ocean. From there we went with the Indians towards the mountains aforesaid, and they took us to some of their relatives. They did not want to lead us anywhere but to their own people, so as to prevent their enemies from having any share in the great boon which, as they fancied, it was to see us. And as soon as we would arrive, those who went with us would sack the houses of the others. But as these knew of the custom before our coming, they hid some of their chattels, and after receiving us with much rejoicing, they took out the things which they had concealed and presented them to us. These were beads and ochre and several little bags of silver. We, following the custom, turned the gifts immediately over to the Indians who had come in our company, and after they had given these presents, they began their dances and celebrations, and sent for others from another village nearby to come and look at us. In the afternoon they all came, and brought us beads, bows, and other little things, which we also distributed. The next day, as we were going to leave, they all wanted to take us to others of their friends, who dwelt on a spur of the mountains. They said there were a great many lodges and people who would give us much, but as it was out of our way, we did not want to go there, and continued on the plain, though near the mountains, thinking them to be not far from the coast. All the people there are very bad, and we preferred to cross the country, as further inland they were better inclined and treated us better. We also felt sure to find the country more thickly settled and with more resources. Finally, we did it because, in crossing the country, we would see much more of its particulars, so that, in case God our Lord should be pleased to spare one of us and take him back to a land of Christians, he might give an account of it. When the Indians saw we were determined not to go whither they wanted, they said that nobody lived where we intended to go, neither were there tunas nor any other food, and they entreated us to tarry one day longer with them, to which we consented. 2 Indians were sent out to look for people on our proposed route. The next day we departed, taking many of them along, the women carrying water, and so great had become our authority that none dared to drink without our permission. After going 2 leagues, we met the men sent out in search of people, but who had not found any. At this the Indians seemed to show grief, and again begged us to take the way of the mountains, but we persisted, and seeing this, they took mournful leave of us, and turned back down the river to their homes, while we proceeded along the stream upwards. Soon we met 2 women carrying loads. As they descried us, they stood still, put down their loads, and brought us of what these contained, which was cornmeal, and told us that higher up on the river we would meet with dwellings, plenty of tunas, and of that same meat. We left them as they were going to those from whom we had just taken leave, and walked on until at sunset we reached a village of about 20 lodges, where they received us with tears and deep sorrow. They already knew that wherever we arrived, the people would be robbed and plundered by those in our company. But seeing us alone, they lost their fear and gave us tunas, though nothing else. We stayed there overnight. At daybreak, the same Indians we had left the day before surprised the lodges, and as the people were unprepared, in fancied security, and had neither time nor place to hide anything, they were stripped of all their chattels, at which they wept bitterly. In consolation, the robbers told them that we were children of the sun, and had the power to cure or kill, and other lies, bigger even than those which they invent to suit their purposes. They also enjoined them to treat us with great reverence, and be careful not to arouse our wrath, to give us all they had, and guide us to where there were many people, and that wherever we should come to, they should steal and rob everything the others had, such being the custom. After giving these instructions, and teaching the people how to behave, they returned and left us with these Indians, who, mindful of what the others had said, began to treat us with the same respect and awe, and we traveled in their company for 3 days. They took us to where there were many Indians, and went ahead to tell them of our coming, repeating what they had heard and adding much more to it, for all these Indians are great gossipers and liars, particularly when they think it to be to their benefit. As we neared the lodges, all the inmates came out to receive us, with much rejoicing and display, and among other things, 2 of their medicine men gave us 2 gourds. Thence onward we carried gourds, which added greatly to our authority, since they hold these ceremonial objects very high. Our companions sacked the dwellings, but as there were many, and they only few in number, they could not carry away all they took, so that more than half was left to waste. Thence we turned inland for more than 50 leagues, following the slopes of the mountains, and at the end of them met 40 dwellings. There, among other things which they gave us, Andres Dorantes got a big rattle of copper, large, on which was represented a face, and which they held in great esteem. They said it had been obtained from some of their neighbors. Upon asking these whence it had come, they claimed to have brought it from the north, where there was much of it and highly prized. We understood that, wherever it might have come from, there must be foundries, and that metal was cast in molds. Leaving on the next day, we crossed a mountain 7 leagues long, the stones of which were iron slags. At night, we came to many dwellings situated on the banks of a very beautiful river. The inmates of these abodes came to receive us halfways, with their children on their backs. They gave us a number of pouches with silver and powdered antimony or lead, with which they paint their faces, and many beads and robes of cow skins, and loaded those who came with us with all their chattels. These people ate tunas and pine nuts. There are in that country small trees of the sweet pine, the cones of which are like small eggs, but the nuts are better than those of Castilla, because the husks are thin. When still green, they grind them and make balls that are eaten. When dried, they grind the nuts with the husks and eat them as meal. And those who received us, as soon as they had touched our bodies, returned to their houses on a run, then came again, and never stopped running back and forth. In this way they brought us a great many things for our journey. Here they brought to me a man who, they told, a long time ago had been shot through the left side of the back with an arrow, the head of which stuck close to his heart. He said it gave him much pain, and that on this account he was sick. I touched the region of the body and felt the arrowhead, and that it had pierced the cartilage. So with the knife I cut open the breast as far as the place. The arrow point had gotten athwart and was very difficult to remove. By cutting deeper and inserting the point of the knife, with great difficulty I got it out. It was very long. Then, with a deer bone, according to my knowledge of surgery, I made 2 stitches. After I had extracted the arrow, they begged me for it, and I gave it to them. The whole village came back to look at it, and they sent it further inland that the people there might see it also. On account of this cure, they made many dances and festivities, as is their custom. The next day I cut the stitches, and the Indian was well. The cut I had made only showed a scar like a line in the palm of the hand, and he said that he felt not the least pain. Now this cure gave us such fame among them all over the country as they were capable of conceiving and respecting. We showed them our rattle, and they told us that where it had come from, there were a great many sheets of the same metal buried, that it was a thing they valued highly, and that there were fixed abodes at the place. We believe it to be near the South Sea, for we always heard that sea was richer in metal than the one of the North. After leaving these people, we traveled among so many different tribes and languages that nobody's memory can recall them all, and always they robbed each other, but those who lost and those who gained were equally content. The number of our companions became so large that we could no longer control them. Going through these valleys, each Indian carried a club 3 palms in length. They all moved in a front, and whenever a hare, of which there are many, jumped up, they closed in upon the game and rained such blows upon it that it was amazing to see. Thus they drove the hare from one to the other, and to my fancy it was the most agreeable chase that could be thought of, for many a time they would come right to one's hands. And when at night we camped, they had given us so many that each one of us had 8 or 10 loads. Those of the Indians who carried bows would not take part, but went to the mountains after deer, and when at night they came back, it was with 5 or 6 deer for each one of us, with birds, quails, and other game. In short, all those people could kill, they set before us, without ever daring to touch anything, even if dying of hunger, unless we blessed it first. Such was their custom from the time they joined us. The women brought many mats with which they built us houses, one for each one of us and those attached to him. After this, we would order them to broil all the game, and they did it quickly in ovens built by them for the purpose. We partook of everything a little, giving the rest to the principal man among those who had come with us for distribution among all. Every one then came with the share he had received for us to breathe on it and bless it, without which they left it untouched. Often we had with us 3,000 to 4,000 persons, and it was very tiresome to have to breathe on and make the sign of the cross over every morsel they ate or drank. For many other things which they wanted to do, they would come to ask our permission, so that it is easy to realize how greatly we were bothered. The women brought us tunas, spiders, worms, and whatever else they could find, for they would rather starve than partake of anything that had not first passed through our hands. While traveling with those, we crossed a big river coming from the north, and traversing about 30 leagues of plains, met a number of people that came from afar to meet us on the trail, who treated us like the foregoing ones. Thence on there was a change in the manner of reception, insofar as those who would meet us on the trail with gifts were no longer robbed by the Indians of our company, but after we had entered their homes, they tendered us all they possessed, and the dwellings also. We turned over everything to the principals for distribution. Invariably, those who had been deprived of their belongings would follow us in order to repair their losses, so that our retinue became very large. They would tell them to be careful and not conceal anything of what they owned, as it could not be done without our knowledge, and then we would cause their death. So much did they frighten them that on the first few days after joining us they would be trembling all the time, and would not dare to speak or lift their eyes to heaven. Those guided us for more than 50 leagues through a desert of very rugged mountains, and so arid that there was no game. Consequently, we suffered much from lack of food, and finally forded a very big river with its water reaching to our chest. Thence on, many of our people began to show the effects of the hunger and hardships they had undergone in those mountains, which were extremely barren and tiresome to travel. The same Indians led us to a plain beyond the chain of mountains, where people came to meet us from a long distance. By those we were treated in the same manner as before, and they made so many presents to the Indians who came with us that, unable to carry all, they left half of it. We told the givers to take it back, so as not to have it lost, but they refused, saying it was not their custom to take back what they had once offered, and so it was left to waste. We told these people our route was towards Sunset, and they replied that in that direction people lived very far away. So we ordered them to send there and inform the inhabitants that we were coming and how. From this they begged to be excused, because the others were their enemies, and they did not want us to go to them. Yet they did not venture to disobey in the end, and sent 2 women, one of their own and the other a captive. They selected women because these can trade everywhere, even if there be war. We followed the women to a place where it had been agreed we should wait for them. After 5 days they had not yet returned, and the Indians explained that it might be because they had not found anybody. So we told them to take us north, and they repeated that there were no people except very far away, and neither food nor water. Nevertheless, we insisted, saying that we wanted to go there, and they still excused themselves as best they could, until at last we became angry. One night I went away to sleep out in the field apart from them, but they soon came to where I was, and remained awake all night in great alarm, talking to me, saying how frightened they were. They entreated us not to be angry any longer, because even if it was their death, they would take us where we chose. We feigned to be angry still, so as to keep them in suspense. And then a singular thing happened. On that same day, many fell sick, and on the next day, 8 of them died. All over the country where it was known, they became so afraid that it seemed as if the mere sight of us would kill them. They besought us not to be angry, nor to procure the death of any more of their number, for they were convinced that we killed them by merely thinking of it. In truth, we were very much concerned about it, for seeing the great mortality, we dreaded that all of them might die or forsake us in their terror, while those further on, upon learning of it, would get out of our way hereafter. We prayed to God our Lord to assist us, and the sick began to get well. Then we saw something that astonished us very much, and it was that, while the parents, brothers, and wives of the dead had shown deep grief at their illness, from the moment they died, the survivors made no demonstration whatsoever, and showed not the slightest feeling, nor did they dare to go near the bodies until we ordered their burial. In more than 15 days that we remained with them, we never saw them talk together, neither did we see a child that laughed or cried. One child, who had begun to cry, was carried off some distance, and with some very sharp mice teeth, they scratched it from the shoulders down to nearly the legs. Angered by this act of cruelty, I took them to task for it, and they said it was done to punish the child for having wept in my presence. Their apprehensions caused the others that came to see us to give us what they had, since they knew that we did not take anything for ourselves, but left it all to the Indians. Those were the most docile people we met in the country, of the best complexion, and on the whole well built. The sick being on the way of recovery, when we had been there already 3 days, the women whom we had sent out returned, saying that they had met very few people, nearly all having gone after the cows, as it was the season. So we ordered those who had been sick to remain, and those who were well to accompany us, and that 2 days' travel from there, the same women should go with us and get people to come to meet us on the trail for our reception. The next morning, all those who were strong enough came along, and at the end of 3 journeys we halted. Alonso del Castillo and Estevanico, the Negro, left with the women as guides, and the woman who was a captive took them to a river that flows between mountains, where there was a village in which her father lived, and these were the first abodes we saw that were like unto real houses. Castillo and Estevanico went to these, and after holding parley with the Indians, at the end of 3 days Castillo returned to where he had left us, bringing with him 5 or 6 of the Indians. He told how he had found permanent houses inhabited, the people of which ate beans and squashes, and that he had also seen maize. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Journey of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. Translated by Fanny Bandelier. Section 8. Of all things upon earth, this caused us the greatest pleasure, and we gave endless thanks to our Lord for this news. Castillo also said that the Negro was coming to meet us on the way nearby, with all the people of the houses. For that reason we started, and after going 1.5 leagues, met the Negro and the people that came to receive us, who gave us beans and many squashes to eat, gourds to carry water in, robes of cowhide, and other things. As those people and the Indians of our company were enemies and did not understand each other, we took leave of the latter, leaving them all that had been given to us, while we went on with the former, and 6 leagues beyond, when night was already approaching, reached their houses, where they received us with great ceremonies. Here we remained 1 day, and left on the next, taking them with us to other permanent houses, where they subsisted on the same food also, and thence on we found a new custom. The people who heard of our approach did not, as before, come out to meet us on the way, but we found them at their homes, and they had other houses ready for us. They were all seated with their faces turned to the wall, the heads bowed, and the hair pulled over the eyes. Their belongings had been gathered in a heap in the middle of the floor, and thence on they began to give us many robes of skins. There was nothing they would not give us. They are the best formed people we have seen, the liveliest and most capable, who best understood us and answered our questions. We called them of the cows because most of the cows are hunted and killed in that vicinity, and because for more than 50 leagues up that stream they go to kill many of them. Those people go completely naked after the manner of the first we met. The women are covered with deerskins. Also, some men, especially the old ones, who are of no use anymore in war. The country is well settled. We asked them why they did not raise maize, and they replied that they were afraid of losing the crops, since for 2 successive years it had not rained, and the seasons were so dry that the moles had eaten the corn, so that they did not dare to plant any more until it should have rained very hard. And they also begged us to ask heaven for rain, which we promised to do. We also wanted to know from where they brought their maize, and they said it came from where the sun sets, and that it was found all over that country, and the shortest way to it was in that direction. We asked them to tell us how to go, as they did not want to go themselves, to tell us about the way. They said we should travel up the river towards the north, on which trail for 17 days we would not find a thing to eat except a fruit called chacan, which they grind between stones. But even then it cannot be eaten, being so coarse and dry. And so it was, for they showed it to us, and we could not eat it. But they also said that going upstream, we would always travel among people who were their enemies, although speaking the same language, and who could give us no food, but would receive us very willingly and give us many cotton blankets, hides, and other things, but that it seemed to them that we ought not to take that road. In doubt as to what should be done, and which was the best and most advantageous road to take, we remained with them for 2 days. They gave us beans, squashes, and calabashes. Their way of cooking them is so new and strange that I felt like describing it here in order to show how different and queer are the devices and industries of human beings. They have no pots. In order to cook their food, they fill a middle-sized gourd with water and place into a fire such stones as easily become heated, and when they are hot to scorch, they take them out with wooden tongs, thrusting them into the water of the gourd until it boils. As soon as it boils, they put into it what they want to cook, always taking out the stones as they cool off and throwing in hot ones to keep the water steadily boiling. This is their way of cooking. After 2 days were passed, we determined to go in search of maize and not to follow the road to the cows, since the latter carried us to the north, which meant a very great circuit, as we held it always certain that by going towards sunset we should reach the goal of our wishes. So we went on our way and traversed the whole country to the South Sea, and our resolution was not shaken by the fear of great starvation, which the Indians said we should suffer, and indeed suffered during the first 17 days of travel. All along the river and in the course of these 17 days, we received plenty of cowhides and did not eat of their famous fruit, chacan, but our food consisted for each day of a handful of deer tallow, which for that purpose we always sought to keep, and so endured these 17 days, at the end of which we crossed the river and marched for 17 days more. At sunset, on a plain between very high mountains, we met people who, for 1/3 of the year, eat but powdered straw, and as we went by just at that time, had to eat it also, until at the end of that journey we found some permanent houses with plenty of harvested maize, of which and of its meal they gave us great quantities, also squashes and beans, and blankets of cotton, with all of which we loaded those who had conducted us thither, so that they went home the most contented people upon earth. We gave God our Lord many thanks for having taken us to where there was plenty to eat. Among the houses there were several made of earth and others of cane matting, and from here we traveled more than 100 leagues, always meeting permanent houses and a great stock of maize and beans. And they gave us many deer hides and blankets of cotton better than those of New Spain. They also gave us plenty of beads made out of the coral found in the South Sea, many good turquoises, which they get from the north. They finally gave us all they had, and Dorantes they presented with 5 emeralds shaped as arrow points, which arrows they use in their feasts and dances. As they appeared to be of very good quality, I asked whence they got them from, and they said it was from some very high mountains towards the north, where they traded for them with feather bushes and parrot plumes. And they said also that there were villages with many people and very big houses. Among those people we found the women better treated than in any other part of the Indies, as far as we have seen. They wear skirts of cotton that reach as far as the knee, and over them half sleeves of scraped deerskin, with strips that hang down to the ground, and which they clean with certain roots that clean very well and thus keep them tidy. The shirts are open in front and tied with strings. They wear shoes. All those people came to us that we might touch and cross them, and they were so obtrusive as to make it difficult to endure, since all, sick and healthy, wanted to be crossed. It happened frequently that women of our company would give birth to children, and forthwith bring them to have the sign of the cross made over them, and the babes be touched by us. They always accompanied us until we were in the care of others, and all those people believed that we came from heaven. What they do not understand or is new to them, they are wont to say it comes from above. While traveling with these, we used to go the whole day without food until night, and then we would eat so little that the Indians were amazed. They never saw us tired because we were in reality so inured to hardships as not to feel them any more. We exercised great authority over them and carried ourselves with much gravity, and in order to maintain it, spoke very little to them. It was the negro who talked to them all the time. He inquired about the road we should follow, the villages, in short, about everything we wished to know. We came across a great variety and number of languages, and God our Lord favored us with a knowledge of all, because they always could understand us and we understood them, so that when we asked, they would answer by signs as if they spoke our tongue and we theirs. For although we spoke 6 languages, not everywhere could we use them, since we found more than 1,000 different ones. In that part of the country, those who were at war would at once make peace and become friendly to each other in order to meet us and bring us all they possessed, and thus we left the whole country at peace. We told them by signs, which they understood, that in heaven there was a man called God by us, who had created heaven and earth, and whom we worshipped as our Lord, that we did as he ordered us to do, all good things coming from his hand, and that if they were to do the same, they would become very happy, and so well were they inclined that, had there been a language in which we could have made ourselves perfectly understood, we would have left them all Christians. All this we gave them to understand as clearly as possible. And since then, when the sun rose, with great shouting they would lift their clasped hands to heaven, and then pass them all over their body. The same they did at sunset. They are well-conditioned people, apt to follow any line which is well traced for them. In the village where they had given us the emeralds, they also gave Dorantes over 600 hearts of deer, opened, of which they kept always a great store for eating. For this reason, we gave to their settlement the name of Village of the Hearts. Through it leads the pass into many provinces near the South Sea, and anyone who should attempt to get there by another route must surely be lost, as there is no maize on the coast, and they eat powdered foxtail grass, straw, and fish, which they catch in the sea in rafts, for they have no canoes. The women cover their loins with straw and grass. They are a very shy and surly people. We believe that, near the coast, in a line with the villages which we followed, there are more than 1,000 leagues of inhabited land, where they have plenty of victuals, since they raise 3 crops of beans and maize in the year. There are 3 kinds of deer, one kind as large as calves are in Castilla. The houses in which they live are huts. They have a poison from certain trees of the size of our apple trees. They need but pick the fruit and rub their arrows with it, and if there is no fruit they take a branch and with its milky sap do the same. Many of those trees are so poisonous that if the leaves are pounded and washed in water near by, the deer or any other animal that drinks of it burst at once. In this village we stayed 3 days, and at a day's journey from it was another one, where such a rain overtook us that, as the river rose high, we could not cross it, and remained there 15 days. During this time Castillo saw on the neck of an Indian a little buckle from a sword belt, and in it was sewed a horseshoe nail. He took it from the Indian, and we asked what it was. They said it had come from heaven. We further asked who had brought it, and they answered that some men with beards like ours had come from heaven to that river, that they had horses, lances, and swords, and had lanced 2 of them. As cautiously as possible, we then inquired what had become of those men, and they replied they had gone to sea, putting their lances into the water and going into it themselves, and that afterwards they saw them on top of the waves moving toward sunset. We gave God our Lord many thanks for what we had heard, for we were despairing to ever hear of Christians again. On the other hand, we were in great sorrow and much dejected, lest those people had come by sea for the sake of discovery only. Finally, having such positive notice of them, we hastened onward, always finding more traces of the Christians, and we told the Indians that we were now sure to find the Christians, and would tell them not to kill Indians or make them slaves, nor take them out of their country, or do any other harm, and of that they were very glad. We traveled over a great part of the country, and found it all deserted, as the people had fled to the mountains, leaving houses and fields out of fear of the Christians. This filled our hearts with sorrow, seeing the land so fertile and beautiful, so full of water and streams, but abandoned, and the places burned down, and the people so thin and wan, fleeing and hiding, and as they did not raise any crops, their destitution had become so great that they ate tree bark and roots. Of this distress we had our share all the way along, because they could provide little for us in their indigence, and it looked as if they were going to die. They brought us blankets, which they had been concealing from the Christians, and gave them to us, and told us how the Christians had penetrated into the country before, and had destroyed and burnt the villages, taking with them half of the men and all the women and children, and how those who could escaped by flight. Seeing them in this plight, afraid to stay anywhere, and that they neither would nor could cultivate the soil, preferring to die rather than suffer such cruelties, while they showed the greatest pleasure at being with us, we began to apprehend that the Indians who were in arms against the Christians might ill-treat us in retaliation for what the Christians did to them. But when it pleased God our Lord to take us to those Indians, they respected and held us precious as the former had done, and even a little more, at which we were not a little astonished, while it clearly shows how, in order to bring those people to Christianity and obedience to your imperial majesty, they should be well treated and not otherwise. They took us to a village on the crest of a mountain, which can be reached only by a very steep trail, where we found a great many people who had gathered there out of dread of the Christians. These received us very well, giving us all they had, over 2,000 loads of maize, which we distributed among the poor, famished people who had led us to the place. The next day we dispatched, as we were wont to do, 4 runners to call together as many as could be reached to a village 3 journeys away. And on the next day we followed with all the people who were at the place, always meeting with signs and vestiges where the Christians had slept. At noon we met our messengers, who told us they had not found anybody, because all were hidden in the woods, lest the Christians might kill or enslave them. Also, that on the night before they had seen the Christians and watched their movements under cover of some trees, behind which they concealed themselves, and saw the Christians take many Indians along in chains. At this, the people who were with us became frightened, and some turned back to give the alarm through the land that Christians were coming, and many more would have done the same had we not told them to stay and have no fear, at which they quieted down and were comforted. We had Indians with us at the time who came from a distance of 100 leagues, and whom we could not induce to go back to their homes. So, in order to reassure them, we slept there that night, and the next day went further and slept on the road. And the day after, those we had sent to explore guided us to where they had seen the Christians. Reaching the place in the evening, we clearly saw they had told the truth, and also from the stakes to which the horses had been tied, that there were horsemen among them. From here, which is called the river of Petutan, to the river which Diego de Guzman reached, there may be, from the place where we first heard of the Christians, 80 leagues. Thence to the village where the rain overtook us, 12 leagues, and from there to the South Sea, 12 leagues. Throughout all that country, wherever it is mountainous, we saw many signs of gold, antimony, iron, copper, and other metals. Where the permanent houses are, it is so hot that even in January the air is very warm. From there to the southward, the land, which is uninhabited as far as the sea of the north, is very barren and poor. There we suffered great and almost incredible starvation. And those who roam through that country and dwell in it are very cruel people, of evil inclinations and habits. The Indians who live in permanent houses and those in the rear of them pay no attention to gold nor silver, nor have they any use for either of these metals. Having seen positive traces of Christians and become satisfied they were very near, we gave many thanks to our Lord for redeeming us from our sad and gloomy condition. Anyone can imagine our delight when he reflects how long we had been in that land and how many dangers and hardships we had suffered. That night I entreated one of my companions to go after the Christians who were moving through the part of the country pacified and quieted by us, and who were 3 days ahead of where we were. They did not like my suggestion and excused themselves from going on the ground of being tired and worn out, although any one of them might have done it far better than I, being younger and stronger. Seeing their reluctance, in the morning I took with me the Negro and 11 Indians, and, following the trail, went in search of the Christians. On that day we made 10 leagues, passing 3 places where they had slept. The next morning I came upon 4 Christians on horseback, who, seeing me in such a strange attire, and in company with Indians, were greatly startled. They stared at me for quite a while, speechless. So great was their surprise that they could not find words to ask me anything. I spoke first, and told them to lead me to their captain, and we went together to Diego de Alcares, their commander. After I had addressed him, he said that he was himself in a plight, as for many days he had been unable to capture Indians and did not know where to go, also that starvation was beginning to place them in great distress. I stated to him that in the rear of me, at a distance of 10 leagues, were Dorantes and Castillo, with many people who had guided us through the country. He at once dispatched 3 horsemen with 50 of his Indians, and the Negro went with them as guide, while I remained and asked them to give me a certified statement of the date, year, month, and day when I met them. also the condition in which I had come, with which request they complied. From this river to the village called San Miguel, which pertains to the government called New Galicia, there are 30 leagues. 5 days later, Andres Dorantes and Alonso del Castillo came with those who had gone in quest of them. They brought along more than 600 Indians from the village, the people of which the Christians had caused to flee to the woods, and who were hiding about the country. Those who had come with us as far as that place had taken them out of their places of concealment, turning them over to the Christians. They had also dispatched the others who had come that far. When they arrived at where I was, Alcaraz begged me to send for the people of the villages along the banks of the river who were hiding in the timber, and he also requested me to order them to fetch supplies. There was no occasion for the latter, as the Indians always took good care to bring us whatever they could. Nevertheless, we sent our messengers at once to call them, and 600 persons came with all the maize they had, in pots closed with clay, which they had buried for concealment. They also brought nearly everything else they possessed, but we only took of the food, giving the rest to the Christians for distribution among themselves. Thereupon we had many and bitter quarrels with the Christians, for they wanted to make slaves of our Indians, and we grew so angry at it that at our departure we forgot to take along many bows, pouches, and arrows, also the 5 emeralds, and so they were left and lost to us. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Journey of Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Journey of Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. Translated by Fanny Bandelier. Section 9. We gave the Christians a great many cowskin robes and other objects, and had much trouble in persuading the Indians to return home and plant their crops in peace. They insisted upon accompanying us until, according to their custom, we should be in the custody of other Indians, because otherwise they were afraid to die. Besides, as long as we were with them, they had no fear of the Christians and of their lances. At all this, the Christians were greatly vexed, and told their own interpreter to say to the Indians how we were of their own race, but had gone astray for a long while, and were people of no luck and little heart, whereas they were the lords of the land, whom they should obey and serve. The Indians gave all that talk of theirs little attention. They parleyed among themselves, saying that the Christians lied, for we had come from sunrise, while the others came from where the sun sets, that we cured the sick, while the others killed those who were healthy, that we went naked and shoeless, whereas the others wore clothes and went on horseback and with lances. Also that we asked for nothing, but gave away all we were presented with. Meanwhile, the others seemed to have no other aim than to steal what they could, and never gave anything to anybody. In short, they recalled all our deeds and praised them highly, contrasting them with the conduct of the others. This they told the interpreter of the Christians, and made understood to the others by means of a language they have among them, and by which we understood each other. We call those who use that language properly prima haitu, which means the same as saying Biscayans. Editor's note: the references to the Basque language may mean that it was as difficult to understand as that idiom. End of note. For more than 400 leagues of those we traveled, we found this language in use, and the only one among them over that extent of country. Finally, we never could convince the Indians that we belonged to the other Christians, and only with much trouble and insistency could we prevail upon them to go home. We recommended to them to rest easy and settle again in their villages, tilling and planting their fields as usual, which from lying waste were overgrown with shrubbery, while it is beyond all doubt the best land in these Indies, the most fertile and productive of food, where they raise 3 crops every year. It has an abundance of fruit, very handsome rivers, and other waters of good virtues. There are many evidences and traces of gold and silver. The inhabitants are well conditioned and willingly attend to the Christians, that is, those of the natives that are friendly. They are much better inclined than the natives of Mexico. In short, it is a country that lacks nothing to make it very good. When the Indians took leave of us, they said they would do as we had told them and settle in their villages, provided the Christians would not interfere. And so I say and affirm that if they should not do it, it will be the fault of the Christians. After we had dispatched the Indians in peace, and with thanks for what they had gone through with and for us, the Christians, out of mistrust, sent us to a certain Alcalde Cebreros, who had with him 2 other men. He took us through forests and uninhabited country in order to prevent our communicating with the Indians, in reality also to prevent us from seeing or hearing what the Christians were carrying on. This clearly shows how the designs of men sometimes miscarry. We went on with the idea of ensuring the liberty of the Indians, and when we believed it to be assured, the opposite took place. The Spaniards had planned to fall upon those Indians we had sent back in fancied security and in peace, and that plan they carried out. They took us through the timber for 2 days with no trail, bewildered and without water, so we all expected to die from thirst. 7 of our men perished, and many friends whom the Christians had taken along could not reach before noon the following day the place where we found water that same night. We traveled with them 25 leagues, more or less, and at last came to a settlement of peaceable Indians. There the alcalde left us and went ahead, 3 leagues further, to a place called Culiacan, where Melchor Diaz was chief alcalde and the captain of the province. As soon as the chief alcalde became informed of our arrival, on the same night he came to where we were. He was deeply moved and praised God for having delivered us in his great pity. He spoke to us and treated us very well, tendering us in his name and in behalf of the governor, Nuno de Guzman, all he had and whatever he might be able to do. He appeared much grieved at the bad reception and evil treatment we had met at the hands of Alcares and the others, and we verily believe that, had he been there at the time, the things done to us and the Indians would not have occurred. Passing the night there, we were about to leave in the morning of the next day, but the chief alcalde entreated us to stay. He said that by remaining we would render a great service to God and to your majesty, as the country was depopulated, lying waste, and well nigh destroyed, that the Indians were hiding in the woods, refusing to come out and settle again in their villages. He suggested that we should have them sent for, and urged them, in the name of God and of your majesty, to return to the plain and cultivate the soil again. This struck us as difficult of execution. We had none of our Indians with us, nor any of those who usually accompanied us and understood such matters. At last we ventured to select 2 Indians from among those held there as captives, and who were from that part of the country. These had been with the Christians whom we first met, and had seen the people that came in our company, and knew through the latter of the great power and authority we exercised all through the land, the miracles we had worked, the cures we had performed, and many other particulars. With these Indians we sent others from the village to jointly call those who had taken refuge in the mountains, as well as those from the river of Petetlan. where we had met the Christians first, and tell them to come, as we wished to talk to them. In order to ensure their coming, we gave the messengers one of the large gourds we had carried in our hands, which were our chief insignia and tokens of great power. Thus provided and instructed, they left and were absent 7 days. Then they came back, and with them 3 chiefs of those who had been in the mountains, and with these were 15 men. They presented us with beads, turquoises, and feathers, and the messengers said the people from the river whence we had started could not be found, as the Christians had again driven them into the wilderness. Melchor Diaz told the interpreter to speak to the Indians in our name, and say that he came in the name of God who is in heaven, and that we had traveled the world over for many years, telling all the people we met to believe in God and serve him, for he was the Lord of everything upon earth, who rewarded the good, whereas to the bad ones he meted out eternal punishment of fire, that when the good ones died, he took them up to heaven, where all lived forever, and there was neither hunger nor thirst nor any other wants, only the greatest imaginable glory. But that those who would not believe in him nor obey his commandments, he thrust into a huge fire beneath the earth and into the company of demons, where the fire never went out but tormented them forever. Moreover, he said that if they became Christians and served God in the manner we directed, the Christians would look upon them as brethren and treat them very well, while we would command that no harm should be done to them, neither should they be taken out of their country, and the Christians would become their great friends. If they refused to do so, then the Christians would ill treat them and carry them away into slavery. To this they replied, through the interpreter, that they would be very good Christians and serve God. Upon being asked whom they worshipped and to whom they offered sacrifices, to whom they prayed for health and water for the fields, they said, to a man in heaven. We asked what was his name, and they said Aguar, and that they believed he had created the world and everything in it. We again asked how they came to know this, and they said their fathers and grandfathers had told them, and they had known it for a very long time, that water and all good things came from him. We explained that this being of whom they spoke was the same we called God, and that thereafter they should give him that name and worship and serve him as we commanded, when they would fare very well. They replied that they understood us thoroughly and would do as we had told. So we bade them come out of the mountains and be at ease, peaceable, and settle the land again, rebuilding their houses. Among these houses they should rear one to God, placing at its entrance a cross like the one we had, and when Christians came, they should go out to receive them with crosses in their hands, in place of bows and other weapons, and take the Christians to their homes, giving them to eat of what they had. If they did so, the Christians would do them no harm, but be their friends. They promised to do as we ordered, and the captain gave them blankets, treating them handsomely, and they went away, taking along the 2 captives that had acted as our messengers. This took place in presence of a scribe, notary, and of a great many witnesses. As soon as the Indians had left for their homes and the people of that province got news of what had taken place with us, they, being friends of the Christians, came to see us, bringing beads and feathers. We ordered them to build churches and put crosses in them, which until then they had not done. We also sent for the children of the chiefs to be baptized, and then the captain pledged himself before God not to make any raid or allow any to be made, or slaves captured from the people and in the country we had set at peace again. This vow he promised to keep and fulfill so long until His Majesty and the Governor Nuno de Guzman, or the Viceroy in his name, would ordain something else better adapted to the service of God and of His Majesty. After baptizing the children, We left for the village of San Miguel, where on our arrival, Indians came and told how many people were coming down from the mountains, settling on the plain, building churches and erecting crosses. In short, complying with what we had sent them word to do. Day after day, we were getting news of how all was being done and completed. 15 days after our arrival, Alcares came in with the Christians who had been raiding, and they told the captain how the Indians had descended from the mountains and settled on the plain. Also, that villages formerly deserted were now well populated, and how the Indians had come out to receive them with crosses in their hands, had taken them to their houses, giving them of what they had, and how they slept the night there. Amazed at these changes and at the sayings of the Indians, who said they felt secure, he ordered that no harm be done to them, and with this they departed. May God in his infinite mercy grant that in the days of your majesty and under your power and sway, these people become willingly and sincerely subjects of the true Lord who created and redeemed them. We believe they will be, and that your majesty is destined to bring it about, as it will not be at all difficult. For 2,000 leagues did we travel, on land and by sea in barges, besides 10 months more after our rescue from captivity. Untiringly did we walk across the land, but nowhere did we meet either sacrifices or idolatry. During all that time we crossed from one ocean to the other, and from what we very carefully ascertained, there may be, from one coast to the other and across the greatest width, 200 leagues. We heard that on the shores of the south there are pearls and great wealth, and that the richest and best is near there. At the village of San Miguel we remained until after the 15th of May, because from there to the town of Compostela, where the governor Nuno de Guzman resided, there are 100 leagues of deserted country threatened by hostiles, and we had to take an escort along. There went with us 20 horsemen, accompanying us as many as 40 leagues. Afterwards, we had with us 6 Christians who escorted 500 Indian captives. When we reached Compostela, the governor received us very well, giving us of what he had for us to dress in. But for many days I could bear no clothing, nor could we sleep except on the bare floor. 10 or 12 days later we left for Mexico. On the whole trip we were well treated by the Christians. Many came to see us on the road, praising God for having freed us from so many dangers. We reached Mexico on Sunday, the day before the Vespers of St. James, and were very well received by the Viceroy and the Marquis of the Valley, who presented us with clothing, offering all they had. On the day of St. James there was a festival with bullfight and tournament. After taking 2 months' rest at Mexico, I desired to come over to this realm, but when ready to sail in October, a storm wrecked the vessel and it was lost. So I decided to wait until winter would be over, as in these parts navigation is then very dangerous on account of storms. When winter was past, Andres Dorantes and I left Mexico during Lent for Veracruz to take a ship there, but had again to wait for favorable winds until Palm Sunday. We embarked and were on board more than 15 days, unable to leave on account of a calm, and the vessel began to fill with water. I took passage on one of the ships which were in condition to leave, while Dorantes remained on the first one, and on the 10th day of the month 3 craft left port. We navigated together for 150 leagues. Afterwards 2 of the ships dropped behind, and in the course of a night we lost track of them. It seems that, as we found out later, their pilots and skippers did not venture any further and returned to port without giving us any warning. Neither did we hear any more from them. So we kept on, and on the 4th of May reached the port of Havana on the island of Cuba, where we waited until the 2nd of June, still hoping for the other 2 vessels to arrive. Then we left. We were afraid of falling in with French craft that only a few days before had captured 3 of ours. At the altitude of the island of Bermuda, a storm overtook us, as is quite usual in those parts, according to the people who are wont to travel in them, and for a whole night we considered ourselves lost. But it pleased God that when morning came, the storm abated and we could proceed on our way. 29 days after sailing from Havana, we had made 1,100 leagues, said to be the distance from it to the settlement of the Azores, and the next day we passed the island called of the Raven, and met with a French vessel at noon. She began to follow us, having with her a caravel taken from the Portuguese, and gave us chase. That same evening we saw 9 more sail, but at such a distance that we could not distinguish whether they were of the same nation as our pursuer or Portuguese. At nightfall the Frenchman was but a cannon shot from our ship, and as soon as it was dark we changed our course so as to get away from him. As he was close upon us, he saw our maneuver and did the same, and this happened 3 or 4 times. The Frenchman could have taken us then, but he preferred to wait until daylight. It pleased God that when morning came, we found ourselves, as well as the French ship, surrounded by the 9 craft we had seen the evening before, and which turned out to belong to the Portuguese navy. I thank our Lord for having allowed me to escape from peril on land and sea. When the French saw it was the fleet of Portugal, they released the caravel, which was filled with negroes. They had taken it along in order to make us believe they were Portuguese, and to induce us to expect them. On separating from the caravel, the Frenchmen told the skipper and pilot we were French also, belonging to their own navy. Then they put into their vessel 60 oarsmen, and thus, by oar and sail, went away with incredible swiftness. The caravel then approached the galley, warning its captain that both our vessel and the other were French, so that when we came up to the galley and the squadron saw it, believing us to be French, they cleared for action and came to attack us. But when we were near enough to them, we saluted, and they saw we were friends. They had been deceived, suffering the privateer to escape by means of his strategy in telling that we were also French. 4 caravels went in pursuit of him. Having come up with the galley and presented our respects, the captain, Diego de Silveira, asked where we came from and what we had on board. We told him from New Spain, and that we carried silver and gold. He inquired how much it might be, and the skipper informed him that we had about 300,000 castellanos. Thereupon the captain exclaimed, "Faith, you come back very rich, although you have a bad craft and miserable artillery. That dog of a French renegade has lost a fat morsel, the bastard. Now go ahead, since you escaped. Follow me closely, and, God helping, I shall lead you back to Spain." The caravels that had gone in pursuit of the French soon returned, because the latter sailed too fast for them, and they did not want to leave their squadron, which was escorting 3 ships loaded with spices. We reached the island of Terceira, where we rested 15 days and took in supplies, also waiting for another ship from India with the same kind of cargo as the 3 our fleet was escorting. At the end of the 15 days, we sailed all together for the port of Lisbon, where we arrived on the 9th of August, vespers of St. Laurentius' Day of the year 1537. And in testimony of that what I have stated in the foregoing narrative is true, I hereunto sign my name, Cabeza de Vaca. The document which this is taken from was signed with his name, and bore the seal with his coat of arms. Since in the foregoing narrative I have related the journey, the arrival at, and the departure from the country, and return to this realm, I now wish to tell also what happened to the ships and to the people who remained on board of them. I have not said anything about them as yet, for the reason that we heard nothing of their fate until after our return, when we found many of the survivors in New Spain and some here in Castile, through whom we learned everything that had occurred to them after we had forsaken the 3 vessels, one having been lost previously on the wild coast. These vessels were in great peril and had on board 100 persons with few supplies. Among these people were 10 married women, one of whom had foretold the governor many things that afterwards happened to him. When he marched inland, she warned him not to go, as neither he nor any of his company would return, and that, should any come back, God would work miracles through him, as she felt sure that few or none would escape. The governor retorted that he and all who went with him expected to fight and conquer many and very strange people and countries, so that, while many would have to die in the conquest, he was sure, from the accounts he had of the richness of the country, that the survivors would be fortunate and become very wealthy. He entreated the woman to tell him who it was that had acquainted her with the things, past and present, of which she had spoken. She answered that in Castile a Moorish woman from Hornachos had told her what she said to us before we left there, all of which took place as predicted. After the governor had appointed for his lieutenant and commander of all the vessels and their crews one Carvalho, a native of Cuenca de Huete, we marched off, the governor leaving orders that they embark at once and proceed to Panuco, hugging the coast always and keeping a lookout for the port where, when found, they should wait for us. At the time the people were embarking, some saw and distinctly overheard the woman before mentioned saying to the other women that, since their husbands had gone inland to affront such imminent peril, they should not think of them any longer, but at once look for other husbands, that she was going to do it for her part. So she and the others married and lived with those that were on board the vessels. The vessels set sail and went on, but did not find the port in the direction they were proceeding. So they turned around and went back where, 5 leagues further down from our landing place, they struck the harbor. It stretched inland for 7 or 8 leagues, and was the one we had already discovered, and where we had found the boxes from Spain, as told before, and where were the bodies of Christians. From this harbor and along that coast, the 3 vessels, together with the one that rejoined them from Havana, and the brigantine, cruised in search of us for nearly a year, and then, not finding us, they went to New Spain. That harbor is the best on earth. It sweeps inland for 7 or 8 leagues. The water is 6 fathoms deep at the mouth and 5 near the shore. The bottom is mud, and there are no tides inside the bay, nor heavy storms. There is space in it for many vessels, and it has many fish. The distance from it to Havana, a Christian town on Cuba, is 100 leagues on a line from north to south. The breezes are constant, and the trip is made from one place to the other in 4 days, because the vessels go and come with little trouble. And now that I have given an account of the ships, it may be well to record also who those are and where from, whom it pleased God to rescue from all these dangers and hardship. The first is Alonso del Castillo Maldonado, a native of Salamanca, and son of Doctor Castillo y Doña Aldonza Maldonado. The second is Andres Dorantes, son of Pablo Dorantes, born at Béjar, but a resident of Gibraleón. The third is Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, son of Francisco de Vera and grandson of Pedro de Vera, who conquered the Canarian Islands. His mother was called Doña Teresa Cabeza de Vaca, and she was a native of Jerez de la Frontera. The fourth was Estebanico, an Arab Negro from Azamor. End of section 9. End of the journey of Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca and his companions from Florida to the Pacific, 1528-1536. Translated by Fanny Bandelier.
it looks like, and they know trail nigga shit going on over there. It seems like it's a lot of hate, or they could just not have their shit together. You know what I'm saying? So it could just kind of come off bad. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but we first to peep game, and we first to hear what the Fed got to say about this situation right here.
But yeah, people. This live, I wanted to send a warning out. Hey man, in Africa, they tired of people that's not from Africa coming to their country, buying up the land, and it's a problem now. Burkina Faso, the first one that just ended. No more foreigners buying land. You could buy a house. You can't buy the land. You could buy a condo, apartments. You can do that. You can rent. But as far as owning it, they just stopped that. So you could find that on YouTube. Google it. I know people on their way out there. Man, it's cold as hell. It's getting warmer in here though, but man. So, hey man, I'm happy to be here though, man. Chicago. They call it Chirac. They call it Chirac.
So how y'all feel about the fact that foreigners can't buy no more land over there? The only way you can do anything is that you gotta rent. So you ain't owning nothing. And it seems like they doing you dirty anyway, from his experience. You know what I'm saying? But we supposed to pick out some more game on what he's saying. And shit crazy.
But the original name is Chicago. So the people that's out there right now doing their thing in Africa, don't get scammed, man. Don't get scammed. By me going out there doing it already in two different sides of Africa, it's pros and cons that come with it. But me personally, that's why I'm back in America. Because one thing for sure, if I'm gonna be up under some dictatorship, I could deal with American dictatorship. But letting some black people that's black that look like me dictate over me, now I ain't go buy no coat. I got my.
Yeah, I think a lot of trail niggas in the States ain't comfortable with that. Niggas think a nigga fits to get some love, but they over there doing a nigga dirty in the wood. You know what I'm saying? That shit, I feel the nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's just like you been getting down with, certain motherfuckers and shit. And, they doing whatever they do, but you expect that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's their side. That's how they get down. And you hook up with some niggas that you think that's on the same level as them niggas. And, you doing what you do. You expect to, get a little gratitude, get a little love. And it seems like them niggas just is on the bullshit too. So yeah, I can see a nigga looking at a nigga, that look like himself, and he thinking that he's supposed to be big boy and he's supposed to be running the country, but the nigga acting like a wood. So that shit crazy.
I got something warm on up under here though. Yeah, it's something about getting done wrong by your own people that don't sit well with me. I expect the white power to treat me bad. I expect that. We used to it, in America. Growing up here, everybody from here, we already know what come with it. That's what I just said. See, I could deal with getting done dirty in America, but we have certain laws that protect your investment. You spend some money, on land or a house, that's your shit. You pay taxes every year on it. That's the scam.
Nah, the Fed, he from Oakland. You know what I'm saying? He an old school rapper back in the day, and he had went out there to go live. I guess it's probably, shit, because the nigga got tired of America. The nigga went out to Africa, thinking that, it was going to be all good. That's where niggas supposed to be going. But he got a rude awakening. And he let niggas know before niggas go over there, hey, nigga, look out for the scam. Nigga, don't get across your head because, nigga, this what's going on from his experience.
But that's the American way, It's one thing to go to Africa, buy some land, and then they tell you what to do with your land, what you can, what you can't do, all that type of shit. Now, they got zoning laws here, too.
Well, he definitely, believed deeply in the African trade, in the transatlantic trade, slave trade, and he definitely believed, that niggas come from slavery in Africa, but he said that he really saying at the end of the day, he said that niggas was different, but niggas gonna get deeper into the video. He really said that the niggas really ain't even showing niggas no love like that. You know what I'm saying? He dropping games. Like I say, he a rapper, old school rapper. He went over there and did his thing. He was telling people to go over there. He had land and all type of little shit, but he gonna drop some more little game and shit.
So you got to pick land where you can do what you want. You're gonna buy some land. But when I just seen President Ibrahim make that announcement that no more foreigners could buy land in Burkina Faso, I sold my land already. That was 10 acres. And God know best. It's one thing to want to do something, and then, it's a time and place for everything. You know what I mean? Good morning as y'all coming in. Yeah, I'm just over here having a little discussion about what I seen on the announcement from Burkina Faso saying no more foreigners could buy land. Because people coming out there, they got big money. They buying up 100 acres, 200 acres, 300 acres. Hey, man, listen, I know what report I saw. I don't know what report you saw. So if you want to tell the world what the real term is, what that really means, then you go ahead and make you a video about it, sir. I'm just here to say that, hey, listen, buying land in Africa, I don't care what country, it come with some flaws. Yeah, it come with some flaws. It come with you, not being in control. You know what I mean? You're not in control of what you buy in Africa. In America, you have to pay taxes on it, but you in control. When you go to Africa, it's not the same. It's people that's buying land and they having problems on their land.
Man, who wanna go? Who wanna leave over here to go over there to get it handled about some shit that you bought? You know what I'm saying? It's like I say, it could just be, they just ain't got their infrastructure, their civilization stepped up to, to the culture to where we at. So they probably ain't got no understanding like how we got the understanding over here. So, it could be that, but sound like some bullshit though.
A lot of people thinking they gonna go over there and everything is gonna be better, but in reality, it's not. See, it's not gonna be better. When I was there saying, come, learn, figure it out. Some things, some situations, people don't mind going through a bad situation or going through difficulty. I didn't mind going through the difficulty. But being in a country where you can't make no money, that doesn't make sense at all. So that's the downside to going to Africa. You could go live and spend your money, but you can't go there and take out money. Now, there was
Damn, they ain't even dealing with a nigga. They don't even want to buy from a nigga. Come on, man. They want niggas to be repping this African. Oh, nigga, we African, nigga, we niggas. Them niggas over there handling niggas. Nigga, ain't no love. Especially nigga can't even make no money. That mean niggas ain't fucking with you. And he went over there with some bread like a real nigga gonna do.
There's a woman named Felicia who came on my live the other day and said, JT, I've been in Ghana and, you know, I've been here 10 years and we got a homestead. We living good. We bought our land. We got food and water and, you know, and then before it was all said and done, she said, I married a Ghanaian and they got married. She got married to a man from there. So it made easy, you know. And I'm just saying though. I said, oh, so that's why you doing good. Yeah, I married a man from Ghana. And we bought land and, you know, she brought her money and they did, you know, did whatever they did. I said, oh, well, that's a difference. And she said, yeah, it's been 10 years. Now everything running smooth. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, she had an inside connect. Shout out to R. Harry. Listen.
Yeah, so I guess that's the loop. You know what I'm saying? You gotta marry somebody from already over there. I guess to be able to get in where you fit in so they can be able to make your money do something properly. You know what I'm saying? But shit, that's a middleman right there. You gotta pay them to even make some money. But you can't just go over there, not no nigga straight from the States, thinking nigga finna get some love. They gonna handle your motherfucking ass. Nigga, you gotta be married in, nigga. You can't just be a nigga. And nigga's supposed to be, you know, putting this African label on a nigga, and a nigga handling niggas. Nigga, fuck that, nigga.
If you got an inside connect in Africa and you're going to be teamed up with somebody from Africa, you have a better chance to be successful and have more longevity. If you go in there and you just Googled it or, you know, you visited maybe or whatever, and then you, all right, I'm ready to go live there and, you know, buy the land and do all this stuff. That's the difficult part because somebody from there, they know what come with being there. When you brand new, hey man, when you brand new, you gotta go through the ups and the downs when you brand new. If you're not getting married to somebody from over there, if you're not if a tribe take you in, you have a better chance. If the chief of the land, of the area, if they take you in like they did with me, it was easy. It didn't stop my lawyer, Mercy, from trying to do, you know, her little devilish deeds, you know. It didn't stop Mercy from saying, oh no, the guy that came and bought land from me, she hooked up with him. He bought X amount of land, and then he asked me to help sell his land. I'm the one sent him the guy to help him sell his land. Meanwhile, they was working against me. It was very easy to add these people. We buying this together. Nah, you can't do that. How not? When they all put their money in, we bought it together. I'm the one here representing the people. It was okay when I was buying it. It became a problem though when it was time for people to start coming. People didn't really come anyway. Some came, some didn't. The moral of the story, how the hell you gonna hook up with the guy that I brought over here? So that's the corruption side of this. It became a big thing. And you had a goofy ass guy that's over there right now as the main voice. Yeah. He on a video while I'm buying the land and paying for it. Imagine that. So, you know, everybody have their part to play. You know, people got their part to play. And they played their part. They had a good time. But guess what? I was already tired of that shit. I'm like, ain't no fucking way I'm finna be over here. You know, and I gave my attorney number online. I told people to call her. Imagine that. Imagine that. But God blessed me to come back here and do the same thing. Yep, I'm in Chicago right now wrapping this up. You know, I'm in Chicago getting this business handled. But ain't nothing like handling business in America. You see, out there, it's hard. Ain't no way, I can't put no cut on it. It's hard. To get that money out there, it's hard. Out here, it's easier. And it's not as easy as we would like it to be. It's still a struggle here too. But if you here, you got a chance to get to it. When you there, it ain't the same. You know, you got to call home and ask for money. You got to ask people to donate to you so you can still live. Over here, nah. See, over here, we bust them plays and then we go get these Honduns. That's what I like. I can't do this over there. I had to do this here. Now,
Man, now this is a real nigga, real OG nigga that went over. This a real street nigga. You know what I'm saying? A lot of niggas coming, you know, knowing what time of year is on, and that's fucked up. That niggas can't make no money over there, and that's supposed to be the land of the niggas. How real nigga from over here can't go over there where it's supposed to be the land of the niggas, and the nigga can't make no money, and the nigga is a certified money maker, go getter. Ain't no love.
this right here is money for Chicago. I came here because there's a lot of mothers and children and families that need some shit. So what I did was I said, let me come here and we're going to pay for the buses. We're going to pay for buses. This money is to pay for buses and food so that I could do my part here in Chicago. When I finish here, I'm heading down south to my own land, okay? But when they be talking about, oh, you wasting your time in America, no. You can't get this out there. Sorry about that. This kind of money is available here. And if I didn't come here, I would be broke right now.
Man, how do real niggas feel about that? The nigga said he can't make no money. Nigga that heard, nigga put it together. Nigga out here put it together like clockwork. You know, niggas know how to get to it out here. You know what I'm saying? You know, niggas really know how to get to it out here. But it's crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy, man, because he a real one, man. And he don't even feel comfortable. You know, he an OG in the game. He done seen a lot of moons. He a vet. He American vet. We talking about handling business. Come on, man. It's supposed to be easier for us over there, so-called. Why it ain't easier for it over there?
Now living in Africa, asking y'all to send money for me. But while I'm here, man, let's put these Honduns together. You feel me? Let me give back. Just to give back money. This ain't for me to go shopping. Look, I got the same pants on I was wearing in California. These come from Walmart. These Walmart pants, y'all remember these pants? I'm not shopping. I'm not doing none of that. I spent $1,000 on books. Now that's what I wanted, them books. I paid $1,000 for that, right? But when they like, JT, you wasted your time. Africa, boy, you ain't coming up on no money in Africa. I bought this for $20-something. I live a bum life. I don't live like, but I get real money though. What do you do with the money? I take care of Tisha Boo, Mama Pearl, and all my children. After they took care of, then I gotta go take care of the streets. I'm gonna be going live. Shout out to Fred Hampton Jr., the chairman, Fred Hampton Jr., the Black Panthers here in Chicago. Yeah, they helping me to organize these mothers and these children. This money is not for me like I'm flexing on y'all. This money's spent already. When y'all see these buses cost $1,500 to rent. I got 4 buses, so $6,000 out of this gone already. The other $4,000 is for food, so that's $10,000, right? The purpose of this, me showing you this, is to show you that it's real here. It's real here in America. When you get over there, I will bring this over there and it'll be gone. And then when I need another 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500, boy, that's not gonna happen over there. It's not.
That's bullshit. And niggas talking about Pan-African, niggas is African, niggas ain't no Africans, boy. If niggas was African, niggas would have been and had that connection. Them niggas don't want to connect like that, nigga. You got niggas already going over there, nigga, connecting, trying to put it down. Niggas losing money, nigga. Niggas over there teaming up, running plays on niggas with the lawyer. Come on, man. Shit don't even make no fucking sense, man. Niggas motherfucking American, niggas. Especially niggas been over here, niggas since this American shit been jumping off. There's no motherfucking African shit, nigga, straight up.
Not gonna happen. What do you do for a living? My name's JT the Bigger Figure, man. I own Trapflix. They said Trapflix was a scam. Do this look like a scam? I didn't have to scam. I don't need no investors, none of that shit. I own this motherfucker. I got real estate on Trapflix. I've been selling my real estate. That means people own channels. People own the ad sections. All of that is what Trapflix is. So, you know, all that going to Africa, start a business, fuck no. No, that's a scam. No, let me take that back. That's not a scam. When you go with your money gonna disappear in Africa. Same way it do over here. But over there, gone. Nothing to show for it. Okay? I promise you that. But this is for the bum niggas that be over there begging, asking for money. Talking about JT broke over here. This donation money. This ain't scam money. Then nobody on here putting nothing in on this. Okay? So I had to make sure they know.
And then niggas talking shit about a real nigga that went over there, nigga that put some money in y'all motherfucking pocket, nigga. And nigga didn't even see nothing back on it. Nut, nigga. She didn't even come back. Nigga out there, nigga trying to connect, nigga trying to put it down. Come on, man, that nigga finna say some more crazy shit too.
Nigga, we ain't the same. I'm not asking nobody for shit. I own shit that I could sell. That's how I get money. Everything ain't to be announced. It's not. I like 20s too, though. Now, this might be my personal spending money right here. And I don't even have nothing. Oh, I do got to go buy some suits. I'm going to take y'all with me. I got to go buy some suits. for this Sunday meeting. I need a dark blue and I need a black. Yeah, I need to do that. Why? Because I need to look good. I need to look good in my suit. And I need to get my shit touched up a little bit because, you know, that nappy life is part of my, you know. But all that land shit in Africa, man, listen. I need, and when I come back, since I got the books, I need to go find me a Bible. I need to go buy a Bible. And we're going to go back into the Bible again. And we're going to go and do a recap on them scriptures that say what God going to do for us here in America. The black men who were slaves, who were brought here. All that we was here shit, we ain't talking about whoever was here. We talking about who got brought here. That's us.
JT the Fig. Now Chief Holiday and DJ Cudi, I think they hooking up with JT the Bigger Fig, and they trying to put him up more up on game about the Aborigine. And you know, they had a dope conversation. You can go check that out on DJ Cut channel. They had a little dope conversation, but it's like I say, he you know, he pushing what he pushing. You know what I'm saying? I respect. I fuck with the Fig. He an OG out here in these streets, coming straight from San Francisco. You know what I'm saying? He out there with my kin folks. So he dropping jewels though, straight up.
Okay, I'm one of them. I don't own nothing in Africa. Everything I own, I donated. Because I realized that's their shit. That's their gold. That's their water. That's their land. That's their diamonds. That's their shit. They trying to come up. And then here we come trying to get in between their economy. And then when it don't turn out right, all you can do is say you tried. I tried.
And he ain't even hating. You know what I'm saying? He tried to put it down. You know what I'm saying? He tried to, you know what I'm saying, go out there and be a real nigga and hook up with the real niggas over there. But he didn't get no love because them niggas don't even respect niggas over here. That's the case niggas would have been niggas got on. Niggas straight up, niggas know how we get down, nigga. We would have been connected, nigga. Make them flips. Niggas ain't trying to connect with real niggas, man.
Realize, nigga, this ain't my country. I don't give a fuck how much we look the same. I'm never gonna be one of them.
Come on, man. We know the real, man. Why niggas ain't getting no love? These niggas come over here, nigga. We show niggas hella love. Niggas get the beat. Niggas get put on. Niggas get lightweight protection. Niggas don't get extorted. Niggas don't get fucked over. The kids don't get fucked over. You know what I'm saying? Niggas get some love. They over there fucking the real niggas over. Come on, man. How niggas supposed to respect that? How real niggas supposed to respect that? And you got real niggas going over there, ain't getting no love. They saying, nigga, you ain't even us, nigga. Them niggas must don't believe in the motherfucking slave trade. This a real nigga. Let me bring that back, man. Shit crazy.
Live with them. And then when it don't turn out right, all you can do is say you tried. I tried. I realized, nigga, this ain't my country. I don't give a fuck how much we look the same. I'm never gonna be one of them. I live with them. They treated me like family, but I'm still a foreigner. You from America. Listen to your voice. You talk like you. I could learn the language. I'm still gonna be you one of them from America. Period. As big as of Africa advocate that I am, I'm saying when you go there to help the people. Don't go there to get rich off of them. Don't go there to get money out of their economy. Now, there are those who are successfully doing that. Good for them. For those who have not yet.
Right, niggas is foreign. That's what I'm saying. Niggas be having ties. You know what I'm saying? As far as niggas be having family and niggas be going back and forth, because I know niggas that's Africans and they say they African. Them niggas got African names. Them niggas look like African. Niggas been knowing them niggas since school. Them niggas got African names and look like Africans. So I guess the niggas be going back and forth and shit. Niggas been going back and forth. Yeah, them niggas connect. I'm talking about niggas that ain't nigga. We been here, nigga. Nigga, I ain't got no motherfucking connection to motherfucking Africa. Nigga, I don't know nobody in my motherfucking family that ever talked about some goddamn African shit, nigga, ever, nigga. My shit coming straight from Florida. Straight like that. Nigga, Florida and goddamn Louisiana. Niggas going back, nigga. Come on, man. This is a real nigga. I respect the Feds. You know what I'm saying? He get handled. Them niggas like, nigga, and he pushed Africa. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, you know, he come from the Bay. You know, them niggas got the, you know, the Black Panthers out there. You know, my kinfolks from San Francisco, them niggas was a part of that other shit in San Francisco called, I don't know if we called the Zebras or something, but they was out there going after white people back then. Yeah, I guess that's what it is, but I would think, you know, if they know that niggas is coming from America and they know what niggas, I guess, you know, I would think the niggas know the story. It should be a worldwide story, but I guess it ain't. The niggas saying niggas is from over there. So they definitely looking at it like some gang shit. So I'm like, why would even niggas go over there to another nigga set knowing that it ain't even no love like that nigga get handled? Nigga, that shit don't even make no sense. Nigga don't give a fuck about all that, nigga, what we look like, nigga, and all that type of shit, nigga. If I was family, nigga be family, nigga be connected, nigga. Nigga ain't connected like that, nigga. I'm a motherfucking American.
Got in place, got the hookup, got tied in, and ain't got in there yet. And you looking over there to Africa as a place to live. When your ass get there and your dollars, once them dollars go, because you could go over there with 10,000 right now and do good. You can do something, right? Watch how fast them dollars disappear. I know what it feel like to live in Africa and don't have enough money to do what I need to do, not what I want to do. I know what it's like to live in Africa for months and I can't even get no 20s. I got to call back to America. Hey,
come on, man. How nigga can't get no money over there? Nigga get money over here. Niggas fuck with niggas over here. Nigga make plays over here. I guess niggas didn't want none of his products what they was selling. I guess niggas didn't want no bleach. Niggas didn't want no entertainment. Niggas didn't want to shoot no movies. Niggas wasn't fucking with the Fed. And he going over there bread it up. Come on, man. Nigga went over there and lost some bread. Not saying that niggas is over there trying to get over on niggas, but niggas trying to come up at the same time. Nigga, like, what the fuck they think what time it is?
boy, let me do something for you. Let me, some type of business, right? That was the worst feeling, being in another country, and I go outside and I'm just as broke as a motherfucker sleeping on the street out there. God damn, I'm waiting on some money to come. Waiting on money? Hell nah, boy, that's a bad feeling. To be waiting on some money while you in another country and you gotta depend on somebody from America. Now, I never called my mama though, like some niggas call their mama. I ain't called my mama, hell nah. I had to find somebody that needed some beats. Let me make some beats for you. Let me do something that, you know, within my industry. I do music, I do film, I do promotion, right? So there's people that feel like I'm betraying Africa by telling my people who on their way over there the truth. I couldn't tell you the truth till I learned the truth. I couldn't give you this perspective until I went through it. I don't regret it, and I would love to become rich where I could afford to be over there in case I do, in case America crash or whatever going on. But I see in reality, that's not God's plan. Because you could end up in Africa a slave. you could end up somebody's slave over there. Take your phone, you can't even call your family no more. That's not God's plan. Because you could end up in Africa a slave. you could end up somebody's slave over there. Take your phone, you can't even call your family no more.
That's fucked up. My nigga said you can end up as a slave in Africa, nigga. Nigga said them niggas to take your phone, nigga, you would be done, nigga. Can't even contact your family. Who going over? What real nigga going over there putting themselves in a situation like that where you can get gaffed? Nigga, it's 2025. This nigga said you can end up as a slave in Africa if you end up slipping, nigga. Niggas over here talking this goofy ass Pan-African shit, nigga. Shut the fuck up, hoe ass nigga. Show us the motherfucking connection back to Africa, nigga. You African, nigga. That's what it is, nigga. Nigga, don't be putting that shit on everybody else, though, nigga.
In Africa, I'm not saying Africans is mad at us. I didn't say that. I said their economy is in no shape to support us when it ain't even supporting them. Ask an African about getting a job. Ask an African who graduated from college and he's sweeping the streets or washing dishes in Africa. Ask an African who got a master's degree in finance, in economics, in sociology, or whatever, some type of master degree, and then he over here getting paid $100 a month to do something because that's the only job that's available. And he don't get paid to the end of the month. So from the 1st to the 30th or 31st, there is no payment. The Africans learned how not to eat for 4-5 days. Why? If you don't have money, you can't eat.
Well, so they just fucked up over there, so nigga. Yeah, you ain't gonna share it. Ain't nothing going on over there, nigga. Ain't nothing going on over there. So they just fucked up. But it still seems like it ain't no love. You know what I'm saying? I guess niggas gotta get put on, and then you gotta be part of the tribe. Motherfucking the leader gotta take you in. You gotta be married to somebody's daughter or somebody's son. You can't just come over there, I guess, and be a citizen. Thinking it's Gucci.
As an African, there's some Africans probably watching right now. Am I lying? People that graduated college. Thousands of them. They got degrees. Can't find a job. So for the Black American who going over there and you got $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, your money is gonna go bloop, 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 bloop. You better have another $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 to continue to live. There is no food program for you over there. They don't have one for their own people. Don't go over there and start complaining about shit when you know. When you go, you better have that money. And I'm going to say it like this. That buying land, don't think because you bought land that you in power. You're not in power. You are a foreigner. I will continue to tell and warn the people. Now, y'all do what the hell you want. Oh, no, I'm going to go. I found the connect. Nah, go. Go learn like I had to learn. That's the best experience. Your best teacher is your experience. You hear me? Which is better? America better for a black American. Oh, I'm tired of this shit in America. I was tired too. Guess what I'm tired of more in Africa? I don't give a fuck how the weather is, how good the food is, and how nice the people are. I'm still an outsider to them people over there. And
That's fucked up. Ain't no love. Nigga, ain't no motherfucking love. Nigga, ain't no motherfucking love. Man. Love for a nigga over there, man. Niggas an outsider. Niggas don't treat you accordingly. It's fucked up. It's fucked up, you know what I'm saying? Boy, nigga, I'm pretty sure a female can go over there and go do her thing and blend in and, you know, get snatched up or shit. A nigga fuck around and get enslaved, nigga. The fuck going on? Enemies go over there, breaded up on real nigga shit. Niggas over there and get gaffled, handled, head cut off. Man, the OG just said it's gonna be better for us over here, man. So I don't even know why niggas even playing with this African shit, nigga. Especially if you ain't even got no connection as far as nigga. You don't know that African family member that came from Africa that came over here, nigga. If you don't know that, nigga, shut the fuck up, nigga.
and I can't make $1. I can't go outside and make $20.
Come on, man. A nigga probably touched a meal on Fillmore in San Francisco. Niggas from Fillmore. Niggas, young nigga, he probably the young nigga in the 90s that put Fillmore on the map in San Francisco. JT the bigger figure. And the nigga can't make $20. Nigga can't make $20 on both sides of that motherfucker, east and west. Come on, man. How that shit don't make, that shit ain't adding up to a real nigga like me, man. For a nigga to just be nigga putting that African term on a nigga. I don't give a fuck what a nigga talking about.
Ask the people that live there right now. You got a guy on here right now. Every day he asks people for donations. Yeah, sponsor me so I could go take a trip. Sponsor me so I could buy this. Sponsor me. Imagine being in a country and and then you talking about this country, how bad it is over here. But you asking people for money to sponsor you while you live over there for free. Nah, this is racist shit in America. Man, ain't nothing worse than a black African treating you like you a white man, nigga, with mud and shit on your face.
That's what them niggas own over there. That's what them niggas own over there. Them niggas ain't fucking with no real nigga over here from the States. Who fucking with a real nigga in America in the whole world? In the whole world, nigga. Yeah, nigga probably pull a nigga bitch But nigga, we talking about man to man, nigga. A black American nigga ain't got no love in the world, nigga. Not even in Africa, nigga. Nigga got some love over here in the States, cause nigga, we know how to, wiggle over here. We been over here. We know back streets, nigga. We know the land, nigga. How about nigga go state to state with it, nigga? Straight up, nigga. Hit the highways, nigga. Man, niggas been doing this shit over here, man. This shit called the streets, nigga. Nigga, this our shit. Niggas go over there, nigga get fucked up, nigga. Nigga was crazy.
Ain't nothing worse than a group of Africans laughing at you in their language while you doing whatever you doing, and they laughing at you. See, you ain't never experienced that. I know what it feel like.
Come on, man. That's a real nigga. That's a real nigga going through that shit. Oklahoma to Boston, man, straight up. Connected. They gonna hit Boston. They gonna fuck with you too one day, straight up. But we real niggas. You know, it's love. I don't know what them niggas on out there, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if niggas, the motherfucking nigga Cameroon could just hook up with a nigga from Nigeria and it be love, nigga get to it. Come on, man. I believe the OG, man. This niggas know some of my kin folks out there in the Bay. In Frisco and Oakland. Yeah, King Cudjo's it's all out in that motherfucking den out there.
I know what it feel like when you ain't really wanted there. Give a fuck if you giving out food. We don't care if you giving out this and that. We not gonna help you.
And a nigga over there doing real nigga shit. Giving them niggas shit. Putting niggas on. Man, them niggas don't give a fuck. Niggas got a real nigga. Come on, man. This is an OG.
Doing nothing. Worse than a group of Africans laughing at you in their language while you doing whatever you doing, and they laughing at you. See, you ain't never experienced that. I know what it feel like. I know what it feel like when you ain't really wanted there. Give a fuck if you giving out food. We don't care if you giving out this and that. We not gonna help you with nothing. You gotta give us something. Everything based on what you got. Your value is based on how much money you got. You ain't got no money? Put that to the side. Yes, my brothers, I'm here. Then you ain't got no support. You ain't got nothing to offer. Why come there then? I'm not telling you not to go there. I'm telling you, go there with some blue cheese. You get over there.
Go there, you gotta put money in their pocket, point blank. You ain't fit to put no money in your pocket until them niggas get super, super good. When it's super, super good for them niggas. And we don't know right now, man. Them just gotta get that shit up, man. Them niggas gotta respect the nigga better, man. Cause niggas going over there, niggas looking side-eyed, nigga. Man, come on, man. You already know what that side-eye shit give a nigga over here in the States, nigga. You look at a nigga too long over here, nigga shit just might jump off, nigga. Come on, man. Let's keep it real. Stop playing.
Have some of this blue cheese with you. Because if you don't, you're going to be on your way back over here. You're going to be running back. Why? Because
my nigga said you gonna be running back. Man, why I gotta be like that for us, man? The real nigga. This is the nigga. Ain't no female gonna go through this. Only the niggas going through this, man. That's crazy.
Cheese. You get over there, pass some of this blue cheese with you. Because if you don't, you're going to be on your way back over here. You're going to be running back. Why? Because the vision of living in another country, away from this country, sounds so great. Now, if you marry an African man or an African woman and they tribe and they family about to bring you in, now your money can work better for you because you got a support system. No support system, your ass gonna be running back to America. Don't get over there and can't afford no ticket back home. Don't get over there and need to get back home. And then your folk over here ain't got the money. You gonna be sitting at the airport. You gonna be getting kicked out your spot. No, my brother. You know rent? Oh, no. And then they gonna hit you with that. I'm sorry, brother. No. And next thing you know, you like, damn, that shit in America, I could tell them I ain't got the rent money for a month or two. In Africa, no, brother. No. Pay the rent, brother. As an African,
Yeah, I guess it's just a little tough over there again, and I guess the niggas. Shit, man, it's fucked up, man. How's it fucked up for them? I guess it's just fucked up, man. It's fucked up for them, so shit. I guess it just trickled down and shit. Everybody else gonna get it too. Shit, man, I don't know why niggas running over there. Shit, like you say, nigga, at least nigga can, wiggle a little bit, nigga, with the rent. Kind of, get the shit together, you know what I'm saying? You never know what kind of fall off nigga might go to, you know what I'm saying? Give a nigga some days to get a nigga back on that nigga's feet, you know what I'm saying? You don't get no days to get back on your feet, nigga. You could be, damn near get your fucking hands cut off.
on here, do they let you go 2-3 months without paying rent like they do over here? No. Oh, no. Oh, I'm your brother from America. No, brother. No. Money. No money, no brotherhood.
No bread, nigga. Nigga, keep it covered, nigga. I don't even care if you pay 5 years, nigga. Don't never be late. Come on, man. And a nigga can't own the land, nigga. Come on, man. And them niggas got dirty on this nigga once. I guess nigga once Trump and did this little thing. The niggas giving niggas 24 hours to do this. The nigga, you better do shit. Come on, man. Niggas better keep stacking their ones and twos over here, man, and then pass it on and pass the game on. Keep passing the money for the game on, whatever type of money flip you get into, man. Yeah. And stay right here in America, nigga, and bang this.
I gotta keep it real. I can't be on here lying. My people know JT lived over there. He know what he talking about. I'm not hating. I'm telling you, go try so you can see. See for yourself. That's what I want. I want. They really want a year in advance. Sometimes they do, but I was paying month to month. I had my rent money, but I know when I was behind. Hey, my brother, you ready to pay rent? Give me 2-3 more days. Okay, brother. Oh, hey, wait, hey. Shit me. Thank God he blessed me to pay the rent. Be 2-3 days behind on rent. My brother, how are you doing? Oh, I'm okay. I sent you a text. I know I got your text. When are you going to pay the rent, though, brother? Oh shit, man, give me like another day. Come on, brother. You know, you signed the agreement. I know, but it ain't just like America. 3-day notice, you know, I'll pay you next month. No late fee. No late fee. You pay rent now, brother. Or you must go.
My nigga said no light. My nigga said no light fee, nigga. That's crazy, man. Nigga can't pay no light fee, man. Golly, boy. And you already knew what time it was, man.
No rent, you must go. And as simple as that. Yeah, I'm just saying though. Smiling while moving your stuff. Man, your stuff will get moved so quick. No. Well, let me get my stuff out and I'll just go. No, you pay. Yeah, but I'm going to just go ahead and just leave, you know. No. Then they change the locks on you. Now you got to sleep somewhere. Nah, it's Americans doing good over there in Kenya. Shout out to all the people I inspired to come over there. I inspired a lot of people to come over there. I'm not telling you don't go over there. I'm telling you come with some money. You got to have it. If you don't got it, you're going to be running. Yeah, you're going to be running up out of there. Because it's not a place where, you know, they understand you for not having the money. You know what I mean? This toxic place is the best to get. Nah, you go over there. You know what America got? It got a chance for you to still get some money. Without it, in Africa or America, you in trouble. Over here, you got a chance to get the money. Over there, you don't have a chance. Look at a guy who sit at a coffee shop every day in Africa. He don't got no money unless you give him a super check. And I'm pretty sure his YouTube money can sustain his rent. His rent is $100 in somebody else's house. He renting a room in somebody else's house. And that's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's absolutely great. That's why it's easy to say how great it is over there. Why? Your rent only $100. Your water bill probably $10. Your electric bill probably $20. So $150. And then whatever it costs you for food every day. Most of us ain't living in nobody's room. When we go, we gonna have to pay like rent, regular rent. Most of us ain't going to Africa to live in nobody else's house. Okay, so that's why you got to understand the dynamic. Every time you see that guy, you say, oh no, it's easy, start a business, it's easy. Well, why you ain't got a business then? Show us some African money that you made in your hand. Don't show us what you just got from your YouTube or somebody sent the Cash App. Hell no. Show us some money that you're earning over there. If you can't do that, then quit lying and saying how easy it is. Because that's a trick. That is the trick of, you know, so everybody who's
nigga said that's the trick. Yeah, it's a scam, huh, man? Niggas gonna get hit across the head, huh? Niggas can't get past getting hit across the head, huh?
Some money that you're earning over there. If you can't do that, then quit lying and saying how easy it is. Because that's a trick. That is the trick of, you know, so everybody who's promoting Africa, man, when you come to Africa, come there to help Africa. My message to anybody I'm inspiring to go to Africa, go there to help first and then learn the way. When you get there, be a help first. You will go a lot farther. Why? Because they can see that you helping. Well, isn't that paying for friendship? Nope, it's not paying for friendship. It's called paying it forward. Pay it forward. Be a blessing to somebody in Africa. When your money run out, then you will find out if you got a friend or not. That's how you, only way to know is let your money get low, and now you asking Africans for some type of help or some type of support. That's when you gonna find out.
Damn, it ain't no
I'm just
love.
letting you know. I started asking for money over there from Africans.
Damn. Say the money got low. Cause niggas wasn't on from a nigga. So then once the nigga started, asking for his handouts after he done handed out what he handed out. Niggas didn't get the same responses. No, you a foreigner. You ain't even, matter of fact, you ain't even from over here.
And then I found out, ain't nobody got nothing for you, JT, period. Well, didn't you help a lot of people? Yeah, but they didn't have nothing to give me to help me when I needed it. Zero. And it's not bad. And I don't regret helping them. But when I realized I'm in a country, the economy's so bad. Fuck how the big tall buildings look. Forget the Bentley driving by, the Mercedes, the Corvette. Nah. Those people are well off. The people you're gonna most likely be around, they won't have no Corvettes and Benzes. They don't live in the big house. They don't live in the penthouse. So therefore, your support system to sell anything, you're going to become competition if you're selling something that someone else is already selling. By me doing music, I was able to buy some songs, $100, $50, $30, $40, another $100. I could spend $3,000, right? I could take 30 of these $100 bills. I could spend $3,000 and buy a bunch of songs. I take them songs when I buy them, then I'm selling them to Empire. And now I got me some more racks to go with it, right? So my business of being a visionary, entrepreneur, music exec, film exec, software exec, I was able to utilize my knowledge in that world. And there's no competition for me. I'm JT the bigger figure, man. I'm a music mogul. This is what I do. I buy low and I sell high. That made me some money there, but it wasn't enough good talent to keep the money coming in. So I might have hit for 30,000, 40,000, right? While I'm over there. That money's still going bloop, 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 bloop. So I did pretty good though. I did pretty good. I bought land and I started selling my land. If I wasn't selling my land, I would have never made no other money. Thank God, when I came home, I made another business deal and I had enough hundreds of thousands to spend 100,000 back with everybody who bought land from me. There is no one that could say, oh, I didn't get paid or I didn't get my money back. No matter what them goofies was doing.
That's how a real nigga gonna move, man. Nigga gonna always make sure a nigga good, that a nigga did good too, man. Especially nigga fucking with this money shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, we real niggas out here, man. Niggas really be doing shit. But a lot of shit niggas can't talk about and shit, but man, come on, man, there's real niggas out here. There's some fuck niggas out here too, for sure. There's some fuck niggas out here too, for sure. That's why niggas be getting chop suey. And Guess this niggas, we gotta be careful everywhere in the world, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, the niggas probably don't hate a nigga over there, but you know, them niggas got their ways and how they get down. We got our ways and how we get down. We go over there expecting love because of what a nigga look like. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good, though.
They was trying to destroy my name, my reputation. But God said, nah, let them talk. Just get them people straight. And that's it. See, one thing, you don't fuck your face up. Your face is worth more than the money. Your face, don't be known as a scammer. Don't be known as a thief. Don't be known as a why, because you'll never get support ever again. These are the things that I can teach people because I went through the accusations. What was the benefit of them people saying that I stole money and all this shit? Hate, jealousy, envy. Now look at their situation. They wanted to be in Africa so bad. Imagine being over there and you got to ask niggas on YouTube to send you some money to go buy tea and buy food and get shit. That's not my way of living in Africa. That's for them niggas. I'm just saying. No, my brother. I'm not gonna be asking niggas on YouTube to send me money. That's goofy, nigga. I'm not one of them. That's why some people lock themselves into a goofy bag. They gotta depend on. I can't live like that. I can't send my mama no money living like that. I can't give my wife and children no money living like that. You know, that shit is, that's not right. A man don't supposed to ask people for donations while they working hard at their job, getting money. And then I'm sitting back sipping tea somewhere, eating, and you know, I'm just chilling. And every day I wait for you to send me something. That is what you call an African American scam, nigga. Let me tell them I'm not doing good yet. I'm trying to get up. Let me tell them I got access to these diamonds and gold and all this shit. Let me tell the people that so that they can support me. While they go work every day, I'm chilling at the house in Africa. And I'm finna get free money. All I gotta do is say, hey, I'm out here with Ibrahim, Captain Ibrahim. I'm over here in Burkina, blah, blah, blah. Hey, that sounds great. Month after month after month after month after month, same situation. Most Black American men, we not finna be sitting, I don't give a damn, we sitting with Gaddafi, nigga. We don't give a shit about no black president, nothing, nigga. If I can't get no money, it don't make no sense. A real
Nigga, it don't make no motherfucking sense, man. That's why I'm saying niggas ain't going over there trying to bust nobody's head. But nigga, a nigga can't get no tools and fuse around this motherfucker. Niggas can't even get no killers and bits. Niggas ain't even looking for the hunks and chunks. Niggas get the hunks and chunks over here in the States. Niggas can't even get no killers and bits over there, nigga. Come on, man. I guess you may have to be working with certain jobs. You may have to be connected some type of way, but like you say, shit, niggas educated Africans over there, them niggas can't even get the job. So what do you think you finna get the job? Because you educated over there, nigga. Come on, stop.
man ain't finna be sitting around where I'm sitting working and wait for you to get off work so you can get on my live and send me some of your money that you just bust your ass for all week long, and now I'm finna give you $20 out my little paycheck. Hell no. Yep. Nah, we didn't ask for donations. I allowed people to donate. And I was all about getting food to the people, the community. That's what I did. Water wells, land, the whole nine, for sure. And then when I was finished with it, I turned it off. Sorry about that. Yeah, and people asked me to make a GoFundMe. I didn't make a GoFundMe to get there. I came with moolah, boy. I'm a rap artist from America. I still get paid from songs I made in 1992. I made songs every year from 92 to right now. I still get paid off everything I own. So I'm not dependent on if somebody donate. I just had a GoFundMe about 2 months ago. Soon as I made my 100,000, soon as I made the 100,000, it didn't even come all through GoFundMe. Guess what I did? I turned the GoFundMe off. Is there any witnesses that saw I had a GoFundMe? I said I need to make 100,000 for this Traplex deal. Is there any witnesses that seen me have a GoFundMe 2 months ago? Is there any witnesses? All right. Soon as I hit the 100,000, I didn't need it no more. I'm like, shit, and it didn't even come from GoFundMe. I sold some Traplex. I didn't need it no more. And then I turned that shit off. It was only probably $1,200 on there. Shout out to whoever sent me $10, $20 on my GoFundMe. Thank you. Nah, thank you. You see how that go? Once you get the money, don't keep no donation shit out there. Hell nah, I'm a grown man. I don't want nobody to think I'm broke out here. This donation money. Why do you keep showing this? Because the same way niggas show them goofy ass chains and all that shit, I want to show a nigga. This how you give back. In America, you need some money to give back. I'm gonna bring y'all on the journey with me and the brothers of Chicago when we go buy all this food, pay for these buses for the community here in Chicago. This is my salute back to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan for all the knowledge he gave me. This is 70th year, and I wanted to be in Chicago to do my give back. Yes. I wanted to help come to this city. It's black people out here that's struggling like a mud. How the hell I'm gonna be in Africa, keep trying to help them? They're not helping us over here. They not sending $1 over here to us. They ain't sending no gold bars. They ain't sending no oil. And that's fine. Now the dude could talk, man. It's all right. I ain't even tripping on that.
We ain't getting no help over here, man. We gotta get to it. Especially not no nigga. Or we ain't get no help. And that's how niggas ain't sending over here, but you know, they can come over here and come up. And I guess for them niggas be saying, niggas be acting like fellas, getting a position. And then them niggas turn goofy.
I ain't tripping on none of that. They can say what they want. Nigga, I'm over here caked up right now. And I still got the same pants on from when I just was in.
Real niggas don't always get to it, nigga. That's a fact, nigga. Niggas be mobbed out. Man, there be so much crazy shit going on, man. Niggas got crazy stories. Nigga American. Real niggas over here, man. Niggas over here, boys, are motherfucking legendary. Crazy spots. Real. That's what we do over here, nigga. I don't know why niggas even want to go to Africa and play like that, nigga. Nigga, family and shit, everything over here, nigga. Nigga ain't no playing, nigga. America. I mean, I can tell if you an African nigga and you talking, nigga, you African, talking, nigga. That's what it is. All them niggas ain't got no connection and still be pushing that gay ass shit, nigga. Shut the fuck up, nigga. You niggas ain't even got no love for us, nigga, like that.
California. What is these Wranglers? Nigga, I got on the same clothes. Nigga, I got the same hoodie on. Nigga, I'm real bum life. Nigga, I really live this bum life shit.
Nigga already blew down the mall, nigga, 2 or 3 times, nigga. Different states, nigga. Come on, man. Stop it, man. That shit, man. Come on, man. That's what we gonna do. You know, every young nigga gonna do what they do, or they gonna go do it. Pop up, designer this, designer that. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna come through stuff big. You know, we all gonna go through it over here. It's our it's what we do over here. You know what I'm saying? Good nigga, young nigga and your twins and trying to have plenty. But there's different strokes for different folks, different ages, you know. The 90s and the early 2000s, you know what I'm saying, is a different era than what the young niggas get to. But these niggas can get to it still out here, but in a major way, though. You know what I'm saying? Niggas was doing some hot shit in different eras, but nigga, we still come, you know. Niggas be bummed out, you know, niggas slide through somebody bummed out, nigga come through riding a van, nigga got $1 million in the van. Stop it, man.
You ain't catch me at no goddamn mall balling out. Hell nah, nigga, I gotta take care of the community. You know? That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Whatever I did, it's okay. You know, you see, I'm letting you stay on here. You could type 10 more things and say whatever. Nigga, I'm in Chicago right now. Working, nigga, with legends to help the community. Go ahead, put out whatever you want. It doesn't matter. I don't give a shit.
Salute to the
You need to
field.
Google how much is Traplex worth right now. That's what you need to Google. Yeah. I live the bum life, man. I don't care what a nigga say. Yeah, shit. Yeah. And I don't need to steal from nobody. I thank Allah for that. I didn't have to steal from nobody. Now, a nigga who always said I was stealing, check him out right now. Help me out, give me something. That's what he is destined for. You're gonna be, nigga, destined to have to ask. That's my payback in this whole situation. What's the payback fee? That I don't gotta go talk down on them or nothing. Nigga, just look. Watch how another month go by. Still got the same shit, same thing. Another month, another month. I don't give a fuck whatever progress. That's not between me. Whatever God got for him, that's what he got for him. No, I'm not proving. I'm not proving nothing. I'm just on here talking about Africa. Nigga, don't get scammed over there in Africa. You thought you was moving to paradise and find out, nigga, it costs the same to live in Africa right now as it costs to live over here. So if you was struggling over here, you're gonna struggle over there. Unless you're ready to live in the village. Can you deal with living in a village with no running water? Can you? Can you deal with having to use the bathroom in the hole in the ground? You're gonna have to humble yourself. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to deal with the realities of living below your means. No matter what country you go to, the beauty of America is that when you run out of money, you can try to make some more. Or you don't try, you do make some more. Fuck it, I gotta go work over here. I gotta sell this. I gotta trade this. That's what I do. That's what I do.
Yeah, so you gotta stay tucked in and humble in, getting your bread and chips up, not doing too much over here in the States to get it up real quick. So if you want to move to Africa, you gotta move the same way. That don't even make no sense. You would think if you was gonna go to another country, then you gonna live like a king, nigga. That money ain't even adding up to our money. Come on, man, that shit don't even fucking make no fucking sense, man. Nigga gonna be over here all tucked in the cut over here, ain't spending my bread. Oh, nigga, I ain't spending over here. I ain't spending but to go over there and have to move the same way just to live. That's just to live. It don't make no sense.
Yeah. I take what I own and I might gotta sell some of this shit. True story. This ain't nowhere for niggas to go. We nah, it don't matter. It wasn't happening. Niggas say, give me $5,000. I understand. You know how hard it is just to make $100? Let's just take 5 of these right here. You know how hard it is to make just this amount right here in America right now? It's not easy just to make this right here. I will be lying to you to tell you, oh, it's easy to make this. I have to give this money back to the community because I know who gave me the money. Allah blessed me to come into a nice large lump sum of money. And what is the money for? Get your mom straight, get your wife straight, get your children straight. The rest of that money, you got to get to the street and do what you know how to do, what I made you for. What's that? Go help them people that's in need right now. And where they at? Out here. Where at? In America. My money ain't for Africa no more. I gave it here. Where at? In America. My money ain't for Africa no more. I gave as much as I could. Well, goddamn, how much more I'm supposed to give, nigga? I mean, shit.
They got a real nigga fucked up, nigga. And they got a real nigga fucked up, man. Come on, they trying to get over on the nigga, man. Come on, man. That's a get over. That's a scam. That is a scam. That's a scam. Man, that's a scam, man. These niggas pushing this Pan-African shit. These niggas are scammers, nigga. Straight up. These niggas are scammers, man. These niggas are scammers, man. Anybody pushing that African shit, nigga, you a scammer, nigga. Come on, man. We got niggas going over there. We got real niggas, certified street steppers, going over there, connecting with them niggas. And a nigga feel like them niggas getting over on a nigga. Niggas know when a nigga getting over on a nigga, man. This shit is for America, nigga. We tried, nigga. We sent the OG over there, nigga. We tried, nigga. The motherfucking news didn't come back good for a nigga. Nigga, y'all niggas ain't no good over there, nigga. Niggas ain't no motherfucking good. Niggas can't come up over there, nigga. Niggas can't come up how y'all niggas can come up over here. Stop it, nigga. Niggas can't go over there and turn into no millionaire again, nigga. Billionaire, richest millions. But y'all niggas can come over here with nothing and turn to a millionaire, nigga. Stop it, nigga. So if we can't even turn no millions into billions over there, nigga, we definitely can't, nigga, turn ourselves into a millionaire over there coming from nothing, nigga. Stop it.
I helped as best I could. I'm not the goddamn golden child. I'm not the bank account from heaven. I sacrificed me and my wife and my children finances to try to build something in another country. And when I realized I can't make this over there, I got to get the fuck from around here.
Oh, nigga, that's real boss shit, nigga. Nigga, real boss shit, nigga, go to another country, nigga, try to put it together, nigga. Like how a nigga put it together over here in the States, nigga. You see how I put it down already, nigga, certified, nigga. And a nigga legit with this shit, nigga, on some entertainment shit. And a nigga get down the other way, too, because I'm from the game. Nigga can't even get to it over there. Nigga over there it's supposed to be the land of the niggas. Nigga, stop.
I got to get the hell up out of here. I don't give a shit because it's Africa, nigga. I'd be a fool trying to live somewhere, nigga, and I'm not even got the rights. You ain't even a citizen. You just a nigga, you know, you just a high-priced visitor. Man, fuck all that, nigga.
Nigga, just a high-priced visitor, nigga. Nigga, fuck you, nigga. That shit crazy, nigga. Ain't no way, nigga. Why would a nigga go over there, man? Why would a nigga go over there? Come on, man. Why would a nigga go over there? This nigga went over there caked up, nigga. And lost. And nigga still talking shit. Come on, man. Come on, man. Stop it, man. This shit crazy.
I'm black. I ain't part of this shit. Oh, you just a nigga from. Get the hell up out of here. I don't give a shit because it's Africa. And finances to try to build.
Nigga on everything. Nigga don't give a fuck about nigga, bitch. Nigga, this shit is African, nigga. This shit supposed to be right for a nigga. This shit all fucked up, nigga. Y'all niggas bad, nigga. Nigga telling a nigga no and shit, and the nigga supposed to still stay down, nigga. I don't know what kind of niggas y'all niggas think niggas is.
Do something in another country. And when I realized I can't make this over there, I got to get the fuck from around there. I got to get the hell up out of here. I don't give a shit because it's Africa, nigga. I'd be a fool trying to live somewhere, nigga, and I'm not even got the rights. You ain't even a citizen. You just a nigga, you know, you just a high-priced visitor. Man, fuck all that, nigga. I'm black. I ain't part of this shit. Oh, you just a nigga from America. Well, fuck this shit. I'm out of here.
Nigga, that's what they told, cuz. Nigga said, nigga, I'm black. Nigga, what's up, nigga? I ain't part of this shit, nigga. I can't get to it like y'all niggas. What the fuck going on, nigga? Nah, nigga, you from over there, nigga. Bitch ass, nigga. Oh, yeah, all right, nigga. Don't come over here playing, nigga. You better be, nigga, low-key, nigga, when you come to the States, hoe ass, nigga. Straight up, nigga. You know, niggas get ill over here, boy. I can't believe they did the Fig like that, man. And that nigga's really pushing that African shit, nigga, too, nigga, for real, though. Come on, man. That shit don't even make no sense, nigga. Nigga can't just be a black person to go over there. But these niggas be nigga talking about all this motherfucking Pan-African shit, man. That shit don't make no motherfucking sense, man.
You could have this whole goddamn place called Africa. I don't give a fuck how many diamonds over here. I don't give a shit how much uranium under the ground, plutonium, cobalt, Congo, goddamn Burkina Faso, or it's a new president. So fucking what? Nigga, they not gonna let us in. I'm not kissing no African ass to be accepted.
Nigga, come on, nigga. That's what the niggas on over there. I ain't even see the end part, so this is all new to me. Come on, man. Them niggas over there acting like a straight bitch ass nigga. Like most of these hoe ass niggas over here right now, nigga, like way beyond, nigga. Police ass niggas. Man, that's fucked up, nigga. Nigga coming over there with bread to invest, but nigga can't make the flip because of what, nigga? Because them niggas is racist to a nigga too. Yeah, them niggas is racist to black niggas over here in the States, nigga. Come on, man. The OG just went over there. Come on, man. Yeah, nigga don't give a fuck about none of y'all shit over here, nigga. I get it in over here. Stop it, nigga.
This niggas over there kissing ass to be accepted. I'm not doing that no more. A high price nigga from America, well, fuck this shit, I'm out of here. You could have this whole process to try to build something in another country.
Nigga, on everything, nigga, y'all can have that motherfucking nigga. I don't know why these whole ass niggas over here be trying to claim that shit anyway, nigga. Them niggas ain't got no love for you anyway, you bitch ass nigga. You niggas be hoes, nigga. And them niggas don't even be believing they grandma, nigga, bitch ass niggas.
And when I realized I can't make this over there, I got to get the fuck from around here. I got to get the hell up out of here. I don't give a shit because it's Africa, nigga. I'd be a fool trying to live somewhere, nigga, and I'm not even got the rights. You ain't even a citizen. You just a nigga, you know, you just a high-priced visitor. Man, fuck all that, nigga. I'm black. I ain't part of this shit. Oh, you just a nigga from America. Well, fuck this shit. I'm out of here. You could have this whole goddamn place called Africa. I don't give a fuck how many diamonds over here. I don't give a shit how much uranium under the ground, plutonium, cobalt, Congo, goddamn Burkina Faso, or it's a new president. So fucking what? Nigga, they not gonna let us in. I'm not kissing no African ass to be accepted. This niggas over there kissing ass to be accepted. I'm not doing that no more. A high-priced visitor. I became a servant over there. But when it
Come on, cuz they turned the OG into a servant, nigga. Turn my nigga to a serf, cuz. You hear that? That's wicked. A boss. A boss. Come on, man, the boss, man. That nigga turned my nigga into a serf, man. A straight servant, nigga. That's some whole shit. That's how a nigga felt, nigga. And the nigga went over there trying to put them niggas on. That shit pissed the nigga off, man.
it was time for me to try to ball out, let me ball out too. Ain't no support for your ball out. You just keep giving us your money. Man, fuck all that. I'm out of here then. Nigga, I ain't finna do all that. Burkina Faso, or it's a new.
Ah, yeah, we can't ball out over there. Damn, nigga, we can't ball out here. Damn, nigga, we can't ball out over there with them. We can't get on with the diamonds. We can't get on with the platinum and the petroleum and all the other shit, huh? Nigga, we can't put our money into that, huh? Damn.
President, so fucking what? Nigga, they not gonna let us in. I'm not kissing no African ass to be accepted. This niggas over there kissing ass to be accepted. I'm not doing that no more. A high-priced visitor. I became a servant over there. But when it was time for me to try to ball out, let me ball out too. Ain't no support for your ball out. You just keep giving us your money. Man, fuck all that. I'm out of here then. Nigga, I ain't finna do all that shit. And I'm telling everybody about what I learned now. Hell nah, nigga, we from America. I don't give a shit. When I say from America, we born here. So America owe me some money. See, I could come over here and we could go march, talk about reparations or anything. Like, we could talk shit over here. Hey, take your ass to Africa talking about Black Americans need support. Black Americans, man, they gonna lock your ass up. Black Americans need.
Yeah, you hear that? You hear the OG? Nigga, we Americans, nigga. We is motherfucking Americans, nigga. We ain't Africans, nigga. Stop saying that dumb shit, man. If you an African nigga, you an African nigga. You tied in, you got the African last name, nigga. You was going back and forth over there. Yeah, nigga, alright, nigga. You and your family, that's what y'all do, nigga. But it's a lot of us, nigga, we don't do that. The families ain't never did that. Nigga, we Americans, nigga.
Yes, let us in. We're Africans. We're Africans too. Man, you ain't no fucking African unless you just a nigga from America. You just a nigga from America, bro. Yes, my brother, come in. Oh, you have money? Oh, no. Come, my brother. Let your money disappear. No more. Can you help support me? Can I get a loan? No loan, but can I get some? No. Nigga, no. Man, we out of here, man. No help for you.
That's fucked up, nigga. No, huh? Nigga, and a nigga look like a nigga. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine all these hoe ass Pan-African niggas that say, nigga, you African nigga, we supposed to be over there, we supposed to be doing this, we supposed to be, nigga, all this goofy ass shit these niggas be preaching. And when a nigga solid nigga go over there, nigga can't get his ball on, nigga can't get on, nigga, you ain't gonna put a nigga on. We put niggas on out here, nigga. Wrong, nigga. We put niggas on, nigga. We show love. We bring niggas in. Even if you is from Africa, nigga, you can come in, nigga. Get trust a nigga, get love, nigga. That's just some whole ass shit, man.
Can I?
You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Come, my brother. Let your money disappear. No more. Can you help support me? Can I get a loan? No loan, but can I get some? No. Nigga, no. Man, we out of here, man. No help for you. Can I put this house on? No. Can I get a mortgage on? No mortgage. No America. This Africa. So I can't get shit. No, nothing for you.
Tell me why niggas saying they Africans, man. Look at my nigga, man. The OG is disgusted. The OG is disgusted, man. Come on, man. The OG is disgusted, man. That don't make no sense, man. Nigga. Red gone. It's like you said, he tried. He tried, nigga. You know, that's what it is. Now, I don't know if JT the Big got African connection with his family. He can say, yeah, my family had came at this time. They was, you know, he got the whole run down in his family with the slave thing. I understand that. But if he ain't got that, I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? But I guess we gotta learn, you know what I'm saying? Not saying that he should have went over to the biggest that African connection with his family. He can say, yeah, my family had came at this time. They was, you know, he got the whole run down in his family with the slave thing. I understand that. But if he ain't got that, I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? But I guess we gotta learn, you know what I'm saying? Not saying that he should have went over there and have to go through all the fumbles because I ain't putting nothing like that on that nigga. I want a nigga to take the losses, you know what I'm saying? But it's good that we got to see that. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of niggas got swooped up in that African theory. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. And as you see, you can be very disappointed and get fucked up in the game.
Good luck to all y'all on your way over there. I just got to tell you the truth. Good luck. Oh, JT, you just hating on us. You trying to stop the Pan-African movement. I ain't trying to stop shit, nigga. I'm over here in America, nigga. If I'm dying, I need to die over here.
Nigga, we Americans, nigga. JT, you American, nigga. You ain't no African, nigga. You experienced it, nigga. You ain't no African. Like you said, niggas don't give a fuck about all that looking, nigga. None of that. You from over there, nigga. We from over here. You a nigga from over there. Come on, man. And a lot of niggas going over there because of Trump, nigga. You goofy, nigga. Oh, Trump the president. I gotta get up out of here, nigga. You goofy.
If I'm a suffer, I need to suffer in my own country, nigga. We gonna take some shit over here, and over here we taking shit from whoever we find it. Whoever got it, then we gonna take it. My black community, and that ain't the best way to be. We have no problem with taking somebody's shit over here. You go over there taking shit, they gonna put you on the firing squad and put that thing on your eyes, tie your eyes up, give you your.
Yeah, they ain't fucking niggas over like that. Yeah, we gonna take shit. They was really come from that same cloth, nigga. The niggas come from that same cloth, man. So that's why niggas connected in the States, man. Niggas get connected because niggas try to connect with real niggas and get on code. And you know, that's how niggas from, you know, connect. That's how niggas been connected throughout the years, you know what I'm saying? Shit started with the Black Panthers, nigga, and niggas been mobbing ever since, nigga, throughout the States, nigga. Straight up. From the Bay to Detroit, nigga. Philly, nigga. All in between, nigga. Niggas connected, for real. Mobbing. Feel what JT saying, nigga. And that's fucked up, man. It look like Africans ain't got no love for Black Americans.
Flash cigarette. Boom, boom, boom. Fire. You go. Hey, you bring that Black American street shit to Africa, they gonna have you tie your hands up high. put that thing. Any last words? Put that cigarette in your mouth.
That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up, man.
Tell my mama and them I love them. Throw your body to the lions, nigga. Throw your body to the crocodile. And they don't have no problem with throwing you to some crocodile. Get rid of the evidence. Have you seen JT? Oh, no. We have not.
Niggas don't even get the proper burial about what that nigga. You get thrown to the lions and crocodiles, nigga. Nigga, they mobbing over there too. The niggas is crazy. That nigga been to a fool, man. Niggas need that proper burial though, man. Stop it.
Not seen him. Yeah, you got him. Messi said he was in trouble over here. No trouble. Everything fine. Well, we've been looking for him. No. And then my shoe in the alligator mouth while he's swimming down the day. One of my shoes on. Wait a minute, that nigga got Air Force One in his mouth. No Air Force One. JTS nigga ate up.
Watch out, cause I'm coming your way, yeah. Non-stop, I can do this.
I'm just saying though, see, I'm gonna have a little fun with this. Pan-Africans never in Africa. Them niggas always talking how great it is from over here. Nah, take your ass over there. Yeah, they got my Air Force One, a crocodile.
You heard the OG Pan-Africans, take your ass over there, nigga. Why y'all niggas ain't over there talking that shit, nigga? Y'all niggas over here in a safe place, nigga, where you want to be at, nigga. Nigga pushing that African shit, nigga. Shut up, nigga.
You know how a crocodile, after he ate good, he just be like this. JT, what happened to JT? We just seen him on YouTube. Yeah, no, he's not here. Nigga look over there in that little river and the crocodile like this. with my Air Force One in his mouth. Damn, they got feed. They got feed.
They got the feed.
A piece of my hand over there. That look like Fig hand over there. Where's his body at? Shit.
Where the feed?
Ask how many people is missing in Kenya right now that's from Kenya. Ask them how many people that was fighting to find out what happened to their people. Now they missing. Shout out to the super chat. I see you now. Much love. Yeah. Ask how many people missing in Kenya right now. Shout out to Jeremy Garner. And who else was there? Drizzy 134. Appreciate y'all love and support. It's people missing in Kenya right now, boy. I'm glad I got the fuck up out of there. I was targeted. I was next on the list.
They over there mobbing, nigga. That's what I'm saying. Why you going over there and you ain't even paying into they mob and them niggas is nigga turning you to a servant, nigga, and you might end up as a slave, nigga. And that's coming from the OG for film up.
Is there any witnesses on here that heard me say, well, I'm glad I made it up out of there. Nigga, they was finna start their extortion attempts. Is there any witnesses on here that I was like, man, these niggas starting to ask me for money. Nigga, I don't know this police. What the fuck he asking me for money for?
Nigga, they over there mobbing, nigga. Said the police said it, nigga, come on. These is black people, nigga, getting at niggas. And these niggas pushing this damn African shit, nigga. Them niggas hoes, nigga. The nigga sent the police to the Fig house, nigga. Asking for some money, nigga. And the lawyer already get up on the nigga. Niggas ain't buying. Come on, man. It's a scam.
I'm just saying. Now, anybody can't tell you that you can't make money in Africa. I made money there. I just didn't make enough to want to still be there. I'm not gonna keep making money and spending it with y'all. Y'all ain't spent $10 with me. I see a couple people. When I say, hey, boy, police keep coming to my house asking for money. Mercy, I think she was sending them over there. How the fuck y'all know where I live at? I ain't breaking no laws. You think I came to Africa to break laws? That's a fool. You a fool who want to be in the African jail. I'm just saying, I ain't paying, nigga, I ain't finna get extorted, nigga. I'll do some extorting. If I'm gonna get robbed, I need to be robbing somebody. Nigga, let me be. If I'm going to jail, let me be because I stole some shit or I was robbing. They would have held you hostage and need more money. There you go. They would have turned me into food. See, there's witnesses on here. I'm not talking bad. I'm just telling the truth. I am a warner for y'all. Be careful going over there. You will be looked at as food, money. It's
a scam. Man, Africanism is a scam. Going over there is a scam. Saying you in Africa is a scam. Unless you got family ties, and you can connect yourself with Africa through paperwork, nigga, it's a scam.
All that, oh my brother, soon as your money get low, no. Damn, nigga, when I was feeding the people, y'all did. No care about that. Money, more money. More money? Oh no, sorry about that. I gotta tell y'all the truth. Don't drink fucking Fanta sodas in Kenya right now. Don't drink some of their beer or their alcohol. That shit fake as hell. I put a video up. They making their own alcohol. Why?
Come on, man. Niggas making their own soda and their own beer. All right, nigga understand the hustle. All right, niggas got hustles. You know, I guess certain shit going on or whatever. But damn. Niggas can't even drink the water. Niggas can't even get no soda. Niggas can't get no beer from over there. Why is niggas going over there?
They making their own soda. They getting water from wherever they get it from and bottling it up. Good luck. If I want to get some poison food, Bill Gates got enough poison food in Walmart right now. I don't got to go to Africa to get some poison. Recall on the eggs, recall on bread, recall on milk, recall on beef, recall on chicken. Nigga, if we want to eat some poison, we got that over here already. Don't eat the carrots. Don't eat the apples. Don't eat the oranges. Nigga, goddamn, every week on Instagram, it's some new shit talking about, yeah, man, they say don't eat the bananas. Man, there's some shit happened with the banana. Hey, boy, don't eat no canned tuna. Oh, shit, nigga, they didn't found the bird flu and tuna. Yeah, shit, nigga. Something happened. I'm like, well, what happened?
Yeah, man, that's just telling you right there that, man, niggas can stay over here and be fucked up in the game. Why is niggas going over there? And niggas getting more fucked up in the game, and a nigga can't make no money either. And a nigga may turn into a slave.
Don't eat the oranges. Why? What happened? Shit, some shit happened to the oranges. Well, damn. Well, man, let me get some celery. Don't eat the celery neither. Some shit, yeah. Well, let me get my navy beans. Okay, navy beans, the only thing I ain't heard nothing bad about. Yeah, navy beans. Yeah, so shout out to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. They told us, hey, man, learn how to make bean soup. It got the navy bean got the biggest protein amount in any of the food. The navy bean got the best protein for your body. If you don't got nothing else to eat and you got them beans, they small and they white and they called navy beans. God made something called a navy bean that the human body, when it eat that, it does what it's supposed to do for your body. Now, of course, you put the celery, the onion, the garlic, you know, whatever else to spice it up. The celery bad. I'm just saying. Oh, man. I hope y'all having a informative morning this morning. And if you hung out in the ghetto, you giving all the time, you'll end up broke. Help yourself first. Now you got to. I need to come back and speak on the navy bean. I'm gonna ask you. I'm asking you on behalf of your baby mama, your wife and girlfriend, if you're a man, and if you're a woman, I'm asking on behalf of your husband, your baby daddy, or your boyfriend. I'm asking on behalf of all of your children, please go buy 100 pounds of beans, navy. You could get red beans too. Okay, that's fine. Stay away from lima beans. Do not buy 100 pounds of lima beans. The navy bean, the red bean.
TaxAct doesn't care which tax filing software you've used in the past. Let's get them over with.
Buy 100 pounds, please.
I don't think I really had no navy beans. I'm gonna have to check that out. I want y'all to check that out also.
And I want you to buy 100 pounds of Paul boiled rice. what's that healthy rice? Not that Chinese rice, not Uncle Ben's. It's the does anybody know what's the healthy rice? Parboiled brown rice, is that it? I need to ask my wife. Brown rice, wild brown. I'm asking y'all on behalf of your family, please, if you got any extra dollars, buy 100 pounds of brown wild rice and 100 pounds of beans and put them in something where no mice, no bugs can get in your shit and stack it. There is some things about to happen here in America. We're trying to get your hands on good, healthy food is going to become a problem. He said, Uncle Ben's. I don't know about Uncle Ben's. I can't say Uncle Ben's. I can't recommend Uncle Ben's unless he's making brown rice. I need to come back and do a live that's strictly about food and survival right now. Well, JT, if America falling, why the hell should we stay here? Shouldn't we pack up and go to Africa? Yeah, I said that before. But I realized you're going to be going into a situation that could end up worse than being in America. You know why? Because you got some cousins over here still. You got some aunties, maybe some uncles or granny, grandpa, brother, sister, niece, nephew. Your support system is over here. Over there? No. Over here.
Why would you put yourself in that position if you ain't got true family ties to Africa? You can't say, this was my cousin. You can got a real connection. Why is you playing, nigga? You as an American.
But here, come on, man. We got to work together to survive because survival mode is going to be more important than buying new clothes and like the basic shit we used to do. I am not part of that world. I don't care about no jewelry. Anybody who's still buying jewelry, if it ain't a wedding ring for your man or woman, all that jewelry shit is out the door. We don't care about that shit. Come on with it. Nah, it's nothing but love. I'm speaking on it because you can watch it on the news for yourself. Recall for this. Don't eat this. Don't eat that. Don't eat this. Oh, shit. I need to get beans and rice, nigga, before they start messing with that. If they put out a report that say don't eat the beans and rice, oh, shit, we in trouble. Because people in Africa live off chickpeas. They live off ugali. That's corn maize. In West Africa, they like to have rice. In China, people live in 100-some years, all they eat is rice and sip tea and, organic shit. The way the game is now, it's all bad, man. So all them luxurious chicken breasts with macaroni and string beans and, meals we like, we finna have to start simplifying our meals so that we not getting sickened by something else because we want to eat this damn chicken. And now the chicken they say something wrong with the chickens in California. They got a video with a dump truck with hella chicken bodies and they put it in the ground. What's wrong with that chicken? Oh, they got sick. They got sick. How many chickens made it to the market? Nigga, did y'all check them or what's going on? Shit, we don't know. I say, well, damn. So California got struck with some shit called bird flu. I don't know if it went to the other states, but in California, you can't really buy no chicken. It's crazy. I'm just throwing it out there. How they feed the cows. Now they talking about the cow got bird flu. How the hell a cow? Did they feed the chickens to the cow? What the hell? I don't know, but it's... So yeah, my brothers and my sisters, I just thought I'd have this little quick talk with y'all about Africa. President Ibrahim from Burkina Faso is tripping on foreigners. And people think when he say foreigners that he not talking to blacks. He talking to whoever, man. So I'll be back with the next live, man. I guarantee you, I'm happy to be back in America. And this money ain't for flossing. This is the donation money. So when you see the work that I'm about to do, you will know that JT paid for that. Yeah. All right. I see y'all on the next one, man.
And that's the game from the Fig, man. Negroes, which we will see within these primary sources. Let me go on and post this link real quick on my community wall, but it's gonna be on my community wall on the Vino the Most When Said channel. It's gonna be on the Vino the Most When Said community wall, where you can go get the link if you wanted to tap in through this little build. Hold on. Get this going. I hope everybody having a good day. Hope everybody having a good day. Having a good day. Fisher dropped this little game, which is over on Smoke's channel. Listening to them. But I wanted to get this information out. I was going to do a video, but the video, I just posted the link over there in the community wall on the Vino the Most channel. Let me post it in the thing. Hold on, I'm finna put, hold on real quick. All right, I'm back. Round table gang, ice on his fangs. What's up? How you doing tonight?
Man, I'm chilling, man. I was looking out for you yesterday. I didn't see you go live, man.
Yeah, man, I was gonna go live, man, but I was trying to, as far as get my little sources and stuff ready, as far as like some stuff I was gonna present. Matter of fact, I got this other little channel and shit. I'll be doing a little shit with this OG nigga from down here. You know, I'll be letting the OG talk. It's a little gang channel or whatever, but I'll be letting the OG talk. I was gonna start some shit. Well, I was already kind of had some shit going on with them in the past, but so, but it's all good, man. I just, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I was trying to get this channel right here kind of going with some information and put my little information out. I've been, you know, kind of going. So I kind of been fading off from that channel and trying to, you know, get my studies. But what's up, man? You up out of jail, man? They let you up out there, huh?
Still got 9 minutes, bro. I still got 9 minutes.
Still got 9 minutes. What's up? You gonna go live?
I was going to, but yo, tell you the truth, since I've been in YouTube jail, I've been going to bed early, bro. I've been falling asleep, nigga. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, that's why I had to check myself a little bit. Like, man, I got to start getting my rest.
Yeah.
You
Do your
know?
thing, though, bro. I'm gonna fall back. You got it.
Yeah, bet, man. I'm first to play this little song real quick. Russian Roulette, the Black Mexican Bitch and Bricks. And then we're going to get into the show.
We getting it from the other side of the border for a price that is reasonable. I'm leaving no evidence when they rush my residence. Plus the drugs and the damn presidents. I'm not hesitant to commit gang-like tactics. Got a room specially wrapped in plastic for saran. I'm Oregon like I was a Nicaraguan. I'm a contraband in 50 states in 2 countries. Said expanding my hustle from Monday to Sunday. Gotta keep the money coming in or it's curtains. Hurt the competition, leaving them in a free. Smartest bitch enjoy the match. Chest I'm right in the hard top. You know the mark's black. But I'ma continue to mix my ass from a fire pot. And you can't get over on me if I was hard not. I'ma watch you niggas riding the street, man. Like me to see if I keep my heat, man. You gon' continue to hold a grudge like the prosecutor and the judge. I push fudge and my family only got it, so I trust. And bust 50 at those who wanna try to cross us. I'll be running slams from here to Japan. No money, no comprending. A person with a black Mexican. Moving your every day on your tracks, man. Important, extorting money laundering. I'll be running slams from here to Japan. No money, no comprending. A person with a black Mexican. They don't really understand. Label me a contraband. Ever since birthdays, I put my hands in control substance. Hustle to advance when not to lack. Trying to earn me a platinum plaque. Smoking Vegas back to back. I'm in no. Carry fully automatics attached to extendos. Never giving up info. Good know my credentials. Living in residential. Sacrifice only the bare essentials. Running off at the dentals and have you in ballistics in my section. Slip in and out without protection, but still got a question. Gospel taught me 2 years in a new identity, which protection. I told that neglected. The fact that I'm a victim of the ghetto. Where I'm from, we don't tell it. We sell the shit where heavy metal. Put my foot to the pedal when the HBD is right behind me. Richard Rare, Carlos Rossi, Robbie. All in the niggas' face. Everywhere we go, we bring the pain. I just heard the word that my older cousin pulled chain. I'll be running slams from here to Japan. No money, no comprending. They purchased from the black Mexican. Moving you every day on your tracks, man. Import, extorting, money laundering. I'll be running slams from here to Japan. No money, no comprending. They purchased from the black Mexican. Moving you every day on your tracks, man. Import, extorting, money laundering. I'll be running slams from here to Japan. No money, no comprending. They purchased from the black Mexican. Moving you every day on your tracks, man. Import, extorting, money laundering.
He's from OKC. That dude's from OKC.
Nah, that's Kansas City right there. Shout out to my Kansas City Gritters. Nah, that's that old school 90s Kansas City right there. Richter Factor. I don't know if you know anything about Richter Factor. But Richter Factor is do you know Tech Nine? Have you ever heard of Tech Nine from Kansas City?
Yeah, I know Tech Nine.
So he from Kansas City also, but he be kind of on some he a rapper too from Kansas City though. He don't really rap like Tech Nine though, but he kind of you know was real connected with the Bay and stuff like that. San Francisco, Oakland niggas and shit like that. But what I'm first to bring is get this going. Is some letters. I'm tripping. I'm on the wrong screen. Tripping. Some letters about so the correspondence concerning the return from Mexico to the United States of Seminole Negro Indians. Now, just like I say, some people have a problem with me, and I guess certain people saying that we Indians, or um, that my peoples was Indians, or that's kind of what we went by. You know, they want, they want me and other people to just erase the Seminole and the Indian part right there. They want me to just erase that and just say Negro. You know what I'm saying? Which I am doing more research within the Seminole, and the more I'm doing more research into the Seminole, uh, yeah, it was black people that did come from plantations, but that's kind of more later in the game, as far as in like the 20s and the teens, 30s, but not too many. It was a lot that was kind of born within within the villages and stuff like that, which I'm gonna get to more of those primary sources later in the game. But right now, we at 1870, and this whole little bill is how the government, or I want to say the government, but yeah, the government, the different departments were trying to well, it seemed like that the people that was down in Texas, they was trying to get I was trying to get my peoples back to Oklahoma, but people in other departments, they was kind of disrespecting this situation and stuff like that, which you will hear within the sources. How some say, well, you should have just let them stay in Mexico, and uh, some try to call them, just Negroes and stuff like that, try to disrespect them that way. But then it's a lot of times within these sources where they damn near basically just damn near called them an Indian. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, I guess, some people may try to play with the terminology and stuff like that. But my thing is, they push this that, people was called, that the black people was calling themselves Africans and stuff like that since the 1700s. And just like I say, yeah, I'm pretty sure some Africans did come through, but I do believe, uh, that black people was already over here. Um, and once they did bring other black people over here, that um, they just got just put in one little group, and things got kind of mislabeled. So in the 1870s, you see that they were still calling them Indians, but then once they came back to Oklahoma, it changed to freedmen. So it's more of a political thing. I think it's more of I'm gonna dig more into that story. But from right now, it looks like that it was more political um, to just categorize the black people all in one, and really not show an emphasis of where different black people come from at that time. So let me get into this first little bring this up. So this is August 15th, 1870. The Department of the Interior. So I guess this is a package. I guess this is like one of their little UPS packages or whatever. And it looks like that it's from Townsend, the Adjutant General. And this is August, so that he received. Well, this came from Townsend. He received it on the 15th, and it's dated the 13th of August, 1870. And the subject is refers to, let me zoom in one more time. Bring that back. Okay. Do. Okay. Refers to sundry. We don't know what that is right there. Refers to copies of papers received from officers of the Army related to Indian affairs. The Cheyennes, the Arapahoes, the Cowries, I forgot what how they say that India. The Comanches and the Kickapoos and the Seminole Negroes in Texas. And I think this is the others in Wyoming. So this is what this whole little package is about. What we first to get into, that's just kind of the front. So we're gonna come to this one. Just do this like here and stop playing with it. Okay, so this is coming from the War Department, Washington, D.C., Washington City, September 29th, 1870. And it says, sir, referring to the communications addressed to you on the 13th. You don't know what that word is. I'll zoom in on it. I'm not sure if anybody else can recognize this word. This word right here on the 13th. I'm just kind of get back to it. Referring to the communications addressed to you on the 13th. Enclosing copy of a letter from the commander of Fort Duncan, Texas, related to the Seminole Negro Indians who are about to return from Mexico to the United States. I have the honor to inform you that the said commanding officer has now applied for authority to pay the, I don't know what that word is, surge from Pedro's Negroes to Fort Duncan and the custom duties on the stock and other property of Gopher John's band. So Gopher John is John Horse. He was the one that went down to, they ended up being a leader once they ended up going down to Mexico with Wildcat. But as there is no appropriation at the service of the department which appears to be applicable to the case, it is hoped that the Indian Bureau may be able to defray the comparatively small expense attended upon the arrival of the band. So they still calling these group of black people band, like Indians. And this is the people in the Army. Okay, the application has this day been made to the Treasury Department for a remission of the duties or a suspension of their COL. COL location. Should any authority for such action he vested in the honorable secretary of the Treasury early early consideration of the written subject is earnest requested very respectfully. Your obedient servant, uh, Secretary of War. We'll be able to find out his name for that time. I ain't gonna look it up right now, but I guess I'll do another build on that as far as these certain Secretary of War people, these certain people that's writing these letters, kind of dig more into them. But that's the Secretary of War that wrote that, the Honorable Secretary, and I guess this is going to the Secretary of the Interior. So that's that. As you see, that they are, they're not saying African. I don't know why they wouldn't be saying African if African was the term that they was using for certain people. But we first to dig a little bit more into this. Down what this said. Okay, hold on. Refer to, not really sure what that is. Report to what funds and how can be used in. Okay, I really can't get that. I really ain't tripping on that. Okay, so this is the next little UPS or Western Union, whatever they was express. So this is got Seminole at the top, Department of Interior. So the other one was September. They received it on September 15th, dated September 13th. They received it September 30th, so a couple of weeks later. It's dated the 20th from the Secretary of War. So I guess that's what we just read. Asked if Indian Bureau would defray expenses attending return from Mexico of Seminole Negro Indians and Gopher John's band. So that's interesting. So, that's probably a misprint. And that's probably I really can't say it's a misprint, but you got Gopher John's band, which is already black people, but then you got the Seminole Negro Indians. So, there was black people too, but it was also Indians, what you would call some Indians also. But we first to dig a little bit deeper into this, but this is the, I guess, the cover letter sheet. Respectful to the commander of the Indian Affairs for report to what funds on hand can be used for the purpose indeed above. Okay, so it's about the funds. Scroll down a little bit. Okay, so let's go to the next page, see what it's talking about. So this is October 30th. This is October 3rd, 1870. The Department of Interior, Office of Indian Affairs, Washington, D.C. Okay, sir, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt by reference from your department of a letter of the Honorable Secretary of War on the 29th. The Ultima, based upon one from the commander of Fort Duncan relative to the expenses of Seminole Negro Indians who are about to return from Mexico to the United States. Whereas the Honorable Secretary of War, that there is no appropriation at the service of his department appears to be applicable to the case, and hopes that the Indian Bureau may be able to defray the I don't even know that word. I ain't supposed to trip on it. Small expenses attended upon the arrival of the band, upon which you request a report as to what funds on hand can be used for the purpose. In rely, I have to say that there are only appropriation at the disposal of this. In reply, I have to say that the only appropriation at the disposal of the burial that will cover the case in question is one of $20,000 made at the last suspense of Congress to enable the Secretary of the Interior to collect bands of Kickapoo or other Indians moving on the borders of Texas and Mexico, and to locate and subsist them in the Indian Territory. See Act approved July 15th, 1870. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, Acting Commissioner. So it looks like that now it didn't got to somebody else where they asking for the $20,000 to be able to send. Well, I guess it was already some put down where $20,000 was going to be given to collect what was going to be given to the Secretary of the Interior to collect the bands of Kickapoos or other Indians roaming on the borders of Texas. So they considered my peoples or these, the Black Seminole Indians to be Indians. Even though they call them Negroes, but that I would say that's the mislabeling once the war ended, where everybody is just Negro, everybody just coming from Africa. So I don't know, I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm like, why wouldn't they just be saying Africa if they been saying stuff like Ethiopia and Guinea and Angola. They've been saying all these different little terms where people come from, but they not saying it. But we also gonna see within these letters where they gonna say basically, shit. If y'all don't take them, if y'all don't basically because it's gonna be some pushback on getting them to Oklahoma. So then they gonna say, well, shit. If y'all ain't gonna take them to Oklahoma, y'all need to take them back to fucking Florida, where they come from. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's another story also. But I just wanted to put that out there. We're gonna go to some other pages, and I guess this is going to the secretary. So this is from the acting commissioner saying that they got 25,000 for the Kickapoos and the roaming Indians on the borders of Texas. So let's go to the next page. Okay, so we got the Department of Interior Office, Indian Affairs, October 3rd, 1870. So that's the same day. Acknowledge receipt by reference from Interior Department of a letter from the Honorable Secretary War, dated 29th, to expense of Seminole Negro Indians from Mexico to USA, hoping the Indian Bureau may be able to defray the same act commission's reports in regards to the matter. So the Indians Affairs is dealing with these Negroes. So I'm not sure if Indian Affairs was dealing with any other blacks at this time, as far as like, Cause I guess it was kind of like blacks that was doing things on the East Coast, as far as like in Philadelphia and up north and stuff like that. So I don't know if you know what I'm saying. I don't know. I got to dig a little bit deeper into that, but it's just interesting that that they was down in Florida doing what they was doing for a long time, and just like I say, yeah, some there is evidence of some blacks did come from um, on plantations in Florida, but that was late in the game. That was once they kind of was able to come down there, but it was already black Indians down there before the English was just coming down there setting up their little plantations like that. But let's keep it moving. We stroll down a little bit more. Is anything else on here? So reports letter. Okay, nothing else. Let's go to the next page. So look like we got another cover sheet. Department of Interior. So this is September 13th. So before we was in the 70s, so that was October 3rd, 1870. So that was about having $25,000 to be able to send to the Interior of Indian Affairs for the travel for Kickapoo and other Indians on the border of Texas. So now we in September 13th, 1872. So it's 2 years to pass. This is coming from the Secretary of War. And the subject in regard to the paying for subsidies of Indians out of my appropriation Negro Seminoles. So this is a big deal. The payment for these particular Indians, Negro Seminoles. So you see that they calling them Seminoles. You know what I'm saying? That's what they calling them. They calling them Seminole Negroes, or Negro Seminoles, or Seminole Negro Indians. That's the label that they put on them. As you see, that's what some of them. We know it's gonna be like one of them that's gonna just disrespect them and just just try to say that they just niggas, that they ain't woo woo, but they gonna make a difference also whenever they point out their cases as far as getting them aid to be able to get to where they need to be to take care of themselves. But let me stop talking. Let me read. So this is more of the cover letter sheet. Why I keep doing that? So Negro Seminoles, September 14th, 72, respectfully referred to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs for his views. So they sent in this letter. So it been 2 years. Ain't nobody really bust a move or nothing. Ain't nobody said no. Ain't nobody said yay. Ain't nobody said nay. So it been 2 years. So they done sent a letter out to get somebody else views about this. So let's see what this next letter is talking about. Bring that back. Okay, so this is coming from the headquarters, Department of Texas, Office Chief Commissionary Subsidies, San Antonio, Texas, August 5th, 1872. Okay, so, sir, I have the honor to call the attention of the commanding general to the fact that upon the we question for subsidies stores from Fort Duncan for the third and fourth quarter of 1872, a call is made for $22,080 of rations for issues to Seminole Negro Indians. So this is just the main. This is just. I mean, that's their label. That's their label. We're gonna hear this consistently throughout their writings. It's Seminole Negro Indians. They Indians. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna get deeper into it. The General Orders number 54, War Department series of 1872 forbids regular, daily, or periodical issues of subsidies to Indians. So now it look like it's some pushback. Hold on, let me go back to this. So for the third quarter, a call is made for. Okay, so they asked for that money for issues. Okay, so they asked for that 22,000 to be issued. The general orders, okay, but they got a little pushback because they trying to say, well, the general orders from this number 54 forbids regular, daily, or periodical subsidies. And I guess they just put that little bill in because it's 1872, so that's 2 years later. Forbids regular, daily, or periodical issues of subsidies to Indians. So they cutting off of feeding Indians. So very respectfully, your obedient servant, signed Samuel D. Cushing, Captain in CCS. So Cushing, I wonder if that's if that got something to do with the town Cushing, that person right there. It probably do. I'm gonna have to look into that. There's a town called Cushing in Oklahoma. So Assistant Adjutant General, Department of Texas. Okay, so we got that person. He's sending it to the Department of Texas, I guess, or I really ain't caught that yet. Okay, let's go to the next page. As you see, okay, so this must be the letter that they're talking about. Okay, just the general orders. Okay, see what they're talking about. Yeah, come on, get the fuck up off of there. Okay. General Orders number 54. War Department, Adjutant General Office, Washington, June 25th, 1872. So this is what they're talking about. In future, let me bring this up a little closer. In future, no issues or no issues of rations or supplies will be made from the Army stores to Indians, except as followed and restricted in the following paragraphs of the revised regulations of the Army of 1863. Okay. 1202. When subsistence can be spared from the military supplies, the commanding officer is authorized to allow its issue in small quantities to Indians visiting military posts on the frontiers or in their respective nations. The return for this issue shall be signed by the Indian agent where there is one present and approved by the commanding officer of the post or station. So you got to be an Indian to be able to get these subsidies. So we got, damn man, that's it, guy. Okay, so we got 12. So we got 1203. Regular, daily, or periodical issues of subsidies to Indians or issues of subsidies in bulk to Indian agents for the use of Indians are forbidden by order of the Secretary of War, E.D. Townsend, Adjutant General. What it do, Nami? Let me, okay, hope you're having a good day. Okay, so that's the letter. That's the order. So they wouldn't be getting this if they was Indians. I mean, they would just say, well, shit, nigga, y'all just some niggas. Y'all just got to do whatever y'all got to do. But they recognizing them as Indians because I mean, I guess they recognize them from Florida like that. I guess they respect them like that from Florida, which which I didn't put out. I guess two little videos. The one with the uh, definitely uh about the first part of the Seminole War, where I had the movie playing in the background, and and I was letting the book read from uh his perspective of that time. And as you see, it was a lot of love for the black people at that time. It was a lot of leadership roles they was playing. I'm gonna say playing, but they had within that land or whatever they was doing. And then with the General Jessup diary, a journal that I just put out, uh, as you can see that it was a couple things that stood out as far as you seeing now Indian Negroes. Um, they was also saying within that journal Negro chiefs, and also how Negroes had within possession of Indians. So these is coming from people that's fighting against these people that's in the army, people that's real alpha males during that time. So um, I'm not really sure why they just, I never seen African in none of these writings, but we're gonna dig more into it. Let's kind of scroll down, see what else is on here. I think there's something at the bottom. Okay, so we got the first endorsement. So this must be a reply. The first endorsement, Headquarters Department of Texas, San Antonio, August 2nd, 1972. So looks like that the first one, I guess what we just read was in September. So this is August 2nd, 1872, not 19, my bad. Okay, so respectfully refer to the commanding officer, Fort Duncan, for information as to the necessary for the feeding these Indians and what authority it has been done and what authority it has been done. Can I make that bigger? No, it's too big. Okay. Hold on, is that too big? Hold on, I'm making get that in there. No, I can't get that in there. Okay. So refer to the information necessary for the feeding of these Indians. The feeding of these Indians, like I said, they just don't just flat out and just call them Indians. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's gonna be one little general or one little person that's gonna kind of disrespect them and say they niggas and kind of go in on them and stuff like that because of the fact that he really don't want to do nothing for the niggas, don't want to basically disrespect the niggas, even though that the niggas brought the niggas out here and all this type of shit. But their little plan didn't work. You know what I'm saying? They thought that they was gonna be able to talk us to sleep once we get out here. That they, even though they couldn't enslave us, certain ones in Florida that can say that they did come from certain white people, I guess. For the ones that didn't really have slave owners and stuff like that, I guess once they got to Oklahoma, they was just gonna raid them and just get them like that. In which they did. A lot of kids and a lot of people did get gaffled up, and that's why it's so crazy because our numbers ain't what it is and what it's supposed to be. And niggas got cousins out there in different places. Nigga got cousins out there in different places, man. So hopefully when I do my genealogy, I know my grandpa did the genealogy and he was telling me about a whole bunch of stuff that was going on the East Coast that was kind of crazy. I was like, damn, that's kind of crazy. I said we connected to some people over there, but it's like I say, it been so much things going on as far as slave race within the family or within our little band or just with black Indians within America. You know what I'm saying? People got broken up and it's just been a lot of crazy stuff. The stories is crazy, you know what I'm saying? So We're gonna keep it going. It's like I say, what it say for feeding these Indians. So that's what they called them. So we're gonna keep it going. Get up out of this too little bit too big. Pause. Okay. Dang, I thought I was in there. Has been done by command of General Ogur. Okay, the acting assistant adjutant general. So this is the acting general. This is the acting assistant adjutant general. So this is an assistant general. And he's calling them Indians. So he called them Indians, and this is on the same order report. So we're gonna go to the next page. So it looks like that we got a second endorsement. I guess this is the second reply. So this is at the headquarters of Fort Duncan. That last one was at San Antonio. This is on August the 12th. I think that last one on August the 9th. Respectfully returned to the assistant adjutant, Land Department of Texas, report and close sign. So I guess he just forwarding the letter. So that's Marion, the commander in post, I guess, for the Major 24th Infantry. So I guess this is just saying how he put his hands on it and he forwarded it. He read it and he forwarded it. So now we got the headquarters. Okay, so it's at the same date. 12th. Okay, August 12th. Okay, same date. Assistant General. Text. Okay, so I guess this is the letter part. Okay, sir. In reply to your endorsement of the 6th instant upon a letter of the chief of a commissioner of substance relative to a question forwarded from this post for subsistence supplies for issues to Seminole Negro Indians. I have the honor to report as follows. The authority under which regular issues have been made to these Indians, therefore, is a letter dated Headquarters, Department of Texas, May 21st, 1870. These Seminole Negro Indians were encouraged to return from Mexico in the spring of 1870 with the view of their return to. So that's crazy. So as you see, they steady calling them Seminole Negro Indians. Bring this back up a little bit. So this is about the subsidies. I guess they brought up a letter from May 21st, 1870. So as we see that we was encouraged to come back from Mexico in the spring of 1870 because they did promise us, well, with the view to their return to, let's go to the next page, their return to their original home with the Creeks, and a correspondence was had by the Honorable Secretary of War with a view to having the expenses incurred in gathering and feeding them to borne by the Department of the Interior. The Honorable Acting Secretary of the Interior replied by the letter dated October 4th, 1870, that an appropriation of $25,000 was at the disposal of the department for that purpose. This letter, together with one similar important from the acting commissioner of Indian Affairs, seems to have been furnished the commanding General Department of Texas by copy from the Adjutant General Office under date October 10th, 1870, and doubtless and is now on file. Regular issues have been made to these Indians constantly under the above authority, the issues being borne on a separate abstract with a view to reimbursement by the Department of Interior from the appropriation above referred to. In my opinion, a session of these issues without considerable notice at least would drive these people to e- illit- e- illicit illegitimate 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 means for support, if not to return to the Mexican side, where they would possibly be more troublesome than before. They have been encouraged to remain together and have made very little preparation for supporting themselves. Okay, this is crazy. So, um, so they saying they got 25,000 for them to move. They calling them Indians. They just flat out just saying just Indian. They ain't even put nothing else on. They just said straight Indian. Right here, the regular issues have been made to these Indians as far as they've been. Okay, so since 1870, since they had told these people to come back in, they've been feeding them consistently. Uh, so I guess now they got to a time to where they trying to get them up out of there. They ain't got enough appropriation for them to go on now, and they trying to get them to somewhere else. Matter of fact, they're trying to get them to the Indian Territory where they were so called with the Creek. Um, and as you see, they explaining that they called them from Texas because they knew if they didn't call them from Texas, they would be more troublesome. So basically, they're gonna be causing problems still. They still big boys in the game. So, and they also saying that they had made very little preparation for supporting themselves. Okay, so we're gonna go to the next page. Supported themselves outside of the government's aid, as they have been consistently expecting removal to their northern homes. So for 2 years, man, that's crazy. So they just sent in the word from Mexico. Niggas is big chilling on the other side of the border. Hold on, let me take a drink real quick. Hold on. So we big chilling on the other side of the border down in Mexico. I guess the Mexicans is paying us to patrol their border. Uh, they tell us to come back over, that we're gonna send y'all back with y'all family in the Indian Territory. Um, I guess the people already said they're gonna do it because they already thinking that they got 25,000 to support that travel. Uh, and as you see, they calling them Indians. I ain't seen nothing about African or nothing like that. They are saying Negro. I guess were they making a difference or whatever between an Indian and a Negro, but at the same time, um, they giving us the label Indian for the simple fact that that's how we moving, that's how just the language that we speaking, that's what we doing. All right, so let me go into it. Let's spark this out real quick. Okay, I did not construct General Orders number 54 as applying to these Indians. Okay. I did not construct general. Okay, so we got this right here where he's saying that I did not construct, constrict. I don't know if anybody can see what this word is because it's kind of construct. I did not construct generals. Okay, so I guess he didn't use it. So I guess he didn't use that order uh, as far as because he have been paying. I mean, not paying, but he have been feeding. So I guess with that order, they were saying, "Don't me feed no, you know, what I'm saying, but no Indians." But just like you said, he did not construct the general's order as applied to these Indians. Once again, they call them Indians as they were being fed, and they were being fed, as I understood it, by an arrangement with the Interior Department and not as the expense of War Department. So basically, this is about who paying for it. So the Interior Department and the War Department is tripping on who is gonna split the bill for these niggas. You know what I'm saying? So I see somebody pushing some pushback because they're saying about this General Orders number 54, how no Indians were supposed to be getting assistance, but they was getting censored the whole time. But they was getting the census because they know that they giving them major trouble down on their border, or that they could give them major trouble if things don't go right. But let me keep it moving. It is recommended that issues be continued at least until a correspondence can be had with the Honorable Secretary of the Interior in relations to them. I am very respectful. Your obedient servant, Henry Marion. So once again, this dude Marion, he giving it up. He calling these niggas Indians. This nigga is part of the infantry. He in the field, and he calling these niggas Indians, saying that we need to continue to feed them. We need to continue to keep them cool on our side. So now we got a third reply, the third endorsement. What somebody got to say about the situation. Hopefully they not hating. They trying to help, but as you see, there may be some hate going on also. Yeah, what's up with this black spot? I need to get up out of there. Okay. So the third endorsement, Headquarters Department of Texas. So this is going back to San Antonio. This is August 15th, 72. Come on, that's crazy. Respectfully forward to the Adjutant General, Interior Department of Headquarters recommended that the rations be issued to these Indians. Come on, they calling these niggas Indians again, man. Come on. This is who this? This is a general. The commander general. Come on, man. I don't know what that nigga name is. Agur. Come on, man. That nigga didn't even put the Negro on the nut. That nigga just called nigga Indian off top. All right, let's go to the next page. So that's the third endorsement. They're trying to push it through. So these is the people that's down there with them. So that's coming from the people in Texas. So we got the fourth endorsement, Headquarters, MIL division, like Missouri, Chicago. So this is in Chicago. This is August 24th, 1872. Just a week later. Respectfully forwarded, highly approving the recommendations of the general. Okay, so he approving it. Sheridan, Lieutenant General commanding. So Lieutenant General saying, hey, that's gonna push that through. That's gonna just keep feeding them subsidies, or that's gonna get them back to the Indian Territory. So we got the fifth endorsement, Adjutant General Office. So this is in Washington, D.C., August 25th. So August 28th, 72, respectfully refer to the Commissionary General of Subsidies for remarks and closing papers upon which the issues are reported as being based. So he want to see what's up. So he trying to see. So now we got a 6th endorsement. So this is in DC. Okay, so the first nigga in DC really just didn't stamp it. He wanted to pass it on to somebody else. So we got the 6th endorsement office. Okay, so first it went to the Adjutant General office. Now it's at the Office Commissioner General Subsidies on September 3rd, a week later. Respectfully returned to the Adjutant General USA, recommending that the issues of rations to these Indians from Army surplus be not authorized. He's shutting it down. Who this whole ass nigga? Sharice, the acting commanding general's subsidies. So the general that's over the subsidies, he's saying no, not be authorized. But then this nigga calling them Indians. Rations to these Indians from Army supplies be not authorized, and that there can be brought to the attention of the. So they saying, nigga, go to the Indian Bureau. Nigga, don't bring this shit over here to me. Go to the Indian Bureau. So he the first one to be that ain't stamping it. He like, man, no, that's wicked. So that came on the 6th endorsement. So he's saying, no, let's go to the next page. Okay, the Adjutant General Office, Washington, September 6, 72, official copy. Okay, so this is just the official copy. Okay. Anything at the bottom? Okay, what they're saying at the bottom. For the Honorable Secretary, okay. I'm going to go to the next page. Ain't nothing. Okay. So we still in DC. A week later, War Department, Washington DC. So the last man shut it down. Sharon, whatever his name is, he shut it down. The General of the Commissions of Subsidies. So he shut it down. Hold on. To the Honorable and Secretary of the Interior. Okay, sir. I deem it my duty again to bring to the attention of your department the fact that the appropriation of this department and insufficient to meet the demands of the Army, particularly in regards to subsidies and also to supply rations to Indians. By pursuing the enclosed copies of authority. I don't know what that is. Oh, come on now, that's wicked. Apart from the Department of Texas, copies of copies of something, something from the Department of Texas. You will relieve believe that the subsidies appropriation of the Army and burdened with the maintenance of a number of Seminole Negro Indians who were induced to return from Mexico in the spring of 1870 with the view of their prominent the muscle with the creek. So they permanent something with the creek in this country. And that arrangement were made with your department where it is appropriations should be borne to the expenses of gathering and feeding them. They are now being subsidies from Army supplies, contrary to the interest of the military service, which will not admit of the customs of feeding these Indians from the commission it, and I am therefore constrained to request that you will direct the Indian Department to take immediate measures for their future subsidies, as this department must cease to furnish them with supplies. Respectfully, your obedient servant, Secretary of War. So we got the Secretary of War. We got the Secretary of War saying for the future subsidies, as this department must cease to furnish them with supplies. So they're trying to cut it off. They're trying to cut it off. So once they hit DC, they saying no. This is in 72. This is in 72. So we got the Secretary of War and we got the Commissionary General of Subsidies saying no, don't feed them niggas. Nah, really, they said no, don't feed these Indians. They said they just calling them Indians. Yeah, they just flat out just calling them Indians. Oh, that's wicked. Hold on. That's wicked. I gotta try to bring this up. Hold on real quick. My bad. Had a little technical issue. Just to bring it back. Okay, so we got the Department of Interior, Office of Indian Affairs, Washington, D.C., September 23rd, 1872. So the last two people in D.C. shot it down. We got the Secretary of War, and we also got the Commission General of Subsidies turning it down in DC. But one thing that they are doing, they calling them Indians. Excuse me. So they calling them Indians. Okay. So now we fit to get to this letter right here, sir. I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt by reference from the Department of Letters from the Honorable Secretary of War under date of the 12th instant and closing copies of reports from military officers related to issues of rations made by the Subsistence Department of the Army to a number of Seminole Negro Indians who were induced to return from Mexico to Texas in the spring of 1870 with a view to their permanent domicile with the Creek. The Honorable Secretary asks that immediate steps be taken by the Indian Department for future support. Okay, so they really just they shut it down on their end, so they saying go to the Indian Department for that. Don't come to the War Department, go to the Indian Department for that. And that's crazy that they saying go to the Indian Department to deal with some Negroes. Okay, but Negroes and Indians. Well, these Negroes, I ain't saying that all of them, but I'm saying that these Negroes was already here and was found in these places and didn't be a part of the Seminoles by coming off a farm. They was already coming off a plantation. They was already born in the village, being in Florida, which we're going to dig more deeper into that pause to be able to get a clear vision. But from what we're getting right now, 1870, they are being labeled and referred to as Indians by generals and by people within the Army and government. And it just seemed like a couple of years later that they are going to be called freedmen. So that's crazy. So let's go to the next page of these Indians, and no further issues from Army supplies will be made to them. So they saying ain't gonna be no issues from the Army supplies. You got to get them from the Indian supplies. In compliance with your request for the views of this office and the premises, I have the honor to submit the following report. So let's look at this report. On the 1st October 1870, a reference was made to the office from the Department of a letter from the Honorable Secretary of War dated September 29th of that year relating to expenses to be incurred in the removal of said Indians from Mexico to United States, where the Honorable Secretary stated that there were no appropriations at the service of his department, which appeared to be applicable, and express the hope that this bureau would be able to defray the expense attendance upon said removal. On the receipt of this, reference, and in response to a request from information as to what fund them on hand could be used for this purpose in question, the Secretary of the Interior was advised by the office report of October 3rd, 1870, that the only appropriation on the books of the Bureau available in the case was one of $25,000 made in the year of 1870 volume 16, page 359, to defray expenses of collecting bands of Kickapoo and other Indians roaming on the borders of Texas and Mexico, and to locate and subsist them in the Indian Territory. It appears from the reports above referred to that the Indians were actually removed, that is, to Fort Duncan, not to the Indian Territory. So it looks like they're trying to put a wrench in the game by trying to say that's probably why they're not approving the funds, because they not in the Indian Territory. They just got removed to Fort Duncan instead of being removed to the Indian Territory. And that regular issue of subsidies from the Commissioner of the Army have been made to them after their definitely some of my descendants is down there. I don't know if you know Chief Perryman. Chief Perryman, he one of the chiefs down there. He kind of be he's some type of leader within a little structure down there. You also have John Horace, Gopher John's descendants, where she in Florida, but she got a lot of descendants within that area. But yeah, they had just came up here to Oklahoma, I would say last summer, and they had because now we got the John Horace Highway, and they had a big little ceremony thing on the highway, and they all came down for the ceremony and stuff like that. So I was able to meet some of them and talk to them, and yeah, and be able to meet the people down in Texas. But yeah, that's real, man. That's real talk. So said removal with the expectation that the cost thereof would be paid from the above named appropriation of $25,000. But upon a careful examination of the records of this time, it does not appear that any accounts for such issues have been received, nor that this office was approved, apprised, uh, appraised, that an understanding had been made between the Department of the Interior and the War Department. So it looks like, hold on real quick. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. You know, I'm gonna open the door to the family. Needed me real quick, but you see exactly where I was at. Okay. Let me just start. Upon the careful examination of the records of this office, it does not appear that any accounts for such issues have been received, nor that this office was appraised, apprised. I'm not really sure what this word is right here. I don't know if y'all can figure that out. Apprised that an understanding had been made between the Department of the Interior and the War Department that said appropriations should be used in reimbursing the subsidies department for said issues. So they really tripping on who really got the who who gonna get paid back, either the War Department or the Interior Department. Okay, so that's what this is about. Okay, issues. Accounts from the War Department are, however, on file in the office for monthly issues of subsidy stores made to Indians in accordance with provisions of the 16th sections of the Act of June 30th, 1834. So they going back to 1834 about the subsidies as far as being made to the Indians. Um, okay. 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 1834, which accounts embrace charges from supplies furnished to Indians by the Commissionary Office. Okay, so this is about as far as from the War Department, how the War Department is getting their actions from the 1830, and they've been making to the stores. I mean, they've been making subsidy stores made to the Indians. Okay, so they've been a store to the Indians, the War Department. I guess they can say that that's going back to 1834. I guess they're saying they've been putting too much into them that we'll go holler at somebody else, or they need some reimbursements or something like that. We have to dig more into it at Fort Duncan, Texas. But whether these stores were issued to the Negro Indians is questioned, and to no other is not apparent. Okay, so they questioning even if the Seminole Negroes even got the subsidies. Okay, so in DC, it seems like it's a little bit of pushback about what the generals in Texas are requesting. So of the appropriation of $25,000 made in 1870 for collecting Kickapoos and other Indians, there is now on land. Hold on, there is now on hand $21,104.61 besides the $40,000 appropriated in 1871 for the same purpose. Volume 16, page 569, making a total of $61,104.63 at the disposal of the Department of under said head of appropriations. Okay, so it's saying because they got 61,000. They're saying that it's for Kickapoos and other Indians that's on the border of Texas, but it looked like they're trying to exclude the Negro Indians, but they calling them Indians. They just ain't just excluding them because of saying that they not Indians or something like that. They just seem like they just kind of hating. So let's see what else. The above are the facts so far as they can be ascertained from our records. It remains to be decided whether the funds referred to are available for the subsidies of these. Okay, hold on. So the above are the facts so far as they can be. So as far as they can be as certain from our work, from our records. It remains to the decide. Okay, it remains to be decided whether the funds referred to are available for the subsidies of these Negro Indians in the present location. If not so available at present or for the future, it is respectfully suggested. So they kind of shooting it down. That's crazy. And they trying to find a loophole by saying that, okay, well, they was removed to Fort Duncan, not the Indian Territory. They should have been removed to the Indian Territory, and that was the funds was for, to be removed to the Indian Territory, not just for subsidies, because they trying to say that that general report in, I guess, 1854, or not 1854, but that number 54 general report is saying that Indians was not supposed to be getting any supplies, but they have been getting supplies since 1870. So I guess they trying to say, I guess somebody messed up by, I guess, not sending them to the Indian Territory. That's what the funds was for. But I guess that is used the funds just to feed them for that whole time. And it looks like that's the pushback that's coming from DC, because looks like this is all DC people right here. So respectfully suggested where the measures should not be taken to induce the Negroes to remove to the Indian Territory. So that's the first part where they just said Negroes without putting the Indian or Seminole on it. So this is coming from DC. This is a little disrespect. Like I said, they pushing back on giving niggas assistance, even though that we had the biggest war with them down in Florida. They agreed. They sent us out here. But now they don't want to stick to the script and trying to play us. So induce these Negroes to remove to the Indian Territory, whereby a liberal construction of the act of appropriation here referred to, they may be with a temporary subsidy. Okay, so they're saying if we can get them to the Indian Territory, we got some subsidies for them up there. I find no information regarding the number of these Negro Seminoles. Very respectfully, your obedient servant. I think I'm not sure if that's Walker or Wallace. This is the commission. Looks like the commission. So this is to the Honorary Secretary of the Interior. So you're talking to the Interior. So this is all War Department people. You see, they called me. I mean, I guess he called him Negro at the top, but then he also said Negro Seminole. They trying to have some type of pushback on giving them subsidies to be able to help them out. So that's where we at right now. Okay, so let's go to the next page. Okay, so now it looks like that we have a Western Union. So we got the Indian Office, September 23rd, 1872, in reply to commissions from the Honorable Secretary of War on the 12th, instructed relative to feeding, to the feeding by the Commission Department a number of Seminole Negroes who were induced to remove from Mexico into Texas. See the letter, then of the war, copy. Okay, so let's see what this talk about. Okay, so we got another couple of. Okay, so now, so that must have been a little postcard for the other letter. So now we got November 23rd. So we got about 2 months later, got Seminole at the top, November 23rd. Whatever they received was on the 22nd. It's from the Secretary of War. In reply to department letter of 28 September, last we closed report not to remove we close report not to removal of certain Seminole Indians to Indian Territory. So certain Seminole Indians. That's what they call them, certain Seminole Indians. So this is about the removal. Okay, so let's see if they're gonna get the funding from the Interior Department. So we still in DC, War Department, Washington DC, November 23rd. To the Honorable Secretary of the Interior. And Interior ain't sent back nothing. Did they even get it? Sir, in the absence of the Secretary of War, I have the honor to transmit to you a copy of a report concerning the wishes of certain Seminole Indians in Texas. Once again, they just call them Seminole Indians in Texas as regard their removal to the Indian Territory, which I'm not really sure what that word is, which the inquiring contained in your letter on the 28th September. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, Chief Clerk. So it looks like they're just questioning it. Okay, so no more bad. Let me get up out of there. Okay, so we got 7. So I guess we got some copies right here. Interior Department, September 28th, 1872. Refer to WD letter of 25 then of the subsidies of certain Seminole Negro Indians in Texas. One from the Commission of Indians Affairs asking that the commanding officer at Fort Duncan, Texas, be introduced to assertion whether said Indians will remove to the land of Indian Territory. Written request for its favorable consideration. Bring that back. Okay, so we got an endorsement, War Department, Adjustment Ground Office, Washington, D.C. Okay, so October 15th, 1872. Official copies we respectfully refer through Headquarters Military Division of the Missouri to the commanding office Fort Duncan to obtain the importance desires of the Interior Department and communicating to the office by order of the Secretary of War. Signed. Okay. Respectfully transmitted through Headquarters Department of Texas for immediate report. By command of General Man, trying to get this black. Dang, that shit wicked. Okay, by command of Lieutenant General, signed. Okay, for our Assistant Adjutant General Headquarters, Department of Texas, San Antonio, Texas, October 19th. Respectfully refer to the commanding officers for Duncan for immediate report. Okay, so they're still looking for an update on if they're going to move them around. Headquarters of Fort Duncan, October 24th, so 5 days later. Respectfully returned. Attention is invited to my letter of August 12th, addressed to the AAG, Department of Texas. Copy endorsed, in which is giving a synopsis of the history of the Seminole Negro Indians at this fort. They are willing and have been constantly expecting to remove to their Indian territory, and it was to their and that they were induced to return to the United States from Mexico in the spring of 1870 to enable them to move subsistence and some amount of transportation. Okay, to be made them to move subsistence and some amount of transportation will of course be needed for this aid and and necessary instructions. They have been waiting. They've been waiting for this fort for more than 2 years, and have more than once manifested importance of the order and have more than once manifested the importance of the delay of the government. Okay, so Marion speaking up. Whoever this dude Marion is, the commanding dude, the major of the 24th century. Oh, you all good. You all good. Whoever this dude Marion is, he giving it up. He really trying to help us out. I don't know if he really just trying to get us up out the fort, because there really ain't no love there, and he really trying to express why he really trying to get us up out of there, or he just really got genuine love or something like that, man. But he really speaking up for us and really making a case for why we should be getting the assistance that we are requesting. So shout out to the Major 24th Infantry, Marion. I'm gonna have to do a deep dive on him. So the next page, got an endorsement. It's like, okay, headquarters Fort Duncan. So we got August 12th, 1872. In the Department of Texas, sir. Sir, in reply to your endorsement on the letter of the Chief Commissioner of Subsistence to an ultimate forward from this port for a supply of subsidies and to Seminole Negro Indians. Hold on, let me bring that back. That sounds crazy. In reply to your I cannot read it. In reply to your endorsement on the letter of the Chief Commissioner of Subsistence, I don't know what that word is, to an intimate forward from this post for a supply of subsidies for an for and for some to the Seminole Negro Indians. I have the honor to report as follows. The authority under which e- enter, that's the same word as some, I don't know what that is. Relative to? Oh, relative to, okay. Relative to relative to the intimidated forward. I can't figure that out. The authority under which to authority which issues have been made to this party. Therefore, is a letter dated Headquarters Department of Texas, May 23rd, 1870. These Seminole Negro Indians were encouraged to return to their state from Mexico. Man, why I keep doing that, man? Okay, these Seminole Negro Indians were encouraged to return to this state from Mexico in the spring of 1870 with a view to their return to their original home with the Creeks and correspondence war had by the Honorable Secretary of War with a view to having the expense incurred in gathering and feeding them borne by the Department of Interior. The Honorable Acting Secretary of the Interior replied by letter dated October 4th, 1870, that appropriation of $25,000 were at the disposal of that department for that purpose. So why they just didn't take them back then? Nigga, what? Damn, niggas had the money back then. Niggas should have just took the niggas. Interior 25 purpose. This for the purpose. This letter, together with one of similar importance from the Acting Commission of Indian Affairs, seems to have been furnished the Commissioner General Department of Texas by copy from the Adjutant General Office under date and doubtless is now on file. On regular issues have been made to these Indians. Once again, they just calling them Indians. So it's okay. Constantly under the above authority, the issues being born. I don't know what that word is for her. Boom, born. The issues being on a appropriate abstract with a view of reimbursement by the Department of Interior from the appropriations above referred to. Okay, so the War Department thinking they're gonna get their money back from the Department of Interior because the Interior of Indians said that they already had their $25,000, but I don't know if they still got the $25,000 because it looks like that they. They must ain't got it because whenever they tried to get them to the Indian Territory, when they just sent it up there to them, they said, I guess they didn't have. I guess they didn't have. I don't know why they just spend the $25,000 and why they got to send the letters to DC if they already got the $25,000 and they asking for money from the War Department. So I don't know. I'm kind of confused right there. But let me continue. By the Department of Interior for the appropriation of referred to. In my opinion, a certain of their issues without considerable notice at at least would drive these people to illegitimate means of support, if not to a return to Mexican side, where they would possibly be more troublesome than before. So that was the move. That's why they wanted to get them from Mexico because they ain't want to deal with them like that. Uh, uh, Okay, it's troublesome there before. They have been encouraged to remain together and have been made very little and have made very little preparations for supplying themselves outside of the government aid, and they have been constantly expecting removal to their northern homes. For 2 years, they've been expecting a nigga to go. These niggas done called a nigga up in the spring of 1870. Now we in the damn fall of 1872, these niggas still ain't got these niggas home. Okay, I did not construct the 54. Okay, that's the same. That General Order 54 and applying to these Indians as they were being fed as as I understood as I understood it by the arrangement with the Interior Department and not at the expense of the War Department. So whoever that was giving them the subsidies, they thought that this was at the expense of the Interior Department, not the War Department. So I don't even if the Interior Department saying they got the 25,000, I don't even know. So did they just use the 25,000 just to feed them for them 2 years and they ran up out of that money? Or I'm not really sure why they reaching out to the War Department. Uh, Real. But I guess the War Department being, I don't know if they want to be refunded because they've been feeding Indians for a long time. I don't know. It is recommended that the issues be continued at least until correspondence can be had with the Honorable Secretary of Interior, excuse me, and stations to them. So I am very respectfully your obedient servant, Marion again. Mary, man, this dude Marion, man, married newly Harry Marion, man, he's speaking up for real. He really trying to get the job done. Uh, like he really putting in a solid case. So we got the fifth endorsement, headquarters Department of Texas, San Antonio, August 28th. Respectfully return to the adjutant. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Army through division headquarters. Okay, so I guess he just moved it. So we got the sixth person that touched it. Respectfully return. So now it's back in Chicago. So it done left Texas and down there where they was at. So now we in Chicago with it. November, respectfully return to the adjutant of the armies. Recommended that these Indians be removed to the Indian church. Okay, so instead like to do in Chicago, he all with it. He ain't tripping. He all for it. He wasn't tripping on the last one. He going for whatever they talking about down in Texas. So now I done got to DC. See what these whole ass niggas got to say. They been tripping. They was tripping. So before we get to this, I'm just to put in a little break real quick because I've been reading for about 2 hours straight. So let me give me a little drink break real quick. Take me a little 2 minute, little 3 minute break real quick. And one moment. My bad. I'm getting a dry mouth. But yeah, this is very interesting. Just like I say, they are consistently, calling them either, some of them Indians, some is calling them Seminole Negro Indians. Um, one person only called him just a Negro. Uh, at this point, it's all coming from DC with kind of more negative. Excuse me. It seems like that the dude down in Texas, the dude Marion, he really trying to push the issue as far as
You found a new hobby.
as far as putting in a legit case of why we should be still getting subsidies and why we should still be getting assistance and stuff like that. So this is very interesting. This is definitely very interesting story right here. Hold on real quick. Yes, like I say, this is definitely very interesting. I'm going to take a small little break so I can give me something to drink and refresh so I can be a better reader on the second part of the story. So we first to check out The Hustler. I don't know if y'all know about The Hustler from the Mob Figures. Slapper right here.
Hey, yo, man, sometimes I be feeling crazy, man, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if niggas be having the same feelings I be having, man, you know what I'm saying? You know, 5, 6, 7 in the morning, man, fresh off 24, man. I'm just a young nigga, man, you know what? Look what my life been turned into. Yo, I make music for killers that make music. Show them how they come ill to order the crack deal. It's what I mastered in my younger days of hustling, man. Fucking bitches, stomping snitches, clocking riches. Burning rubber, cooking work. That was like my biggest drop. I was in the 10th grade. That was nice. Not quite enough for me to stop mixing white. So I kept grooving. Young Felix kept moving. Next thing you know, I was 17 whole units. Hella cream stacking stupid. Hella bitches, old sex, dumb, ridiculous. Never fuck them, just get sucked, take them from they niggas. On a tuck out of state, baby, dumping chickens. Then a bombshell dropped on my life. Then G got murdered, this is not the life, man. It's a young nigga, man. You know what I'm saying? What I turned into, man.
No need to talk it out. No need to talk it out. Talk it out. Talk it out.
If your life was, if your life was like mine and you were slightly out your mind, kept a cannon every time on the spot, dumb blind. Pull so many 24s your classmates can't see you. Slice at the ball game, classmates can't be you. Waste your whole young life with the dope fiend people that crowned you king cause you had nicks and you kept it lit. Ain't seen the sun in weeks. I'm on my way home, mom's on the way to work, bitches on their way to school, laughing at your boy cause my outfit is filthy, I'm stacking. Sooner or later the same bitches will feel me what's happening. Swinging eggs at lunchtime, Chapco slapping. Young niggas stacking, sucker butts I'm clapping. Run towards the magnum, 9 nigga choppers. Helicopters of life flight, I'm just to revive them. So we can think he's back ill and get killed. Trying to test a real deal, skit so out his grill. Crip smoke make me feel bigger than life. Joking in a mob shop, living the life. I wish my nigga dose survive them shots so we can be back when it's cut me loose, hugging the block. We miss you.
Talk it out. Talk it out. Talk it out. No need to talk it out. No need to talk it out. Talk it out. Talk it out. No need to talk
Realest
it
niggas in
out.
America nigga, this verse is for the current time. The bottom line is, I had to pay for all them years I was shining. 2003, they caught your boy grinding. Federal case, that's out of state, 13 case. Best friend turned snitch, told the whole shit. Had me on one, on the run, laying low. I was tucked in the rich and docked in the O. I can't forget about my Hunters Point era. I was running from the feds in the hottest block in America, man. That's how I know I'm ill. My cousin Ray is real. I love how you kept your cousin safe every day. I think about the future, my little C and Lil Ray. Young L, Big Rome, I'm in the zone, 15 months, nothing. I'll be right back. A real nigga stand solid, calling the trap. The only pain still in my heart is for my nigga Freak. One love to my brother Mike fighting the murder beat, nigga. Get on it,
No need to talk it out.
Ain't no more talk.
No need to talk it out. Talk it out. Talk it out. No need to talk it out.
Hey, shout out to the hustler R.P. to Jackson. Man. Can we talk it out? Nah, we can't talk it out, man. Niggas been disrespecting the Black Seminoles. I'm here to put them on. All right. Appreciate everybody tuning in to the How Black Seminole Indians came back from Mexico to Oklahoma in the 1870s. So right now, we at the War Department Interior Office of Indian Affairs in Washington, D.C. It's September 27th, 1872. And the majors and the generals in Texas, right on the border, Rio Grande border, the Rio Grande, the Texas border, is putting in a case to be able to get funding to be able to send the Seminole Negro Indians back to the Indian Territory. So let's see what DC is saying now. Sir, referring to a report from the office of the 23rd instant relative to the subsistence of certain Negro Seminole Indians, more at Fort Duncan, Texas, and to the decision of the Department of the 25th instant that that the funds appropriated to collect bands of Kickapoo and other Indians roaming on the borders of Texas and Mexico, and to locate and subsidize them with and subsist them in the Indian Territory. In the Indian Territory, cannot he use what they say casual or candle? I don't know what that is. Okay, they're in the Indian Territory. Can he use in the subsidies said Seminoles while they remain where they are at present? Okay, hold on. Let me bring that back real quick. Kickapoo in Mexico, and to locate and subsist them in the Indian Territory. Something can be used in subsistence said Seminoles while they remain where they are at present. Respectfully ask that the matter he lay before the Honorable Secretary of War with the request that the commanding officer at Fort Duncan be instructed Okay, so hold on. Be instructed. Okay. To ascertain whether the said Indians will or will not go to the Indian Territory, where the appropriations wherein referred to would be made available for relieving their present necessary necessary necessaries. I mean necessaries. Necessaries. Okay, so it looks like that they trying to figure out if they even gonna take them to the Indian Territory. That's what it seemed like her. Like, okay, if y'all even gonna take them, very respectfully, your obedient servant, commissioner. Okay, so this is in DC. So let's see what the next page. It just looks like that they just trying to confirm if they're gonna take them to the Indian Territory. I guess if it's okay. So we got the Indian Office, September 27th, 1872, with reference to certain Negro Seminole Indians now at Fort Duncan, Texas, requests that Honorable Secretary of War be asked to instruct commanding officers of said posts to a certain if these Indians will remove to the Indian Territory. So I guess they're just trying to confirm if they're gonna go to the Indian Territory. Okay, so we still in DC because we still at the Department of Interior, Office of Indian Affairs. So now we in December, so a couple of months done went by. Still 1872. Sir, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt by reference from your department of a letter from the War Department dated the 22nd, Mexico, in the 22nd, enclosing a copy of a report from Major Marion. Okay, that's the dude that's speaking up for us. Major Marion, the commanding officer at Fort Duncan, Texas, concerning the wishes of certain Seminole Negro Indians in that state as regards their removal to the Indian Territory. In reply to inquirers have inquiries have upon the report of this office under date of September 27th last. In reply, I have to state that where said office report was made, I have to state where said office report was made. It was thought that the persons in questions might be provided for this department, and that the funds as appropriate by the acts of Congress approved July 15th, 1870 and March 3rd, 1871. Okay, so they said that the funds already been there right here. Okay. To defray expenses of collecting bands of Kickapoo and other Indians roaming on the borders of Texas and Mexico, and to relocate and subsist them in the Indian Territory, could be made available in the event of the removal of the Indians to aid to said territory. Since the receipt, however, of the papers above referred to this matter has been carefully reexamined and reconsidered, which accounts for the delay of the report, reassuring in the change of opinion researching in the availability of the said, the availability of the said appropriations of the obligation of the buriers in this premise. So now they reneging. Hold on, it's crazy. The nigga say y'all didn't move fast enough whenever the money. Hold on, this is crazy. Okay, so Major Marion in a letter of August 12, 1872, copy furnished with his present report giving a synopsis of the history of said Negro Indians, states that they were encouraged to leave Mexico in the spring of 1872 with the view of returning to their original home with the Creek. He fails, however, to state that whom they were thus okay. He fails, however, to state to whom they were thus encouraged, and no evidence is found in the records of the office to show that their remove was authorized by the department. That's crazy. So they saying that this nigga Marion is doing too much, nigga. That nobody authorized you to tell them niggas to come back to Mexico. That's what the nigga saying right now. Them niggas in DC is on some bullshit. Okay. I do not think that they should have been removed from Mexico. Ooh, I do not think that they should have been removed from Mexico at all, and are and at all and are decided by of the opinion. Okay, by of the opinion that they should not be forced upon the Creek. This whole ass nigga in DC, the Creek Nation, in a such as by the terms of, man, we got some pushback right here for real. Hey, nigga writing big paragraphs. So they got a whole nother page. In the Treaty of 1866, with that tribe, the class of persons referred to should have returned within 1 year from the ratification of said treaty in order to be entitled to equaling rights and privilege with the Creeks, nor do think it was contemplated by the acts of Congress referred to that the funds appropriated thereby should be applied to defray the expenses of removing and subsidizing these persons. Hold on. Of these persons. In conclusion, I have to say that this office does not know what, if anything, can be done with these Negroes, and is of the opinion that they should not be returned over to this bureau to be cared for. So they got $61,000 that the Congress and everybody that approved, but they say it's for Kickapoo and the Indians on the border. But this whole ass nigga think that we shouldn't get it. As you see, I think this is the same person that disrespected niggas last time by just saying niggers, by just saying Negroes. I don't know what you're gonna do for these Negroes. Niggas been calling niggas Indians, Seminoles. But this dude right here, it's really, he's stating his case. He pressing his line. He pressing his issue on how we shouldn't get no assistance. The papers in the case are here with a return with a return. So we got some pushback right here. Who is this whole ass nigga? Wallace. I think that's the same dude. The commission. Hold on. Yeah, I think that's the same dude that was disrespecting last time. So this is coming from DC. He's sending it back to the interior, saying how they shouldn't have been taken from Mexico and how they shouldn't be getting no assistance, and basically just kind of just trying to put them in that whole boat as far as that they just niggas, that they ain't Indians, even though they've been lightweight treated like Indians the whole time, but they've been tricked and gaffled and all type of slave rape. I mean, it's been all type of goofy ass shit going on with these. They've been doing to my peoples and stuff like that. So you got certain people that got love. You got certain people that don't got love. This is a person that don't got love. You know what I'm saying? For real though. And I ain't said that the other person got love either. He may be, a slave owner, and crazy like that too. But his argument for us to be able to still get the funds and for us to still be able to he the one fighting for us for sure to be able to kind of make something happen for us. You know what I'm saying? He's speaking up for us. He, as far as the person within the government, that he's speaking up for us within the government. You know what I'm saying? They're kind of making them say whatever they say. That's making them come with they pushback. And that's Marion. This dude, I think his last name Wallace. I gotta be on the lookout for him too. So let's go to the next page. So yeah, that's Wallace. Okay, so we got a cover sheet. So we got the Indian office December in reply to the letter from War Department. So basically, with the report of Major Marion in relation to the concern of Negro Indians in Texas. So every express on the cover letter sheet gonna have something about Negro Indians or some Indians. You know what I'm saying? It ain't said African. So we're gonna keep it going. So let's see what this got to say. Okay, so yeah, like this. Okay. So we got the Department of Interior, Washington, D.C., December 17th, 1972. The Secretary of War on the 12th, of September 72, addressed a count to this department stating that the appropriation for the department, particularly of the subsidies branch, were insufficient to meet the demands, oh my God, of the Army, and calling attention to the fact that a number of Negro Indians who have been induced to return from Mexico in the spring of 1872 with the view of their permanent residence with the Creeks in the Indian Territory were being subsidized at Fort Duncan, Texas, at the expense of the War Department. He argued that the Commission of Indian Affairs be divided to take immediate slip for the further subsidies of these. Okay, so they just pushing it out. Okay, so they just saying no. They're saying go holler at the Interior, the Indian Affairs, the Commission of Indian Affairs. They said go holler at them. Okay, so let's go to the next page. What was that last one? For the further subsidies of these, once again, they just calling them Indians. So we got the last person nigga that said Negroes. Now it's Indians. But you know, niggas want to be mad. Niggas want to hate. Niggas want to talk shit. Niggas want to talk slick. When a nigga say, "Hold on, nigga," well, I'm an Indian. And, and niggas be fucked up like, ah, nigga, you don't look like an Indian. It ain't even about the look. It's about the culture. It's about the lifestyle. It's about the lineage. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we're gonna do a more deeper dive into more of the roots of the Seminole, but this is kind of this is kind of like the end. It's like I say, this is 1870. So within that same year, not that same year, but within that same decade, they basically end up changing their names from Indians to freedmen. You know what I'm saying? From Indians to freedmen, when at the same time, black people was already freedmen before that. You know what I'm saying? So, but you know, these guys was called Indians, and you see it all through these. You see it through all these papers. But let me stop preaching and continue to read. This letter was referred to the Commissioner of Indian Territory for his views. That office is a report dated the 23rd of September, called attention to the history of the case to the effect that the Indian office was asked by the War Department on the 29th of September 1870 to participate in the expenses of removing these Negro Seminoles from Mexico to the United States. And the Indian office is a letter dated the 13th October 1870, decided that said above of the expenses may be paid off of the appropriation of the $25,000 made by the Act of July 15th, 1870, for collecting bands of Kickapoos and other Indians moving on the borders of Texas and Mexico, and locating a subsistence there is in locating and subsidizing them in the Indian Territory. No components, no correspondence, however, was had with the Indian Bureau, nor dates for subsidies reminded up to the 12th of September 1870 by the War Department. The commission asks whether the appointed whom referred to war was applicable for this purpose of subsidies. These Indians, while they were once again these Indians, while they were not in the Indian Territory, but at Fort Duncan, Texas, asserting that the matter of removal was left wholly to the office of the Army, and that the Indian of War and that the Indian of the War So I don't know if they pushing back, saying, hold on, y'all didn't move a certain way without information as the cause of said Negro Indians being detained at Fort Duncan. So they saying detained. They saying so they trying to put a little. They saying that y'all said just sent them niggas to the Indian Territory. What y'all detaining them at Fort Duncan for? Uh, at Fort Duncan, insistent in instead of being retaken. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Them niggas already had the money. Already had the 25,000 with the Indian thing. They should just make that happen. He also called it. He also called attention to the fact that an appropriation of $40,000 had been made for the same purpose as the foreign one of $25,000 that there at the disposal of the Indian Bureau to sum of $61,104.63 for the purpose of collecting bands of Kickapoos and other Indians as for said. He could be stating that in view of the availability of funds of funds for the purpose of subsidizing these Indians. Once again, these Indians in the present location states would be immediately taken to remove them to the Indian Territory where they might be properly cared for. The acting secretary on the 25th September decided that the money appropriated as above states could only be used in collecting and removing the Indians to the Indian Territory and furnishing them with subsidies during the time reasonable consumed in such collection and removal, and that no authority explicit for using said funds for subsidies these Indians in their present location. Okay, so that's what DC tripping on. DC tripping on them not just automatically taking them back to the Indian Territory and using all the funds for them just for being down in Fort Duncan. Okay. But they just ain't shooting them off. I mean, I guess the War Department saying they ain't messing with them no more just to go to the Indian Bureau or to go to the Indian Affairs or the Indian Department. The commission was then divided to ascertain whether said Indians would remove to the Indian Territory, and in the event of their willingness to do so, to take immediate action to accomplish that result. Are requiring being made strong are requiring being made through the purpose James, it was from that the Negroes were willing and that the Negroes were willing and blank to go to the territory, which information was carried to the Indian Bureau in due time. The commission now plates in the title of the it's kind of hard to read that. Hey, it's still going on the same letter. That B has changed his mind in regard to the uh, availability of the funds. Okay, that B. Okay, so hold on. Who are they talking about? Change their mind. Which information was encouraged by the Indian Bureau in due time? The commissioner. Okay, the commissioner. The commissioner now placed in his. Okay, okay. So the commissioner. So that's why the commissioner is tripping. Okay, that's why the commissioner is tripping. That he has changed his mind in regard to the availability of the funds referred to for the purpose name. He states further that this is no evidence on file in this office to remark the assertions that the Indians were in the firm place encouraged by the Indian Bureau to leave Mexico. And he is decidedly and he he is decidedly of opinion that they should not be forced upon the Creek, with whom it was expected they move be granted in the Indian Territory. The commission does not know what, if anything. Man, this is a long reply. They got about 5. No, if anything, I am be done with said Negroes. If anything, okay, so he basically saying, if anything, I would be done with said Negroes and object to their being turned over to the care of the Bureau under any and uh, be done with said Negroes and object to their being turned over to the care of this Bureau under any circumstances. The papers are the papers are substituted to the Department for Information. So whoever this person is they ain't showing no love either. Statement of the facts is relations to the matters of removing the Seminole Indians, Negroes from Texas. So we got another cover letter C, Department of Interior. So this is where we're gonna stop it at. I'm gonna start it back tomorrow. We're gonna start back here at August 31st, 1875 from the War Department. So a good breakdown. So we started in 1870 where the majors and generals in Texas was started to reach out to the interior for funds to be able to send the Black Seminole Indians back to the Indian Territory, which I guess had to get approved through DC. And through DC, it looks like that the subsidies general didn't want to give the funds, and the War Department didn't want to give the funds. But it turned out that it's $61, not $61, but $61,000 available for this purpose of removing Kickapoos and other Indian tribes on the Texas border and Mexico border back to the Indian Territory. But it seemed like there was some pushback because the Black Seminoles were supposed to be taken back to the Indian Territory back in the 1870s when they first got them. But it looks like that they was detained at Fort Duncan. Well, that's what the word that was used, detained. I'm really not sure if they was detained, but that's what they was used at Fort Duncan. And so they was detained at Fort Duncan, and it wasn't sent to the Indian Territory. So the War Department seemed like they are upset about them not being sent to the Indian Territory within a timely manner, and that the funds were used for them in Fort Duncan instead of in the Indian Territory. And, you know, they bringing up certain little things within certain paperwork to try to prove their point to where, you know, that certain Indians shouldn't get subsidies and stuff like that in assistance. But as you see throughout these pages that we have been through, it's nonstop Seminole Negro Indian or Negro Indian or Indian Negro or Negro Seminole. It's only been whenever they holler at the people in D.C. Where they have just said just Negro, just okay, yeah, we can't help these Negroes, but still at the same time within the same letter that's right before them. They calling them Indians. They ain't even putting no Negro on it. They just saying Indian. So just like I say, this is where I can say that the mislabel started happening for us because it seemed like because this is 1870s, and it seemed like kind of once the war kind of ended and things started to get as far as a new establishment of the United States, of the new United States. That's when our names was changed to Freedmen. But as you see, all before that time, that the generals and commissioners and the War Department and majors, they calling us Indians. You know, on every little cover letter is Seminole Negro Indians or Negro Indians, or, you know, something like that. It only came from D.C. From one dude where he just kind of, you know, just call us Negroes. You know what I'm saying? Really not putting, kind of showing some type of hate by not giving us the correct label. But the people that's in the field, because them it's just people at their desk that's not giving us the correct label. But the people that's in the field is giving us the correct label. You know, they the ones that's putting the Indian term on us because they saying how we live and they saying the culture. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I said, I'm finna stop it right here. Been going for about 2 hours and 30 minutes. And start the part 2. Back. Yeah, say. Man, I hope it don't start that freeze and stuff. Man, I appreciate everybody tapping again. We almost at the 9-hour mark. I appreciate everybody tapping in. We got Love Matters in the building. Engine Radio in the building. 903 in the building. Got Shot Son in the building. Like we got 2 Shot Sons in the building. I guess he got 2 accounts or whatever. I don't know. That look like a little funny right there. I don't know what's going on. Have to do an investigation. Who else we had in the building today? Then we had Ghetto in the building today. We had Midwest in the building today. I'm going to have to tap in the Midwest. I had to get them wrenched up. Um, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? I'm just over here, putting on the program, you know what I'm saying? But I am gonna do a build today on some maroon shit. Just like I say, the more I'm doing my little research and finding out shit, I'm saying, and I guess what I'm trying to prove, or what they saying that I'm trying to prove, is that basically the maroons is it's the original people from over here. Now, you know what I'm saying? And then it's kind of funny how they do this more thing, and how they try to say African, but then they try to make a difference between uh a Moor or North African and a West African. You know what I'm saying? But then again, they try to say African, they try to say slave. So, they kind of, and then on top of that, and and then on top of that, those blacks, hold on, did I pause that? Yeah, then on top of that, those blacks, um, and then on top of that, those blacks, uh, and I'm kind of tired, man. But yeah, man, I'm gonna come with this build on this more though. Not no Moors, but this maroons. And I'm gonna try to go. I mean, I'm gonna make it a little series, man, because it seemed like that it just keep getting, like, the hole just keep getting deeper and deeper and deeper. Pause. It just seemed like it just getting more crazier and crazier. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even gonna front, because I was gonna drop something the other day, but I was still reading. Then I came across some other shit that I had to kind of deep dive into, and I just been kind of coming across shit, and I've been analyzing this shit to see how it really makes sense. You know what I'm saying? But I think I'm gonna have time tonight to probably put out a little part one, because it's a lot of little information. And nah, like with them, I'm really just been the reruns. You know what I'm saying? While I'm out during the day doing my thing, you know what I'm saying? I just let the reruns play. You know what I'm saying? Give the people something to watch. At the same time, trying to get my views up and my subscribers while I'm not at the crib. But it's like I say, man, I've been, since I've been doing the live thing, it kind of been taken away from me reading and kind of getting more into, getting more information. So that's why I really ain't been going live in the night, because I've been, having some other things going on or whatever. But tonight, I'ma definitely gone and drop a small little build. You know what I'm saying? I want to try to get on here as soon as possible. Try to give myself probably like a little hour or two. Try to get ready, probably get on about 7 something, 6, or somewhere around that time. And go on and present this information, see what the people think about it. And just gonna continue, this little road of, looking at information as far as, the first black people in America. And as far as, I'm saying, like, Black Seminoles, because to me, you know what I'm saying, it seemed like that they got the game twisted just as far as like our names over here and our tribes, and probably what they called us and stuff like that in certain areas, certain packs. And they just put the maroon and the Seminole on us. But that's kind of crazy. I just feel like that's kind of crazy how that shit, basically got up to Florida or whatever, or probably was already in North America with it like that. You know what I'm saying? And for a nigga to be part of that dying breed or whatever, or kind of be last of of the people so-called that was called that, you know what I'm saying, in North America. So that's kind of crazy, you know what I'm saying, with the more information, because I didn't know all that shit was really going on in Central America and South America and all that shit. You know, niggas over here really don't care about nothing like that, but you know what I'm saying, I've been doing a lot of little reading and shit. It's almost like shit. It's almost like looking at movies or something, you know what I'm saying? It's been very entertaining. It's been very entertaining for sure. But let me go and step away, man. We almost at 9 hours. And it's like I say, man, give me a little bit of time. I'm gonna go and do a little build tonight for sure on a little stuff I've been coming up on, and you know, see what the people think about it. So yeah, man, y'all gonna go chill for a little bit, do what you gotta do, you know what I'm saying? Be expected for me to come back on and pull up, roll up, and make sure you show up. Why?